Hello, chat. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Yeah, well, so many people already. Welcome. Hey, Boiler. Hey, Bassett. How was the trip? It was pretty nice. And we were away for 2 nights. Just like mini vacation. Mini vacay. How do you say that? We have work to do. Yeah, tomorrow it's gonna be fun. Breaking news, Rax is removing his hoodie on the Vessel of Hated subathon. Nice. Okay. At what? At 20,000 subs, I guess? Well, what's the goal for that? I've seen Rax without hoodie. Yeah, PTR is tomorrow. On the alarm, people play Spiritborn tomorrow. No, that was on Gamescom. You had to go to Gamescom if you wanted to play Spiritborn. He said he's going to make it easy. If I was Rex, I would remove the hoodie at 20,000 subs. I'm not sure why he's gonna make it easy. How would I level my character tomorrow? Well, I will log in and start blasting. PTR is tomorrow, yeah. For some reason they're starting it on Wednesday. Don't make it easy. Yeah, I was also thinking about subathon goals of my own for the Vessel of Hated launch. So I was discussing a few things with Nini. We can also do some funny stuff. I'm gonna check out the Bauhead planner for the PTR and look at the companion and what happens when you put more points into them. What happens? Remove t-shirts, saw the strat, okay. What is included in this PTR? Everything but Vessel of Hated features, and yeah, that's it actually. So everything from the expansion but the new features. So no Mercenary, no Citadel, no Hunter, no Spiritborn, no Undercity. Although runes are in actually, which is, I guess, technically an expansion feature. And no hordes. Yeah, okay, who cares, I guess. Yeah, pit leveling will be in there. The pit leveling, like the character progression, the paragons, all that is in there. Everything that changes from the existing game is gonna be in there. Yeah, runes are gonna be on Saturday, I think. Or Friday. What are your hordes replaced with in the new season? Nothing. There's gonna be hordes. They're just not on the PTR for some reason. Yeah, it will be Wednesday to Friday. Will be like exclusively leveling. There's no runes, I think, and no boosts and all that stuff. So the first 2 days is just leveling. And then you get all the new stuff on Friday. So yeah. Yeah, I'm probably gonna like level all classes to 60 or something like that. And see how that goes. Will be interesting to see where hordes will fit in now. Yeah, I mean, I think they have to change the hordes a little bit. Especially if they make something like, you know, okay, Optuside now drops in 9 dungeons. I mean, okay, I think it's only gonna be Opticide, right? So there's no Ingolith and Neph Iron. So I guess there might not be these crazy efficiency jumps in the Infernal Hordes tiers. Oh wait, there's no Infernal Hordes tiers anymore. But they're either way. So, you know, right now we have like this insane efficiency with Neph Iron. Because you go from, like, basically ×3, right? You go ×3 from Opticide to Ingolith, and then go ×3 from Ingolith to Neph Iron at certain tiers. And I guess that jump will no longer exist. But yeah, we'll see. Is maxed out PTR plan not buggy? I think we pushed some fixes. At least Riff told me, so I haven't really checked. But the stats look fine here. Here's a versatility glyph. This looks... Yeah, okay, it looks like this is fixed. Wait, what happened here? Oh, this is live. What if I switch to PTR again? Does it gonna have... That's funny. So for the live version, it actually saves level 21. And for PTR, saves like the higher level. That's interesting. Smart. It actually works. Yeah. Very nice. Yeah, I mean, I've done most of the rogue stuff anyway. We don't have runes yet, do we? Do we have runes? No, no runes. Fuck. But... Which one is this Death Trap? Oh! Wait, that rolls really high. Wait, how much is the base? Is that 55? 50? Interesting. It's a different value. Compared to, like, for example, puncture casts wise. Ah, that goes to 65, I think. Okay. So that's really nice. So you can actually hit like almost 100% by just doing like 2 master crits. Or something like this. And then you can do whatever you want. Huh. Or just no master crits. Just put like 1 here. Boom. And we got 100. Easily, actually. And then, what do we do here? Then what do we do, actually? Flurry hit twice. Doesn't really matter, does it? Ah, we also have the Invigorating Strike glyph for 29%. And the Shadow Step also 29%. So 29 times 4 times 2.2. So you get 255% cleave on this. That is a lot of cleave, actually. How much is a bash? 20. It's a bit less, actually. Okay. I think this Invigorating Strike and this Shadow Step build could definitely be something. Twisting Blades hits twice is 25. So even without Master or crits, you just get 100. Item power will only be 800. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter for the temper anyway.
But do you want to introduce a wizard?
A wizard?
Yes.
Yeah, we're working on rogue right now.
Yeah, but wizard?
Wizard?
Wizard.
Okay, who's this wizard?
Guys, meet our little wizard.
Hello.
He's very playful, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's jumping up and down.
How's it going, Merlin? Hmm? We got a new family member.
Merlin.
Yeah, you wanna say hi to chat? Little puppy, yeah. Yeah, we made a baby, exactly. Came out very hairy.
Yeah.
But other than that, everything went well.
I think he looks like you.
And Nini is already up and kicking.
Yeah.
Huh.
Fast recovery, yeah.
Yeah.
He's a little Maltese boy. He's gonna be bigger, but for now he's tiny.
Yeah. He's gonna grow to approximately 1.2 times the size.
Yeah, sorry.
And then he's gonna start casting spells.
Let me bring the...
Yeah. You're not Harry.
He already
Harry.
He already has a familiar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, familiars are in fashion right now. Mm-hmm.
He was chasing it around.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, guys, what do you think?
It's a cutie.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hope the bunnies love him too.
Yeah.
I think he's exactly the same size as a bunny.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, he's licking me now. No.
Looks like his dad, yeah. They're both white. I want to hold it.
We found the aerobic combination. Enjoy it. Yo, bastard is coming.
Yeah, come here.
Maybe it will acquire auto salvage skill. Yeah. Are you ready to pick up a lot of materials, Merlin?
Oh, he's licking me. There's a mosquito flying around you.
Is he also gonna pick up all the gold on the ground?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's already a chaser. Okay.
Ah.
Goodbye, Chad.
Okay. Greetings. I guess the druids approve. Cast puppy eyes, Nini melted. Yeah, he's very fluffy. He's born with auto-collect food. Damn, we literally just got him. We just got home, and on our way home from our mini vacation, we took him. So he's been with us for a few hours now. Yeah, now we need Stampede aspect. Storm's companion pants. He's gonna get lightning eyes and zap around. Gonna be glorious. How good is the new expansion class going to be? Yes, I think. Based on the guides I've been starting to work on, yes. I just realized there's nothing I can temper here, right? On this quiz. One can, I can't do that. Imagine if like chance to cast twice would stack. And we could get like, 400% chance to cast twice or something. That'd be funny. But unfortunately, that's not how it works. I mean, I don't know what I'm gonna do. You could do the Elemental Surge stuff, but that's not really the reason I feel. Gonna Rapid Fire, cast twice. But I mean, do we care? I suppose it's more stagger. You probably mildly care about staggering. Wait a minute. What? Oh my god, this is offensive tempo now. Oof. Counters is offensive tempo now. Morning, Morals. How's it going? Can you spend the points now? Oh, we can. Okay, so I can actually fix the skill trees. Nice. 13 points. Level 59, world plus 12. Okay. Alright. So I can do that stuff. Oh my god, everything looks different here. Here's the adrenaline rush. So this. And so this. Shit. Hmm. We have freeze and shell here. Stun there. Daze there. And then we get trigger attacks. I wonder if I should put like an extra 1 or 2 points there. Just have a bit more crit while blasting. And I wonder if instead of Shaco I should go to New Helm. Nah, armor we'll see, I guess. 507. So the new value is already there. Dude, what the fuck is going on with these boosts, by the way? 112 movement speed. Is that real? What the fuck? I wonder if these life values are real. The life one hit seems way too high. 488. Should be probably like 1% of that or something. That's like Andariel's value. Mm-hmm. Hello, Senior. I'm doing a poison cloud build with a new aspect. We could, I guess. Question is it gonna be good? And what do you need out? Do you need a unique ring for rogues? Yeah, I don't think you would do that. Like, why would you combine the smoke grenade ring with the smoke grenade aspect? This is for crit and the aspect is for dot. There's no reason to do this. I mean, there's smoke grenade cooldown, okay. But other than that, I mean, this is useless, this is useless, this is useless, and this is useless. So I don't think I would actually combine the two. The main problem that such a smoke grenade build has is that you just can't really kill packs very easily when there's no elite inside, because you can only reset a smoke grenade cooldown when there's an elite in the pack. So I have to do this. Oh, the new aspect is not here. Wait, where is it? So this one is here. Poisonous club when entering stealth. Oh, never mind. It's when entering stealth. It's not on smoke grenade use. I thought it's on smoke grenade use. It's when entering stealth. Okay, in that case, it makes sense. Okay. But it's not here. Is it... Wait, is it not a offensive power? Poisonous. And here it is. Ah, I searched a smoke, I think. Okay. Create a cloud that deals 10,608 poison damage over 6 seconds. So let's assume this stacks, right? It is roughly double of an Andariel's proc. So the question is, how often do we trigger Andariel's? We can enter stealth maybe around twice per second. So on a single target, do we get like 1 Andariel's proc per second? Easily, I guess. There's a 20% chance. Let's see. Do we have Andariel's rogue here somewhere? Let's estimate a little bit how often do we proc this. Let's say we hit the... Okay, we shoot 10 arrows. Let's say we all hit. And let's say there's like a few ricochets. No, actually all of them should ricochet, right? So we should get 20 hits with no splits. So 20 hits. We have 16% lucky hit. So we get 320% lucky hit. And then we have a lucky hit bonus of 176. And then there's a lot of alchemical advantage. This is pretty optimistic though. So let's say 200% lucky hit bonus. So times 3. Right by 100. And then Andariel's has a 0.2 chance. So with this build, we should get roughly 2 Andariel's procs per second on a single target. Actually, no, not per second even. This is per shot. Per shot, we should get 2 Andariel procs. And we shoot probably something like 2.5 times per second. So it's more like 5 Andariel procs per second. Andariel does double the damage. Whoa. Yeah, I think this is not even in the same universe, honestly. I think this is not gonna... I think this is not really gonna do much. It's mostly a utility thing, I believe. To proc your poison stuff in another way. I don't think this is supposed to be like a build. The poisonous clouds aspect, I'm not sure how it scaled is anywhere close to Andariel's, for example. Because it does have the same stuff as Andariel's, you know, you can probably extend the duration, maybe. I don't know, maybe Trucker doesn't even work with it. Who knows if Bane works. But let's just say they do, and it benefits all the same stuff as Andariel's, then this is still probably like 10 times weaker or something. So realistically, I don't really see much hope for this. Unless you really want poisons to get alchemical advantage and so on. But a grenade build doesn't really rely on this poison stuff. Like, what are you going to do with this? Okay, you get 15% DR, which is nice. You don't really need attack speed or lucky hit. You don't need that. You don't need anything here. So it's not really a reason to do this. Why is the anti-helm 670? Here it's 925. What do you mean? Morning D, by the way. Ladyman says old 10.5 to 70.5 to 30.8 to 45.8 movement speed. Yeah, I wonder if they actually buffed this movement speed so much on these unique boots. Like, some of these unique boots have insane amounts of movement speed. Like, you put a GA on them and boom, you're capped. That seems insane. So I'm not sure what the fuck is going on there. Is all weapon tempering multiplicative or only double cast, double damage tempers? Well, their philosophy with the weapon tempers is that everything is multiplicative. So you always have either hit twice, cast twice, deal double damage, and I guess the cleave is also one of these things. And then, okay, there are some exceptions, like Elemental Surge is like its own thing. But yeah, you see everything is cast twice, deal double damage, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, there's like a few exceptions, like here, there's like Caltrops consumes no charges. Yeah, okay. So... they wanted to run fast before dying in T4. You run fast, but then the fetish army spawns on you and surrounds you. I also wonder if these implicit modifiers are actually true. 117 crit. You counted how many companions you can have at once in a Warhammer PTR planner. It's going to 72 companions. Okay, so How do you get to 72? It sounds like they just have a buggy planner. Like, where are those companions coming from? You get 2 wolves, 1 creeper, 1 raven, and then what? That's a nice new passive, actually. So does that build of cleave time will be huge for farming? Yeah, it might actually, it depends on like how big is the cleave, but I guess it's gonna be similar to the bash, right? And bash does have a bit of an area. So it should be really good. The data mine, you get 1 companion extra per skill rank. That sounds untrue. That would be really odd, I gotta say. Like 1 per skill rank. Do you know how many skill ranks you get for your fucking companions? Like a fuck ton. I mean, this is only to wolves. But you can have like companion ranks, or you can have like a... I think it's here, right? I mean, look at that. And then you have like the new Paragon that is also like another 3 ranks or something. 4 ranks, actually. So it's 4 ranks, you get 11 ranks. 16 ranks. That's probably more. Is there like anything else like uniques that have like companion ranks or something? I don't know, maybe. But either way, I mean... And then you can do Stampede as well for an extra. Yeah, I don't believe it. That would be completely insane, you know? And then there's also the Moonrage. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna summon 84 companions. I will say you don't summon 84 companions, but I would be happy to be surprised. Shadow Step or Shadow Imbue is gonna be epilepsy build. Yeah, the problem with such builds is that you don't have enough imbuement charges. Like the only imbuement that I can actually kind of like perma spam is poison imbue. Unless you have something like... I mean, there are builds now where you can, for example, like Death Trap Rogue, right? Death Trap Rogue will just cast Death Trap like every second or something. And this will always give you like everything reset. So like here, you can have perma Shadow Imbue, for example. Because you always just cast Death Trap, so you press Shadow Imbue. Every time you press Death Trap, you press Shadow Imbue. So you have perma Shadow Imbue. So you can do that. But yeah. Make a Zoo Druid. Yeah, I'm not sure if it would even change the build very much. If, like, I don't know, maybe you're gonna include Poison Creeper now as a bit of like an AoE clear. Because I think the Wolves, even though they're like way stronger, I don't think they have good clear. And you can probably scale Poison Creeper enough now to kind of make it happen. There's cool passes though. I wonder like how good it's gonna be with the human form stuff. If there's enough. I mean, it's just like massively changed all this, yeah. The quick shift and heightened sensors and so on. And the shift synergies are still really strong. These bonuses are lost about 3 seconds in human form. Yeah. Gonna be tough. The companion skills each gain 1 additional companion and deal 50% increased damage. It's kind of cool. First class on PTR. We can make a poll if you want. I think Bloodlands and Bloodwave will be good with new changes. I know that Bloodlands is already not terrible, and now they're getting like a shorter cooldown on the extra Blood Orb generation. And Bloodwave is getting better, and Bloodwave also is going to have a shorter cooldown with like extra ranks and so on. So yeah, I think something like Bloodlands could actually pop off pretty hard because of all the Blood Orb generation you now have. I think Bloodlands should be pretty good. The skills have been buffed by 1, for example, 2 ravens instead of 1, 3 wolves instead of 2. I mean, our planner is also based on the game data, so why is it different from the Wowhead planner if they data mined it? I know Wowhead is like the data mine for all the items and stuff, but I'm not sure if their planner is also connected to the data mine in that way. Actually, there's one thing that we could check here, which is this. Okay, so this is the same as in the game. So when I played it, this armored hide, when you have 5 points, goes to 2. Resolve every 5 seconds instead of 1. And we don't really see anything like that happening on the Druid's companions, so I don't know. We'll see, I guess, tomorrow. Yeah, this is just the data mine here. Shaker? Thanks for the 30 months, by the way. Yeah, there's actually still more stuff I need to go through. There's like so much in the data mine, man. What is the theme for next season? I don't know, and I don't believe there's really gonna be much anyway. I think it's gonna be like season 4 style. Yeah, here, have your free resplendent spark and enjoy kind of thing. So, I don't expect much, to be honest, for the season theme. I mean, who would, so... Yo, I'm good, Sean. Hope you too. As a druid main, the spirit should be able to fight alongside us and count as a companion. The class ability is blind compared to the others. Spiritborn will overshadow druid in season 6. I mean, Shadowborn will... Spiritborn will overshadow everything, right? Like, there's no chance we're gonna have any build that is close to, like, the best builds of Spiritborn. Realistically, outside of, like, you know, crazy bugs, or the game just being generally too easy. I mean, if they make the high end of the difficulty levels too low, it might actually have, you know, multiple builds on classes, you know, outside of Spiritborn that will get there. Because we're gonna have some pretty crazy builds here. Like, it's just this rogue stuff alone here that, you know, like those 5 builds or something that we have here. Okay, I mean, I have high hopes for Death Trap build, Poison 3B also. And then, okay, Grenade, probably not like really top tier, but who knows, Enquiries Strike could be something, Dance of Knives, maybe more of a farming build. Shadow Step could be really powerful. Rain of Arrows even could be pretty powerful. And then we still have stuff like Andariels and Rapid Fire, right? All these old builds that are still gonna be there, it's just better. So we have pretty crazy stuff on the Rogue. They didn't nerf anything on Rogue for some reason. I'm very surprised. It'd be funny if Spiritborn comes out underwhelming. Nah, there's no chance it's gonna come underwhelming. I mean, they might nerf a few things from like the stuff that we have seen. We've been told that, you know, the numbers are not exactly final tuning. Like, this is actually an outdated version that we have in the data mine. So some of the stuff that looks insane on the Spiritborn is not going to be that insane, like the mythic weapon, I guess, and, you know, some of the key passives and whatever. So they're probably going to bring it down a little bit. But realistically, I expect, like, you know, out of the top 10 of the builds in the game, I expect, like, at least 7 of them to be Spiritborn, let's say. So, something like that. Is it possible to do a druid build that focus on a storm raven aspect? I don't think so, honestly. Like, the thing is that ravens are pretty shit. And giving a 50% buff that replaces some other probably 20 to 30% buff, you know, it can replace some other aspect. It doesn't exactly help very much. I mean, if this counts as lightning damage, and then the ravens suddenly can be buffed by Thunderstruck and by, I don't know, nature magic skill damage, and they can actually use like a few more things on your tree, Yeah, maybe it can get to the point where they do something, but I don't think they even are close to being useful currently. And they would need a lot of help. So I don't really believe this is enough. But we'll see, I guess. You hope there's some stuff that gives you immortality. Yeah, Spiritborn has like 2 or 3 mechanics that can make you immortal right now, it seems. Do you find hardcore is dead to start after maxing out and softcore and it's hard to group up? Hardcore is probably more popular than it has ever been right now. It seems very active. But I mean, you're also doing it at a time when, you know, it's like middle of the season. And not much is going on. Everyone's prepping for the expansion or for the PTR or whatever, so... yeah, of course, like there's not that much going on in hardcore anyway. You think the Spiritborn Mythic Lab is the final version? Yeah, I just talked about it. Like the Spiritborn tuning, like they have literally just told us the Spiritborn tuning is not final. Like all the stuff you see in the data mine is going to change. Or, I don't know, many things, you know. In the Mythic Glaive, I mean, everyone is like, oh, 27 skill ranks, ooh. But I mean, 27 skill ranks, you know, you also have teleport of 27 skill ranks on Oculus or something like that. And who cares? Whereas people that have like, I don't know, 50 ranks on Boulder, like, you know, it's just skill ranks don't really do that much at some point. So even if the Mythic Glaive is not going to change, it's actually an item that many builds will not even run. So, you know, they could probably just keep it as it is. Okay, the one thing they actually have to change, like the one thing that's actually OP about the Mythic Glaive is not the 27 ranks, it's actually the diminishment, the passive ranks. Because you can get to the point where I think you have like 90 or 95% damage reduction when you have diminishment fully stacked up on that weapon, plus the skill tree, plus the +1 passive chest. And who knows, maybe you can get this diminishment passive somewhere else, you could maybe get to 100% damage reduction. So that's like the real problem here, I think. Hey, Ace Ventus, thanks for Prime. Classic Druid getting stoned. The aspect is busted AF. Yeah, I mean, critting and overpowering is kind of cool. But you have to see that in the future, builds that want to crit will crit anyway, pretty much. Especially with the new Mythic Helm. And even if we don't have the new Mythic Helm, you know, crit builds generally crit, let's say. So that is not really a bonus outside of like, okay, you don't need that much crit chance on a gear. So the real bonus is overpowering. And then overpowering is kind of nice, but you still need like a lot of life to really get much out of it, or some other overpower synergies, which, let's be real, Spiritborn most likely won't have in their Paragons or the glyphs or anything like that. Because it's not an overpower class, right? So there is probably nothing that, you know, supports overpower outside of the base 50% multiplier on Spiritborn, and then the overpower additional additive damage scaling. But the additional additive they get from overpower is not going to be that large because glyphs now exist and go to level 100, and they're going to give you ridiculous amounts of additive damage. So overpower builds in general are going to lose a bit of value. And I think this two-handed Mythic Glaive, as cool as it sounds, is most likely not really going to be a weapon for many builds. It also only really works on single target. It doesn't work in like multi-target situations, right? It only marks like one guy. If like the boss spawns an ad, or who knows, maybe fucking Tomb Lord spawns the wall, and then the wall will be marked, and you're gonna cry. So it's like, yeah. I don't think that item is that good, actually, when I think about it. So... everyone is like pogging out about 27 to all ranks. But I don't think this is an item that many builds will actually run. And you have to see that Spiritborn only has 5 slots for offensive aspects. You have 2 rings, 1 amulet, 1 glove, and a 2-handed weapon. There's no one-handed offhand or something like that. So you have 5 slots for offensive aspects, and there's a lot of crazy legendary aspects. And then there's also like crazy unique rings and whatever, and you know, that Spiritborn has. So actually giving up your 2-handed aspect for the Mythic Glaive is not something that many builds really easily want to do. I'm going to get a raise for T4 next season. Yeah, we're planning something like maybe, you know, first clear of like highest difficulty Dark Citadel or something like that. So that's kind of like what I'm thinking about for like world first race. That could be pretty fun. We could make like one softcore version, one hardcore version or something like that. What's the general rule for uniques versus ancestral in terms of number of pieces? A good balance. I mean, ancestral is just the quality that can apply to uniques and legendaries. So you're talking about uniques versus legendary, I guess. And in that case, these days a lot of builds just run a lot of uniques in late game because mythic items are extremely high budget. It just kind of overshadow most other stuff in those slots, outside of some special examples. First T4 Uber Mephisto. Yeah, the problem is we don't know about, you know, something like Uber Mephisto. I mean, there's probably gonna be a Mephisto fight, but they've never teased anything, they've never said anything. Maybe closer to launch they will tell us or something like that. Right now, it's hard to prepare a race to Uber Mephisto if we don't even have confirmation that Uber Mephisto exists, or something like that. Or, you know, angels and demons. So maybe there's something else. First, the 100 glyph. I mean, that's just gonna be Rob. So we have to do something that is like kind of SSF viable and exciting and hard to do. What do you think about PoE2 new boss design? I was actually planning to make a video about PoE2, and actually in I think 3 hours we're gonna have a PoE2 podcast with Ziz and Baylor Mage and what was his name? Catmaster OP. He invited me to a podcast. They were all at Gamescom apparently, and yeah, he just asked me if I want to join, and I said, okay, let's go. So we're gonna talk about some PoE2 stuff later. But yeah. I still need to make a video from Gamescom and stuff, and I'm gonna talk about PoE2, but it's gonna be probably after PTR. We don't know anything about Paragon XP. Why won't they add leaderboards? That's a good question. The Gauntlet will be disabled for Season 6. I'm not playing Season 6. D4 bad. Okay. No D4 podcast. Yeah, actually I wanted to do one like last weekend. But then, yeah, like Nini and me went away on vacation. I wanted to do it on a Sunday and then kind of like got busy with other stuff and didn't really set it up. So maybe I should have done it on Saturday. But I can do it like maybe during the PTR or after the PTR. Maybe like in a week, for example, I might just do a podcast on D4. And after we've actually played it, so it's going to be a good time. Maybe gonna invite some blasters that were going ham on the PTR and we can talk about stuff. You really want API profiles to come back like in D3? I have good news for you. Actually, I'm not really sure. Did I ever say anything about this publicly? Anyway, I may have good news for you. But yeah. It seems like so little. 44 and 88. It's 92, 132. Wait a minute, didn't I calculate something else earlier? 29. That's 4. That's 2.2. 255. Why do I have so much less now? Wait. Wait, what is the base value? Oh, it's not 29 base value. The fucking base value is 20. So it is the same as Bash. Okay, I was starting with 29, but it's actually 20. So it's the same as Bash. Bash keeps for 20. Okay, this is why I calculated this number, and now the thing was showing less. So get 44 cleave. Okay, 88, so it's 132% cleave. Oof, could be enough, I don't know. I should do some calculation of like new helm versus cult and aimless. Here of perdition. I guess core skill ranks. Dude, the crit chance, like, oh my god, dude. Movement speed? How's the armor though? Yeah, I think if it's set up like this, there's like a 0 chance I'll have enough armor, right? Like, literally none. 300, this thing gives 340 armor, and we also want the imaginary strike ranks there. So I think I literally have to go something like Juggernaut in order to even get the armor. How much does Juggernaut give? 1400. So Juggernaut will still cap you on its own, basically. But you also need all that res. Like 340 armor, and we said each of these are gonna be 10% of what it was, right? So you're gonna get 450 armor here. And then like one roll, they're gonna be like 1,000. And the skulls are almost another 1,000. Okay, so maybe there's a chance to get it if you could do like a percent armor roll or like a GA armor or something. How much armor do we get on Paragons? So starting board doesn't have any armor anymore. 20, 30, 40, 60, 70, 90, 100. Ugh. I mean, there is more here. 140, 180. I guess Torment 3 would be quite viable, especially if I can maybe do something like this here. This might be enough. But, ugh. I suppose we don't need that slow anymore. The freeze. Hey, we don't need that either, right? Since we mobilize done. That's done already. So maybe I'll just do this. The slow DR. Wait, does the slow DR actually still exist? No. Slow DR is gone. Cheap shot nerfed. Is Juggernaut going to become mandatory next season? I wouldn't say mandatory, but Juggernaut has definitely gotten a lot better. Like, everyone wants to like put all these like mythics in their gear and stuff. But man, it's gonna be tough to actually sustain this. Okay, a lot of core skill ranks here. How much move speed is this? 29, 24, it's like 50 something boots. Like, holy shit, dude. We have way too much move speed. %6% crit chance against shield enemies. Do we even want that? I have 89% crit chance because the hell gives me a fuck ton. Left ring. And then we have the extra crit there. We have crit there. We have too much crit. Like, why do I... Like, I have too much crit. I didn't even put anything here. But I also can't really do much of the lucky hit. I can't do this. That's insane. Cheap shot, deadly ambush, validity, control. I wonder if it would actually be worth to just go for something like combat glyph. Combat glyph has become really good now. It's 23.5. What's the value at 100? 28.5. So it's like around 40% more than the chip glyph. And this is, again, roughly the same again. Like, it's almost double. So we have the small ones, which are 20.8. Then we have the bigger ones, which are 28.5. So there's like 3 steps, right? And then it's like some special stuff like grenades. Grenades is triple. So how much of a difference is that? 37% more. 75% more. Is that correct? Yes. So one is 37 and then 75. And then what about the grenade one? 61. This is 196%. Okay. I just put all these glyphs to 80 for now because we're not really sure how high we will go. I don't really expect to get something like higher than 80, for example, even after a massive grind. But yeah, it would be kind of interesting to just go on something like this glyph, yeah. It's also more crit damage. Look how much more additive this is, 220% more additive. That alone is probably like, I don't know, 8% DPS or something. Plus the crit is bigger. And we restore some of the energy, so maybe it would be worth going combat instead of control. Because your momentum build anyway. You get energy back. It doesn't work only just for core skills, it works for anything that spends resources. And with Shard of Erathiel, we actually do spend resources on the skill itself. It says energy cost, and we just get it back. And we just crit all the time. We have like more than 100% crit. There's no way to not take the crit, right? We could not take the crit here. Turn off this. The alternative is Cow of the Nameless. Now, how much damage is this versus Cow of the Nameless is a question. For a build that doesn't run precision. So right now we have 36% extra. Okay, let's assume we always crit anyway. Just look at the damage buff. So here we got 1.12. It's funny enough, it's multiplying with itself. So we get 1.12 3 times. It's actually 40% damage. So this 30/6 is inaccurate. Each stack multiplies, as far as I know. Or each rank multiplies? I think it's each stack. So that's pretty close to the prediction, but not quite. We also lose unstable elixirs though, which should be 3 ranks, yeah. So let's assume we have this always up. That's a 15. So unstable elixirs plus trigger attacks is actually the same damage buff as the here of prediction. And then what else does it have? It has like a hit chance, that doesn't really matter. It has a crowd control duration, which is somewhat useful, but not really. Because it should be proccing stuff all the time. And then we have rapid gambits, that doesn't matter. So yeah, I think we actually want this here. Because you always have a 6% buff. Trigger attacks will fall off. But okay, let's see. When you have a cow. Let's say 6 and 4. What? Late. How is Nova dealing with the 5 board limit? Disparage, I guess. He's doing 40 pit runs to get level 80 reasonable for all the glyphs. I don't know. They haven't really told us like how high you can know the glyphs based on the pit you're doing. But I expect it's gonna work very similar to D3, where if the glyph is higher than the pit, you're gonna start going towards basically 0 chance to upgrade very soon. So the question is, are we expecting to clear something like a, let's say, pit 70? Probably not. So maybe some really crazy in-game builds or something might do that. Jo, welcome, Asman. Can I explain the ear of perdition power? The air, it's just like 60% damage buff all the time. And then when you're in party and there's other people that also have the helm, then sometimes you have double the effect and someone else has none. So this might actually be like a group play thing, where you have like maybe a boss killer and a trash killer and some support, and then everyone wears that helm, and then, you know, for example, doing the pit, then, you know, the guy that, like, the supports don't kill anything, and the boss killer doesn't kill anything, so just a trash killer getting the buff from all three. And then likewise, when the boss comes, and then the boss killer steals the buff from the other guys. But yeah, we'll see, I guess, if that's actually a thing. Is the Petrify rune going to be biz in most crit builds? That depends on how reliably you can trigger it during your nuke phases. But Petrify is definitely strong. And then I guess you could go on the Druid and even like 10% for like Petrify duration. I don't think the new Ravens aspect is good, but we'll see how it works. If it works very optimistically, like it takes all of the nature magic tags and lightning tags and whatever, then maybe. No. Okay, I need to ask the guys again, but this damage is definitely quite a lot. Counter Nameless is just so much damage. And if boss fights are not really such a big problem, you might still run Counter Nameless instead of the Perdition Helm. Like, especially if boss fights are just kind of like whatever, then you're gonna be better off with the Cowl still, instead of the Perdition Helm. But if bosses matter a lot, then I guess it's gonna be that. Poison a gate chance against crowd controlled enemies. We'll see. How many skill rings is this on an Invigorating Strike? 27, yeah. I guess you'd rather go for the GA armor there than anything. Okay, I have to also distribute a few points here. Let's do this. We could do something like this here. Could do 1 point in. I have it already. Okay. Just those 2 extra points, like -5 base cooldown. It's not terrible, actually. Innovation, Impetus. Okay. Alchemist Fortune. How long does this last? 4 seconds. Okay. Yeah, something like that, I guess. Let's save this. The strongest rogue build without having undies. It's probably Rapid Fire. Otherwise, just for like a really good farming build or leveling build, I can do Arrow Storms. I also took Arrow Storms all the way to tier 8 hordes, so it works pretty well, even late game. Okay, what is this again? This is Poison TB. It's unstable elixirs. We could probably try to throw in like 1 or 2 points and 2 attacks. Give it debilitating toxins. Don't think I really have the points for this. Preparation, Markanov's Wake. Let's do Second Wind. We can do Alchemist's Fortune. We have Bursting Venoms there. Can do Deadly Venom. I mean, it's a lot of crit chance. It's 24% crit chance, even 36 if we go for the 3rd point. Maybe I take out one from Siphoning, we take this, yeah. Since you also have healing from Doom. Innovation, Poison Imbue. I'm very excited to try this, man. I think this build's gonna be extremely powerful, man. Like, Poison TB on live server is already not bad. You can hit like 2 billion plus DPS on hardcore with this. And it should probably do something like quintuple the damage or so in this patch. Maybe more. Like 10 billion plus DPS. Like, no pre-stat squish. I don't know what's gonna be with the stat squish. It should definitely be pretty strong. I think something like that. Did you spend all these points? Yes. Requires ranged weapons. All these innovation ranks here. Second wind. Where is this coming from? We have innovation here and innovation there. Question is why? I think this is not necessary if you just put a few points in Aftermath. Which we do have, actually. Okay, so maybe this is gonna help me. Maybe the rapid fire costs twice, so we get like double the amount of rapid fire shots, giving us a bit of innovation procs and then like stun proc, slow proc. So just immobilize instead. Let's replace all these like slow procs with immobilize procs. Nice new thumbnail. Thank you, Last Child. How many skill points are we on average saving by not having to use this passive because they rearrange those? Barely any, actually. There are some cases where they made it easier to access some of them passives, but most of the paths are not really changing, I think. Yeah, okay, you can go from innovation to haste, and you don't have to go through adrenaline rush. Like, there are some cases of like passes where you just kind of like path through, and you save like a point here, a point there. But I don't think it's more than 2 or 3 on the build most of the time. Like one thing that's cool for rogues, for example, is like you can get Shadow Imbue at like level, I don't know, 6 or so. And then you can directly take Consuming Shadows, you don't have to take Shadow Crash. So you just go from Shadow Imbuement directly there, which is cool. You get the energy regen. So for leveling, this is kind of big early game. But yeah, most of the time it barely matters, I'd say. But I like the general like pathing they have done, like, you know, like the new connections that we have and these kind of things. It's kind of nice. Random sturdy. Oh, we should take actually the 1 point there. F. I mean, we do have healing from Aftermath. If you heal 1.5 seconds per second, probably like 2. Dude, the setup has 2.8k dexterity, man. What the hell? So many stats from all the Paragons. It's actually wild. And that's funny because I have these glyphs here. This thing has 57 int. With just this one node. It's literally this, plus 52 int. That's it. Okay, there's no other int node. It's kind of funny. It's even maxed out. Here's a random dex node. Okay. Yeah, I wonder how we're gonna do on armor after this. So we might have to like just put more armor and stuff. Like here's armor, there's armor. Okay. What I think about clandestine. Yeah, the only reason to use it is to get more damage reduction on Dark Shrouds. But you don't really want to do that. Instead, you sort of try to get defense elsewhere and not waste your offensive slot for that. Or if you want to waste the offensive slot for defense, then you can use Doombringer, which does the job way better. I mean, if you really want to be very, very greedy and make like a speed farming build where you go like all in on dash ranks to go very fast with the cooldown, sure, I guess. But for Shadow Step, for example, the extra ranks don't help with the cooldown, they only help with damage. And I mean, there is a Shadow Step build now. But you can just, you know, get Shaco, Boots, and you have like, I don't know, 20 ranks on Shadow Step anyway or something like that, and then you're not gonna go for like +3 ranks from Clandestine. Or I guess you can also use it for Dance of Knives, theoretically, but I mean, that's the way stronger aspects or uniques. Now we can take everything on the 5 boards we have. I mean, I guess the expectation is not that we reach level 300 immediately, right? So at least I am always trying to keep like some points, because I know what, you know, the builds will be, or how hard it will be to get there. So you should have like a bit of an idea of what is the important stuff that you want to take on each board, which is usually, okay, go for legendary, go for the glyph. Or rather, you go for glyph than the legendary, because usually legendary nodes are situated further from the gates than the glyphs. The glyphs are always exactly 10 slots away from the gate. And very often you pick up something around the glyph, so getting to the next gate is usually like 5 to 6 to 7 points maybe. Whereas, for example, here, I think it's like 13 points or 12 points to get from the gate to Eldish Bounty. So this takes way longer. So usually you want to go for the glyph, and from the glyph go to legendary node. Unless it's something like this, yeah. In some cases, you know, there's like a very short path from like a good cluster nearby. So you do that. Same here. But one thing is certain, you will always path at least to a glyph. And then very often from the glyph you also path out again, or you could path out. For example here, 1, 2, 3, 4, boom, right? So maybe I should actually rearrange this and get this there. For example here we can do this. This is 5 points, and this is only 4, so I should actually do that. Just an example. Actually, this is even 6 here, look. So we do this instead. Only save 2. Which won't really matter all that much anymore, since I guess at some point actually picking up random dex nodes is probably the way when you have so much additive and stuff. But yeah, just like, you know, like you get there faster, so. When is the PTR starting? Should be in 25 hours. Okay, we have 13 points here. Let's go. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, 5 points in Aftermath just from the pants is probably fine. I think we will need more. Want the cooldown? What's our cooldown here? 44, and then trap cooldown, ultimate cooldown, 3 hit twice, double damage with death trap. Okay, what do we do with all these points now? I guess he wants some siphoning. We got this. Get agile ranks as well, okay. Yeah, I wonder if this is actually correct, man. This is so much fucking move speed. 166. Like, boom, that's it. And now what? Oh, it's just this. Okay, so I actually have enough like this to be capped. We don't even need like the GA. Funny enough. Or we do this. And then it's gonna be very easy. So those two alone are already almost there. Yeah, in this case you wouldn't even need the trap cooldown here. We can do something else. But it has damage already. Could do like a defensive tempo or some shit. Could actually just do an armor tempo. Honestly, this is not a bad idea, I think. Just do an armor temper. Or like a rest temper and put armor there. Because they might not have enough armor. With all these uniques, it's gonna be kind of tough to hit the armor. Literally put lighting rest tempo on the neck. Do an armor roll here. Kick. Do this. I think this might actually be the way. Wonder if you're gonna have enough res. Ah, looks like it. Something like that, maybe. Still have 8 points though. I'm very excited for this Death Trap Rogue. This might be the first thing I'm gonna try once I level a little bit. Can increase damage after evading. This extra crit chance. How much crit is this? We have 67, 70, 87. And with trigger attacks 100 anyway. So it may be fine. But it could get to 100% crit chance with Trap Mastery. After moving 15 meters, the next core and ultimate skills deal 8% increased damage. I actually need to log in now. I need to try this. Maybe this is something for rapid fire. Not for rain of arrows. 12% damage after evading, not good. Yeah, when do you want to evade though? What coin do you not get if you don't buy the expansion? You buy the expansion. Full stop. That's it. So yeah, you can play the tutorial basically, but you will not really participate in anything, you know, that the rest of the community does. So there's no Spiritborn, there's no Nahantu, there's no Citadel, there's no Mercenary, there's no Undercity. And I mean, probably most of the, you know, seasonal stuff or whatever new stuff comes, it's also not going to be there. So yeah, you can play the game, but it's mostly going to be like, okay, for someone who has never played Diablo 4, it would be okay to just play the base game until, you know, they're like 30 hours in, and then you have to buy the expansion to actually play the game. Dime. Hey, Crucible. Alright, so I wonder if you can do some fancy stuff here where... Oh, I'm not even getting Impetus. Interesting. Look how long it takes to proc Impetus. But I wonder if it's because I'm doing this. I think this takes way longer than it should. Why does it take so long? I think it's not counting it properly because of the turning. It's literally not proccing. So fucking far, man. What if you run a bit and then attack? Am I going to get the next proc immediately? No, it's only after you consume one proc. Actually, I want to try this. So if I consume... So around here... Okay. Now we proc that. Let's walk up a little bit again. Attack. Do we get it here again? No. Okay, after consuming, it starts counting. Dude, 50 meters is so fucking far. It's like off screen, dude. And this is with the zoom out. To the top right. It's 50 meters, dude. What? Wait a minute. Why do I get it here? I'm like very far away from where it was. The fuck? Let me turn first. Now it's here. How did that happen? Maybe I just like saw it too late and I... So interesting, it seems like a dash is maybe exactly 7.5 meters. Okay. And I think they fixed a lot of stuff with Impetus. I remember in the past when you dashed, it was very fucked. You had to do like some weird magic with dashing in the right moment in order to not lose the Impetus. Like I remember like doing like one-shot rogue in season 2. Interesting, okay. So good news is it's way easier to use now. So this means that every second hit we will do it actually, right? Maybe a bit more than that actually, if I start a step around or whatever. So maybe we should try to include this. Not in Death Trap rogue, but in Vein of Arrows rogue if you can. It's 8%. Basic, agility, and some of your skills. Deal 5% increased damage. What about the Invigorating Strike? We do have an ultimate. I kind of want to use it regularly. It is a lot of damage though. On the other hand, every time like I fight some boss or something, I don't really want to like move around just to proc Impetus. It's gonna be very annoying. We do have other good stuff to take. But yeah, I could remove debilitating toxins. Or something like that. And get it. But I'd rather get Death Trap ranks, I think. But yeah, for this Rain of Arrows rogue, the intention actually is that he do a dash. Basically every time to proc Dawn's Macabre. Well, not even every single time, I just realized. Ability or subterfuge, so it's like sometimes I dash, sometimes I smoke. Sometimes I caltrops. Caltrops is also mobility, right? Okay. Just need to do one in between. Do like Rain of Arrows, caltrops. Rain of Arrows, dash. Rain of Arrows, smoke. Rain of Arrows, dash. Rain of Arrows, smoke. Rain of Arrows, smoke. Rain of Arrows, dash. Something like that. So... I guess no Impetus after all. And here... Safe. Doesn't preparation reset your skill cooldown? It does. It resets everything besides the ultimate itself. But you have to like activate some stuff, right? Like when we're talking about the Vein of Arrows stuff, you need to get the Kaltos out every so often. You have to do the dash for the crit buff. You have to just smoke in it every 5 seconds. So yeah, the idea is to cast like one Rain of Arrows, I don't know, every 1.5 seconds maybe. It's like Rain of Arrows, rapid fire, dash, Rain of Arrows, rapid fire, smoke, Rain of Arrows, rapid fire, dash, Rain of Arrows, rapid fire, Caltrops, Rain of Arrows, rapid fire, smoke, or something like that. So yeah, so basically do like a rotation between those 3 skills and the other. And then I'm not sure if the Poison Spear is even needed here. I'm not sure why we do it exactly, but on the other hand, we are getting this 30 energy there. Because we only have 3 ranks in Aftermath. So just pressing... Actually, just pressing Poison Imbuement will give us 30. And 25 is like 55 energy. And this gives us 75. So this is actually 130 together. Okay, and then plus the regen, plus... Yeah, so that's also really nice, because just having Poison Imbuement just gives you so much energy. Okay. Yeah, I think it's gonna be pretty good. Very excited to see this in action. I don't think we even need the Harlequin. Maybe I should not go for the Harlequin. It might be kind of unnecessary here. We could go for the new Helm with the 60% damage. And the 4 ranks is kind of nice and all. But 9 ranks, how much does that do? Yes, 28.5% just on those 4 ranks. That's a lot. Unequip. Ultimate. Why do we get ultimate skill ranks? I wonder. Do we have that anywhere? Nick maybe? Who knows? No. I wonder if that actually exists. Not here. Not here. Nope. Nope. What about weapon? It seems like Rain of Arrows ranks do not exist. Besides Shaco, basically. Or maybe some uniques. Not even rings have it. Yeah, so it might not be a thing. You could Dark Shroud of Kanduras. Yeah, you can get a lot of uptime on the Dark Shrouds if you do Rain of Arrows every second. That's pretty good, yes. So you can do that. You also get the nice non-physical damage bonus there. It's actually a nice offensive buff as well for the setup. It might be worth going for that. But yeah, I mean, like a lot of res and armor and everything then. It's gonna be tough. Actually, now that I think about it, I might need Shaco for the maximum resource. Is there another good way of getting maximum resource? There's nothing on the Paragons or the tree. Only momentum, which you're not using for the setup. My question is, could we use momentum? We could actually. That's an interesting thought. We could play this. No, never mind. A chemical mixture, so never mind. So, but previously it would have been possible at least to do momentum flurry or something. Yeah, we kind of need the Shaco for the maximum resource. Or is that still a thing on rings? No. Is there any other uniques that have maximum resource that will be usable here? check this here, I guess. Yeah, you have 2 seconds immune, but I don't think you can reset. Oh, you're missing the links here, by the way. Okay. I don't think you can reset a Dark Shroud while it's running. It's like similar to the other immunities as far as I know, so even preparation doesn't reset it. Can't really think of anything that would give me extra maximum resource. Where's Lucion's crown? That also doesn't have it anymore, actually. It used to have it. Yeah, so Shaco is kind of required, I guess, for this. But you only need like a little bit of cooldown. Okay. Any other builds need to fix before I can go and maybe do like something for the other build? I want Dance of Knives, actually. I think I haven't done that. And a grenade. Alright. Also has big cooldown. I guess we do this. This was supposed to be the new chest, I suppose, which I never put. Shroud of False Death. I guess you only care about life and stuff. Okay, now we have Impetus already. We have 1 point in Adrenaline Rush. Not sure for what reason. Dance of Knives to cast twice. Dance of Knives cast twice. So it's 58. And it's 87. 89. 90, 97. So I do this basically. Boom. And this. And we do the star shards. Because we have stolen vigor here. 75%, dude. Holy. And this is synergy. 110%. So I wonder if that's snapshots for the entire channel. It's gonna be interesting to see for the Dance of Knives. Incinerate Sword can be good on PTR. Yeah, I mean, Incinerate is one of the weaker builds on the sword you can do, but it works. Okay, what do we do with all these points? We even have Rugged already in this planner. So I guess I can do something like the target practice. How much crit do we have? We have 62. And we could also do this here if you want. So this is 9. Another 9. So you're up at 80. 100 with tricks anyway. 90 with this. Can't really do anything here. Yeah, we have Heartseeker as well, so we probably don't really need this. Any poison action? No. Dude, I have so many points. I can do more here. I probably want to do Dance of Knives. Ranks. So I guess no Penitent Greaves actually, right? Unequip. I guess do Frostbitten. Yeah, we want to do this, I think. Too bad. And probably like armor or something. Heartsick Adoration, Heartsick Adoration, Fist of Fate. Not 37% speed. This is like 25, 50. So let's do this. How much damage is this? And from... That's 44% DPS. Okay, that should definitely be worth it. And we crit basically all the time. Instead of penitence, so this can definitely need a way. Mm-hmm. My Coldress is missing like 8. And we got all of this fire, lightning. Ah, they are not like properly. Okay, I'm getting some here as well. Wow, 100.1% overcapped. Easy. Doesn't have the Torment 4 calculation yet. This doesn't seem like a build that will go to Torment 4 anyway, I think. But we'll see. Lightning Rest is like super overcapped. Fire Rest. Got the lightning there and there. 60 overcapped, 25 overcapped, 100. Okay. Oops. Yeah, I think I actually want to like prioritize life rolls over dex rolls or something. I imagine it's gonna be kind of tough to survive because so many builds gonna be so squishy with all these like crazy uniques and stuff. And like all the armor and rest requirements you now have to hit. You actually want to just go for like life. Since there's so much dex anyway, I think main stats just kind of like lost a lot of value. You also have these like insane dex gems now in your gear and stuff. You actually just want to put life here, I think. Because I mean, what's the difference? This is 200, that's actually outdated. So yeah, like let's say 2500 dex. By 0.9. 500. Like 2.7 plus 1. So like this. Versus let's say 2100. So how much DPS difference is that? It's like 13% DPS difference, but I added so much extra life. Probably worth it, just like put more life rolls. I wonder how hard it will be to survive. We'll find out, I guess. Why not take 12% damage after evade passive? Yeah, it doesn't really fit into many builds. Like, certainly not Dance of Knives, where the intention is just like channel all day long. I don't think it's like a very good passive for most builds. I mean, yeah, it's like kind of nice in like early game or something when stuff is slow. But for like a late game, like which build actually evades? Yeah, Grenade Rogue, we're gonna put this because Grenade Rogue evades, you know, as part of the damage rotation. But most builds don't really evade very much. What do you want to do? Like here we do, I already have it actually. So Thanks, Filmic. What's up, Planner? Another Dance of Knives gamer. Let's see. With Blade Shift and combo points. Yeah, you kind of have to go Blade Shift if you want to do combo points, I think. Doing it for range is not really happening. So you didn't take tricks out of trade, I guess. You have Eldritch Bounty and Poison as a poison variant. And then Chemical Admixture. So you want to spin in the thing, and you have a Pit Fighters to go stealth. Yeah, I wonder how realistic this is. I wonder if I can snapshot this damage on next attack. This could be kind of good combo. You go into stealth from this. And technically, I guess you can channel it so long that you can actually just press concealment if you want. I'm not sure if you really want to do this. This might be a bit of a waste. Because also, it only lasts 6 seconds. The smoking. So maybe you actually want to just do concealment on the bar. But this could work. I think it's going to be very inconvenient though. Fire and cold damage. I think I should probably go for the master. What do you want to do? Fire and cold? Ah, wait, it's for the alchemical. 11:24. Okay. Yeah, not bad actually. Wait, does it work? No, poison, shadow, cold. Just one of them works. Unlucky, okay. It's a funny idea. I mean, I built twisting blades a little bit like this. I think the frostbite might be overkill though. No? You already have shadow there. You give up the skill ranks. No, the skill ranks are here. You give them out from this one. I think I want the skill ranks at least. Yeah, it will depend on like if you can snapshot this stuff or not. Like, I just built a cold setup now. And I hope that synergy can be snapshot. And I guess you hope that the stealth can be snapshot. That's also not bad. Yeah, it adds cold damage. If you don't have any other source. I mean, if Rakanov, you have fire. You have poison from the poison imbue, and then you have like any element from your temper. So you don't need the Frostburn to proc the alchemical admixture. If you don't know Rakanov boots, then Frostburn makes a lot of sense. What's up, Little Talks? Hello, you guys only. I'm doing great, and you? The forums are wild. What's going on in the forums? You scaled up Shrouded and Elemental Surge, you can clear tier 7 fairly easily. Nice. Stealth will be up permanently with Smoke Grenade. Yeah, I really wonder what happens actually when you channel and then enter stealth automatically from the Smoke Grenade. Maybe it's just gonna be stealth while shooting out. This could actually be... I need to try this actually. Maybe it just doesn't cancel stealth while you channel. Imagine you just go around completely invisible, kill everything. That'd be nuts. Hi Nymphona. Thank you for the sub, by the way. Okay, I still have some more points to spend here. Let me do that, and then we move on to the grenade setup. I just want to make sure I got all this stuff here, and then I want to start working on Mighty Throw Barb and Stone Burst Druid and some other stuff, I guess. Also, I want to see like what's the viability of something like human form Druid. Boulder used to be human form, for example, as a build, but I think no longer. Dude, I have 6 points, man. What the fuck am I gonna do? So dodging attack in damage reduction. It's a dodge chance 21. It's only 6% DR. It's not that crazy. We don't really care about innovation. Haste. We should just have cat movement, right? Actually, we gain... Okay, let's see. We get 20%. We have 146. And then we get yeah, just like way too much from the boots. I mean, it's kind of done with movement speed, I guess. Can do one there, maybe. Yeah, not going for this poison stuff is... Can do Alchemist's Fortune, since they have Fist of Fate. Can proc stuff. Smoking is gonna be up anyway. I guess it's gonna put like 1 point there, 1 point there, and let's go. Closer, control, versatility. I wonder if I should like replace this here with combat. Which is kind of funny since the secondary effect of combat doesn't really help us. But it has a lot more additive than this. Like this additive is like 22.2, dude. And this has 66.5. Just the additive is probably just so much more. How much is this? 440. How much ink can we do? 39. That's not very much. We get like 8 times this benefit. Which is like... It's still more than the closer glyph, actually. And then we get a better legendary bonus as well. Which is kind of funny. I have Headhunter, man. Just stack decks, I guess. All the other stuff. I wonder how much armor we're gonna get from strength. If it's still gonna be like 1-to-1 or so. That'd be very helpful. This is weird. From Heartseeker for 0.1% damage. There will be a rogue setup similar to God Dominator. Yeah, it's the one I just did here. It's the Dance of Knives. It's a new skill that's like God H spinning. Headhunter should steal elite affixes. Too bad, huh? Okay, for the grenade rogue, what do we do? Do you have like any way of poisoning stuff? I'd kind of like to have a chemical and this, yeah. Get innovation, Starless. I know we can do second wind, I suppose. And rugged. Agile. Evasive. Kind of weird, I gotta say. .44 movement speeds. It's like 50, 70. Do you have any other like movement speed buff here? Or is that just it? We're actually missing like speed. Since we have innovation there, and we might need it. Chance of failure to hit twice. And then grenade size. What about grenade damage? It's not more. What about the ring with grenades? I guess early game you can do the saboteur signets, and then later Starless. Can do aftermath at one point. It feels such a like such a scuffed skill tree, honestly. With like all these defensive passives that I don't really care about. Here, 1, 2, 3. I don't know. Like we're not investing into any of our skills or anything. No imbuement. Just this 1 point there. I guess I can take out 1 there. Wait, to put like a random point. Where was that? Yeah, we do this. Don't think we need that 0.5% heal per second. It's fine. I really wonder if I should just go for Twisting Blades instead of Flurry. It's a lot faster, but harder to sustain. But faster and more cost means more Sigurd procs, more preparation procs. So if you can sustain it, then this would be kind of cool. And here, I guess you'll... I wonder if it would be worth to just go for newer helm. Mobilize, freeze, slow daze, stun from the grenade. Yeah, we need to have 2 defensive aspects to make this work. I wonder if I can get away without a Shaco, but it'll be tough. So we don't have any other cooldown reduction. We have 54. Right, so 46% left. 2.3. That's some evade cooldown reduction. 1.6. At least we don't need this. We can do this. But I can't put other boots because I need evade cooldown reduction, and I can't really remove the Harlequin crest. Unless I go like ham on cooldown elsewhere. Or we do 2 attacks between our evades. That's another option. 1, 2, evade, 1, 2, evade, 1, 2, evade. That's probably also not worth it. Yeah. Morning, Sukasa. Morning, Panda. How's it going, guys? Isn't it like a very early finish on Panda or very late finish? Who knows? Season 7 could be season of mythic gloves, boots, and pants. Why they didn't do those is beyond me. Yeah, it's beyond me as well. Why don't we just equip mythic in every single slot, man? Why do we even have to Theorycraft builds? Like, can these devs not like fix their game? Why can't I just log in and have 13 mythics equipped? Very late stream for Banda, okay. Anyway, isn't int 1 to 10 all res? I mean, right now, actually 100 int is 2.5 all res, I think. Yeah, 100 int is 2.5 all res. And strength is 1 to 1 with armor. But this is like season 5. We don't know about the season 6 values. I'm pretty sure this has changed. I'll be very surprised if you just like stick 600 strength and you get 600 armor for it. That would be crazy. Considering they made it like roughly 10 times more valuable now. I absolutely expect it's gonna be something like, I don't know, maybe 500 strength with 100 armor or something. Make the season journey, drop a mythic for each slot. Let's go. Every rank of the season journey is 1 mythic. I have 95.8% crit chance. It seems like way too much. But very interesting to see this in action. Too bad I can't put the runes just yet. I should check out the runes again a little bit. Enjoy the casa. Yeah, I mean, it's launched a new expansion. I suppose it's pretty good. I haven't really heard much about it, actually. How is it? How's the war within? Did we do the Shadow Step broke? No, actually. Okay. So let's see what else we can do here. There's also Heartseeker, Tricks or a Trade. Oh, I never even did the, I think this is just this one, right? Cast mobility, increase the damage of the next skill. Basically. Just like Shadow Step, Shadow Step, Shadow Step, Shadow Step, Shadow Step. I wonder if stuff can consume it. Like if you cast Shadow Step and then Cold Imbuement, I wonder if the Cold Imbuement just like consumes it. That'd be kinda shitty. But yeah, we definitely want to do this here. We also need to fix the glyphs, so... Not sure if I even want the control glyph. We definitely don't want the ambush glyph anymore. Yeah, this build needs a bit of work actually, so there's some stuff to do here. We got turf, closer, ambush is out, and control maybe as well. Not a huge mobility cooldown. That's kind of cool. The mobility cooldown, we want to pick that. The close TR is cool too. We want to get the res. We got this. Let's take the distant DR as well, just because we can. And this is 4, 7. Okay, what do we do? Damage to shield of frozen targets is 28.5. We can actually do versatility. Non-basic and non-core deal 25% increased damage. That's pretty legit. Versatility might actually be something here. Is this a close quarters build? That's momentum. So that's damage and damage. That's, yeah, I guess stuff like versatility glyph just doesn't matter anymore, right? Like every glyph node is now offensive. It's just like one damage or the other damage. So it's very strange. I wonder if there's like just some hidden node here, or buggy, or if they actually change the pathing like this. For some reason the planner still thinks it's connected, which is very sus. Let's take the res, let's take the DR, let's take the armor. Okay, anything else? So we could, worst case, we just always take Headhunter. It's like the last resort here. Snare, Night Stalker, Ranger, Fluidity. So this is 10% increased damage, also plus magic nodes. Efficacy. Diminish. Now, if you always crit, you could also do something like combat. Even though we don't really spend resources. There's also Canny. Canny as an option. Only 44 strength here. Actually, I think this setup was made before anything. That's like one of the oldest planners I made for Season 6. Like we have like, not even like the radius 5 here. Or if we just do Canny. The idea is that we do call the imbuement all the time, right? There's Shadow Step cooldown. I wonder if we need it. If we do this. Delete this. New chest. Log in. Okay. Yo, is that why you chose the nickname afterwards? $20? Easy. Okay, what's the cooldown on our Shadow Step right now? We have base cooldown 56. So it's 9. It's 46. So it's 4 seconds. And then we have movement skill. 3.65. Yeah, we kind of need this one Shadow Step cooldown temper in order to do like permanent Shadow Stepping. This means we don't have that much here on like the Cold Imbuement cast, unfortunately. Unless we put the Shadow Step cooldown on the neck, and we put the Cold Imbuement here, and then we can like go for more. This might actually be the way. Like even if I remove all this is still 13.2. So this makes it 3.15. I think this might be fine, but I need like a GA cooldown Shaco if you want to do something like that. Or put some points here into mobility cooldown, or go for just like more. But okay, let's do this. Let's do... Wait. Goes leave out one of these, huh? You can do both. Shadow Step. Ah no, this is resource. But I can do mobility cooldown. Like this. Okay. I guess that works. What's our crit here? So something like this. So something like this. Still live. Wonder if we're gonna have enough armor in this. The rest seems okay. Shadow Step cleaves. Let's go triple on that if we can. I should calculate how is the cleave versus weapon mastery. Now, how does a cleave actually work with bash? So if you go and just bash something, and then you have to bash cleave. Ah shit, my barb is dead now, right? I don't have a barb. Okay. I'd like to test this, but I don't know how now. So if you just like randomly bash one target, you get one hit, the bash, that's it. But if you have the bash cleave, do you actually get 2 hits? Or does it add together? With the bash cleave, it gets whatever extra damage it has as AoE from the cleave. But the main target still only takes damage once. But it's like increased. How does it work? I actually never checked that. Ashira's Kanjar would be very nice though for this, I think. Rogue should also get a free 4 CD passive. Yeah. Just give everyone CDR. Evocation gonna be very nice. I think it's 1 hit with new multiplier on all targets. Okay, so it's basically 100% base damage. And then you add cleave plus 88%. So it's 188%. It cleaves for plus 88%. I think that's how it works, right? So it's 100% plus 88 plus 44 plus 44. So it's all one number. I think that's how it works. Just your barb is dead. All barbs are dead. Wait, what happened with that? Got an update on D4. What is it? I don't think there's... Actually, there's like some hotfixes today. Yeah. Did like some little patches and bug fixes and stuff. How much gold do we have? I have like 6.5 billion right now or something. Patches up! Exclamation mark. Wow. Log in. WordPress in 2.5 hours as well, guys. Log in. Okay, how many code imbuement cards do we have? This is 5, 5, 2, so this is 12. This is 14 cold imbuments. Honestly, we have so much cold imbuement, we could probably get to the point where we don't need the synergy aspect. Maybe I should not run the synergy stuff. We put Stone and Vigor there, which is a 100% bonus. We say fuck Heartseeker. Actually can we get to the point where we don't need to sort of trade. I guess if we take Eldritch, we could. Lasts for 9 seconds. I might do this, actually. Actually, now that I think about it, maybe we should play Shadow Immune with a chemical admixture and go poison. That might actually be the way. Which is kind of funny. But it can proc, like there's so much like a hit. It can proc everything. Dude, I have 14 points, what am I gonna do? Can do one there. Guess you can do this. Can do this. Now what? That'd be very funny actually. Just play this as a poison build. Go bursting venoms, poison imbue. Get like, you only need like one poison temper as well. You can do like a defensive temper or some shit. Or like a movement temper. I mean, you're gonna have like perma movement cap anyway, I guess, with just shadow stepping, so it's fine. You don't really need movement speed. Get at least one temper there. It could be like more cooldown. You could maybe even get rid of Harlequin Crest if you go for enough mobility cooldown tempers. Could be kind of interesting to play this as a poison variant. Let's see how that goes. Agile actually gives us... Yeah, we actually have perma agile, so we can do that. Can do Alchemist's Fortune or something. Let's do this. What patch? There's not really much in this patch. Yeah, Season Journey is now complete if you have only 5 health type commanders instead of 20. The rest just has a random bunch of bug fixes. So... It's a lot of points. Yeah, I mean, I honestly think it was a mistake to increase the number of points. I think it's fine that we level to 60, but I think they should have removed the points on Renown. You know? Giving us, like, probably 3 extra points anyway. Actually, it will be only 1 extra point then, right? Because we're probably gonna get a point at 60, instead of right now at 50 we don't get a point, we get Paragons. So in the new system, I think we're gonna get a point at 60, and we're gonna get 2 more from Renown, so we have 13 extra points. And I think it would be nice if we just removed all of the Renown points and we only get 1 more than we currently had. Because now it's just kind of like, okay, just pick up all this shit. Like, who cares? Just pick everything. You know? It's kind of weird. I don't like it too much. Okay, let's fix this here first of all. We still have to decide. Canny? We have turf here. Let's make this canny. Make this an int node. This looks very weird. Okay. Also looks weird. Oh, bugger. Okay. So... Dude, is that actually the path? That's actually the path, man. For an int node. Int glyph here. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna move tricks out of trade. Because like this you have to do a Heartseeker shot every 8 seconds, and I don't think I really want to. I think I have so much cold imbuement that we can just Shadow Step. Shadow Step, Shadow Step, Shadow. This is plus 4. It's like 14 imbuments. And we can use it every 6 seconds with such a Shaco. So this would mean more than 2 per second. We're not gonna do 2 Shadow Steps per second anyway. Now what do we do here though? Devious now works, but it buffs magic now, which is not really cool. Actually, wait a minute, is Shadow Step damage better now? Better. Ah, they removed the Shadow Step temper. So never mind, I guess. You can still put turf. There's actually a lot of strength here. Turf is not bad. I guess everything that we hit will always be close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In that case, we should rotate. What about control glyph? I kind of don't want to do this one. We also have to do this now. Maybe take the armor as well while you're here. Damage to healthy and armor is also not a bad idea. This might be really useful. This is sus. Where is this connected to? There's infusion. But yeah, we don't need that non-physical stacking. How much crit does this? Can we just go combat? We have like 60, 70, 80, 100% crit with caltrops, I guess, if you want to do that. And instead of like this, like one of these Dark Shadow tempers, we can just do like a Cult Observation temper, I think. So it'd not be such a bad idea. 65% makes this 11.5 seconds, which is way more comfortable. I can't really decide on any of these. He's gonna throw in a headhunter, honestly. There's like so much stats here. It's also a lot of stats there. Instead of control. We are freezing and stuff. But a lot of stuff here also just want a one-shot. I want to go there. Can do this. Which is kind of funny. 16.8% damage. Wait, does it count the dex here or what? Ah, no, it's just the bonus there, okay. Damage and close range reduction, close damage. Percent damage. Wait, how does it count this together? Cutthroat damage? The close is just not displayed, I suppose, it looks like. Okay, I'm gonna add something there. Can move 5 points there. Okay, we have to make a variant now. Remove this. I'll do Eldritch. Yeah, it was utility, and this is imbued and non-physical, which is fine. Like this. Too much dex. Okay. Imbuement cooldown. There's the res, so you can go down here, take this. I can go this side. Which is also pretty juicy, you get the life there. Which means you can also probably go out there. At the very least you want to get this. Here's res. It's like the armor. It's actually really cool. And you would definitely want this. And you might want to get this res here as well. DR. So what if you do this? Now which way do we go? That's 2, 4, 6. We'd have to go through like some weird middle path like this here maybe. Can we leave out this? Ah shit. Let's make another variant. I wanna see what you can do when you pick up the middle. 2 points left. 5. So something like this. So 7 points. So he saved 2 if you do this. But he lose some stuff there which barely matters. 2.5 imbuement, 1.3, 1.3, some non-fizz. I wonder if there's like some other optimization stuff we can do. Or for example, we just don't put versatility here, we put it somewhere else. This has a lot of strength, for example. And 90 dex, you can also do the closer glyph there. Maybe put versatility here. If they don't need and stuff. And we still have to do something here. There's actually only 5 turbo nodes on this side. This is 6. Why is it different? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it's because I path through this and not through the magic node. Here I go straight to the magic, but here I have the exit. Okay. What are you using the Proctor key passive on a build other than Cold Imbue? I use Shadow Step. If you're talking about momentum, because I'm not using alchemical admixture. You just messed around with a Druid build using Waxing Gibbous and Shred Falls Death to perma reset stealth. And proc bonus damage on Shred. Yeah, I mean, realistically, the Shroud of Falls Death thing never gives you stealth, right? It's only the Shred kills that can give you stealth. Which I guess is something. It's like a nice bonus for something like Shred, I suppose, if you use Waxing Gibbous, but I'm not sure if I actually want to use Waxing Gibbous. It's very easy to hit 100% or close to 100% crit chance, especially with the new Perdition Helm. And then in that case, why do you want the stealth and the 100% crit from stealth? Like, stealth itself doesn't do anything besides the crit from Waxing Gibbous. I don't think it's a good choice, really. Is new era going to have its own renown and bonuses? Well, we expect that, but they have never said anything. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Can we shortcut us a bit more? We can. Yeah, this is not really the way, I think. So we got 6 points. Yeah, 6 points is not comfortable, man. That's basically nothing to have here because I picked up almost everything. We got like every cluster here. Almost everything here. I mean, you could leave out like 6 points there and stuff like that. So this is kind of optional, I guess, for now. We still have to... Okay, there's still this gate there. So what do we do? This is 5. And this is 5. And that's also 5 with a willpower. So one of those has to go. Technically this is 5 too, even though it has a dex node, but I don't need it. Okay, now we have 17 points left. I'd rather have something left, you know, because I'm not sure how hard it will be to level to 300. And then you can still pick up some armor there and some armor there. And whatever. And some armor there, so one of these you can just like 1, 2, 3 and pick this stuff. Get healing received and armor. So you can like always swap some stuff around like this, I think. So we got Kenny, Closer, Versatility, Headhunter, Turf. Yeah, I think this might be fine. No control glyph. In the skill tree, we've also fixed there's Alchemist Fortune, which is like the only real random point here. I wonder if we can actually benefit from something like just casting cooldowns a lot, like similar to Sorks, for example, right? They just spam cooldowns all the time. We do have Perma Agile, which is cool. We could do something like Rakan of Boots, but yeah. I think I have to fix my aspects here though, so this is gonna be stolen. Bigger, this is 100% damage instead of 110 after the smoke, which is okay. And maybe we do the smoke here, but maybe not even. Maybe we don't care enough. Constant ability or set a first skill increases damage of the next skill by 50. Yeah, we cannot actually use this if we cast a smoke, because the smoke will consume this. Ah, the smoke also gives us one actually, so it doesn't matter. Okay. So it's fine. Attribution, true sights, elements, edge masters. So maybe what you really want here is inner calm. Inner calm is already getting buffed, right? 20% damage, triple. Okay, so this is 60%. It's actually pretty good. And we make vulnerable from Shadow Step itself, right? It still has that. Dazes and stun. Okay. I think Inner Calm might actually be legit a good option here. Because the funny thing is, Inner Calm does not reset when you Shadow Step. So you can actually keep this bonus up as long as you Shadow Step from enemy to enemy. Or like on a boss, for example, you just like Shadow Step, Shadow Step, Shadow Step, and so on. Anything else though? Creeping Death. I wonder how viable a cold version of Shadow Step is going to be versus Poison. Poison build's got some pretty massive buffs. So I might make some kind of like generic poison setup similar to like the poison twisting blades here, and then we can just like try the same with like a chemical admixture and stuff. And just play it like a poison version. Just have to make like, you know, some new weapons and so on. I mean, otherwise it's kind of similar, I guess. Yeah. Shaco, Shroud, Umbrus. Okay, we need like the Rakanovs and so on. Hey, that one. That's the... Yeah, the Heartseeker can now also be removed, which is kind of good because then we don't have any need for like Heartseeker duration and we don't constantly lose our momentum buff. Because the thing is that if you cast our Heartseeker like once every 8 seconds, we're gonna not have our momentum buff for like... Yeah, one of the Shadow Steps. I don't know, let's say 1 in 5 or 6 Shadow Steps probably. I don't know, 1 in 8 Shadow Steps. So we lose quite some chunk of damage there with the stolen vigor aspect. Stunned or knocked down. Do we have something better? How much damage are these 3 ranks on Clandestine? Not too much, I think. You have 17 ranks. It's 11.5% damage. Plus a bit more cooldown on smoke. That is probably unneeded. Plus a bit more DR from Dark Shroud. Could probably replace elements of it though. It's not the worst idea. It would be nice if like ranks and Keltos would do anything. Longer duration or, I don't know, charge cooldown or anything, but it just doesn't, I guess. We do have Cold Clip. So this is 56, and then we're gonna have 62. That's 21% EHP, really? It's actually a lot. Maybe I should do clandestine. Does it go to 5 or to 4? That's the question. I think in the planner it shows 5, but I think in-game it's actually 4. I want to see that. 5 would be nice, but I think it's 4. Concord is officially being taken offline just over a week after its launch on PS5 and PC. What is that? An FPS shooter. A first-person shooter. Okay. So here it says 3, and here it says 5. Oh, wait a minute. I think it says 5 on the tooltip, but it's actually 4. Rank 1? Okay. Alright, so this doesn't work. Yeah, shit, what? This was adaptability, right? Okay. Yeah, so clandestine is not the way, but we can put it on a normal slot. Set of elements. I think that's not a bad idea. But did I actually do the calculation properly? It's like current damage reduction divided by new damage reduction, right? No, or rather current EHP divided by new EHP. No. I think the calculation I did is correct. The remaining damage taken divided by the new damage taken. That's what I did. So let's say we have 25. And now we have 50. We get 50% extra EHP, is that correct? 1 divided by 0.75 is 1.33. 1 divided by 0.5 is 2. Yes. Yeah, so I did enough correctly, which means I get a lot of EHP from those 3 extra ranks. So let's do it. Let's just do clandestine. I think that's actually worth it. Because you get a pretty nice defensive boost from this. Plus, I guess, a bit faster dashes. Plus a bit faster smokes. I think that's worth it. Edge Masters gain a bit of value. True Sight is alright. Attribution got a bit of value. Did Cold Clip actually get buffed? Cold Clip did not get buffed, interestingly. It has the same 16 ranks as before. Inner Calm is very good now, though. Inner Calm got buffed to 13, and now on the neck it's 20. Kinda good. Okay, so what do we do with our skill point now, actually? We don't need Heartseeker anymore. We don't want Heartseeker. Let's do this. And actually we could go for some poison stuff. Why don't we just throw like a poison trap in there or so? I mean, what else are we gonna do? Death trap. I mean, very long cooldown, doesn't really do much. I think it's gonna do a poison trap. Get the knockdown. And now we can actually think about... Okay, we have 60%, 70, 80, 100. We have 100% crit. We can remove this. We could remove these points. For example. So we do nothing but just like shadow step basically. Then we can get to the armor there, we can just throw them in there. So we don't always have to caltrops, you can just like poison traps sometimes. Get up our... Oh, wait a minute, we don't actually have it. Deadly ambush. Which I guess is fine. We got exploit weakness. Exploit weakness is pretty comfy. I mean, for like ultimate damage, you'd probably go Deadly Ambush instead of Exploit Weakness for like pit pushing. I wonder how relevant pit pushing is going to be. If you really want to like go as high as possible to get the glyphs higher and stuff like that, so this might actually be pretty relevant. Having like a max DPS version that they respec to, try to push the pit once they have like Giga gear. And just get the glyphs higher. I guess we'll see. Okay, the good news is that everything we do, besides cold imbuement, gives us this buff. It's kind of funny actually. Now I wonder if cold imbuement can consume it. So we have to be careful if that's the case. But otherwise, everything you press will always give us Dance Macabre. That's pretty good. Okay. We stockpiled 50 graders and 40 rare golden banks. Gonna open them tonight. Good luck. Anyone else feels like the new Tiger horses are slower? I remember there was a bug when it came out where they actually had that problem and you couldn't like use the dash that option or something, I believe. I'm not sure if that's still the case though. Is it? Anything else? I think this is it for the rogue. Shadow Step, Dance, Grenades, Twisting Blades, we have arrows, Death Type. Yeah, we kind of got everything here. And I think, like, for example, from this Poison TB rogue, we're already playing this poison stuff with the new key passive. We can, like, make a lot of other builds if you want to play, like, Flurry or even, like, a range build. I wonder how Arrow Storms will go. Should I just, like, try Arrow Storms rogue for leveling? And see how that goes? I wonder how it would be. There's 4 ranks and Smoke Grenade. Nah, I actually played it with Poison instead of Caltrops. Which is not recommended. It's kind of funny, nothing here in this cluster. Close quarters. I wonder how good it would be now to temper close damage on a build like this. It's 93 and you get 15% of it. So this will be like 13% multiplier for one of these. Bit more than currently the crowd control does. Wait, it's not the same value? No, it's not. It's 80 and this is 94. Okay. Yeah, so around 13. So it's like 30% more than currently. Is that good enough? Might be. There's also too many boards here. I think I can start working on a Season 6 Arrow Storms. Still Theorycrafting. I mean, there's an expansion coming. And we have 1 week to try it. So yeah, there's an entire month of Theorycrafting ahead of us. And after PTR, we have to do Spiritborn stuff as well. I need to start finishing those guides as well. I'm gonna put out a bunch on next roll for Spiritborn. I do have a full poise build for Season 6 now. I mean, it's gonna be many of them. Okay, Cheap Shot is fine. Eldritch Bounty is not fine, so I think this is out. No Witnesses is also out. Dirty Ambush is okay. Exploit, Cheap Shot. Wait, do we even have like another thing that helps us here? Oh shit. There's actually no 5th board for this. Ah no, wait, these are 5 boards. Okay. I thought it's only 4. Okay, we are fine after all. So we have to play Deadly Ambush though, which is a bit annoying. Can't do a new one. Alright. We have Chip. We have Turf, Control, Pride, and Fluidity. I wonder if I should actually go for like Combat Glyph. Like Control Glyph is really not that important anymore. But they have the same multiplier actually. 23.5, 23.5. Okay. Chip increases damage against vulnerable. And by so little as well. Oh my god, man. And also scales so little. That's actually, ugh. Like, honestly, I'll probably be better off with something like Closer. Just get like the damage reduction or something. This doesn't work. I might go for a Handhunter Glyph, actually. Also need to check like where's actually the best board to put something like Headhunter. This is 90 decks, for example. Here's 95. Here's 85. Here's 95. Here's 70. So I'm definitely not in the witnesses. Oh, wait a minute, actually. Oh. I guess realistically what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a 1 leveling variant of Arrow Storms that just runs 4 boards. And then you're just gonna have to switch to a no witness setup. Like there's nothing else that helps you here. This doesn't help us. This doesn't help us. This doesn't help us. And this doesn't help us. And neither does this. So you have to go for no witnesses later. Which is very powerful and actually the ultimate way to do it. Okay. We don't even care about the pride glyph anymore, do we? 30% physical against healthy and injured, so it's like an overall increase of like 6.5 or 7, maybe. Buffs this and this. It would be helpful to get this up. Or we just try to play this like a death trap setup from the start. And don't go for the flurry buff, which is also weird though. Few hours here and there, yes. Okay, point. Standing value to the temple gives you damage to the first attack after leaving stealth, the new chest. Barely. But it depends, like if you can, for example, snapshot that with Dance of Knives and the entire channel for like 10 seconds is snapshot, then maybe. Because they actually nerfed the Dark Short Tempers a bit. So the next attack after stealth is actually one of the strongest tempers now. But yeah, we'll see. Dear God, man. Whoa, shoot out. Thank you, man. Paragon system better than the old one. I think for most people, for sure. It's way less complicated. We might keep the Pride Glyph there, honestly. Because what else am I gonna do? Diminish. Which does have a defensive upside, but less offense. And Pride is something you're probably just gonna keep there. Combat. If you crit all the time, that would be nice. Exploit. Yeah, that's not very much, honestly. It's just combat, maybe. We have control. This could just be combat if you want. But I mean, lose at 20% multi. 20% multi is kinda good. Wait a minute, I just realized there are 2 paths here. What? Very interesting. I haven't actually checked that yet. Dude, this looks so cursed. Okay. So I think we're gonna take out this here. This is 5. This is also 5. Exploit weakness needs to go somewhere else. Something like this. Yeah, then we have to do this, yeah. Once you go about barrage, I guess. Let's move this Enquiries thing there. Something like this. We have Shed Misery, and Shed Misery feels really good. But we probably need more armor now. We have armor there. Probably need more res as well. Now I have materials. How good is let's do this. Don't really care about resources. Don't have extra ranks in our Dark Shroud. I think this kind of feels, ugh. Guess you can do Ballestra, cause why not? There's so many things you just can't really make use of. It's insane. You have way too much move speed. Because you also have it there. And I think there's also something like we have to do close damage. Close. Close. Get a bit of multi there, and there should be like 40. Wait, what? How much close do we have? 800. Wait, where's that Paragon coming from? Is that buggy with the turf? Ah, no, wait a minute, this is close. Oh, shit. Oh, I totally forgot about this. I can actually get like a pretty big multiplier from turf. I did not consider this at all. Can we get more strength somewhere? No, 59 it is. Oh, that's actually massive. So... okay. How much is this if I remove this? It's a shroud again. $87. So we lost like 6-ish. We gained how much additive? 206, 217.5. Which is like 130 more than this. So how much additive do we have in this setup? Let's start adding this up a bit. 600 plus 100. Let's just say we crowd control them. There's none. There's also none. We should probably just do it from the sidebar. I think there's nothing else here. So 600, 600 plus 817. 32 plus 676. And the vulnerable. And then the damage per shroud is completely missing right now. So we have, let's make this new values. $58, okay. So it's another 1170 from the shrouds. So you have 4000% additive, man. That's so much additive we have these days. It's like a fuck ton. And I already moved some shrouds. So basically now, what happens if I change this from close to shrouds? It's like 199 over 187. This is 6.4. Let me say this is 132 more. 35. So it's only 3.3. Should definitely go for close in that case. Close, close, close. Cloud observation. Wait a minute. I guess we're gonna do cloud observation anyway. And then what, actually? Puncture cast twice. What am I gonna do with all that cast twice stuff now? We don't need it. Guess you can do like one elemental search. You can do 2 elemental searches. Maybe. I guess. Stun, phrase. Okay. So like one in unstable elixir, it's very hard to hit a triple. Unstable elixirs is okay. Grand Skull. So I think it's something like that we're gonna do. And we still have 7 points, dude. We already have this. I guess we can do Agile and Rugged. And then, I don't know. Do a Stutter Step or something? Don't even need that. Can do this. We just do like a last point here in the smoke. Okay. Copy. Yeah, I don't think you can realistically go for something like an Andarius combo anymore. So I think this is kind of out now. Let's remove this. Yo, Kilo 19, hello. Thank you. You get them in PTR to test the new Ubers? Yeah, I get everything in the PTR besides Mercenaries and the Spiritborn. You can test anything. 50 life per 5 seconds. Incredible. It's 10 life regen. Who came up with that? Okay, this is 42. 44. Oh shit. If this is like slightly higher. Oh, we're also gonna lose a bunch here, right? So I'm not gonna have this and this. Enough. And diamond. And diamonds. So how's this looking? Okay. 40%. Is there like any more old damage? Okay, we need 2 nodes. 1. Can we somehow connect this or something? This is 3 nodes. But I kind of want to take this. We can remove 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let me take this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's a very strange pathing. We also kind of need this to get to the glyph. So you have a 38 and you have a 36. We actually lost points. Not very good. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, we don't actually have it here. So I think this was not so bad actually, since we needed 2 more points to even get this online. Now we have 36. Let's try this again. If you remove this stuff here. It is kind of nice pathing though. 41. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it's the same number of points. What if we do this? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Okay. I think this is probably better. So this is 42. This is 44. That's the same, right? This is 40. 40. Can this be optimized in some way? And we need the ultimate node. So, not really. Question is, can I turn this to this side from the start? I guess worst case you can just do the respec. What if I turn this? We have 75 left. There's a 73 left. But I mean, not such a huge deal. We can just take this up here as well. Wait a minute. Let's copy this. So this has the same rotation, and we just like change the pathing and stuff. Yeah, I think this is gonna be fine. And they make more easily transition to the endgame variant. Something like that. I wonder if it would make sense to temper one ultimate thingy. Which is 224. This will easily give us everything we need. Is there like anything else that we can pick up here that's like really good? There's res. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah, shit. We need that strength. This is int, dex, dex, and this is strength, int, dex, dex. Actually, the strength is part of the glyph, so it's int, dex, dex, will. So there's one more dex here, which is better. But we might want the rest anyway, I'm not sure. Or maybe not. Not on this setup, if you got materials, I guess. So all this extra rest might be kinda pointless here. But he might go for the new chest. Cow, materials. Maybe not. Trap, we have the DR. Traps arm faster. Doesn't really matter. Let's delete this. Alright. Why can't he play from Steam? It says you have to buy the game again. Yeah, you can't just log into Steam and start playing. Steam is a separate platform, so I think if they could have had the option, they would have done that, but it seems like it's difficult to actually, you know, convince Steam to just give people the game for free. And then make verification for that or something. So I guess they just said, okay, just buy it again if you want to do that. Need builds too hardcore. I can play all the builds on hardcore. There's not a difference, really. I tend to make my builds kind of tanky. Maybe an Andy build. I can maybe do the Andy build. I mean, Andy build is not really changing much, I think. The armor, we can also path for the armor here, I guess. Then out there. Instead of this. Let's do Death Trap. Can also do Aftermath. Can do this. Can do Balestra maybe. Can do Siphoning. Get this. Okay, so I think something like this is fine. I wonder if it'd be worth to use something like cold imbuement just to make stuff vulnerable. I've never tried to use cold imbuement as like a support tool, just to freeze stuff and make it vulnerable. Always for damage. I mean, on this setup we have Barrage already, which easily freezes stuff with a temper and easily makes stuff vulnerable. But it would be interesting to think about running something like a cold imbuement. Or like Shadow. Shadow as a support tool doesn't help us. Poison as a support tool is only for these passives. We can just do a poison trap, which also gives us stealthy ambush. This is 62 crit. 82. Do you have more than 82? No. And the only thing we could do is replace dash and go caltrops if you wanted to do that. For like the pit push or something. It's gonna go caltrops there and you have 100% crit, you have the extra damage. Do like one caltrops temper. I have to do some math on like Dex versus Shroud masterworking now. Because I actually don't know what they're gonna do. 4 ranks in second wind. Okay. Trap cooldown, innovation, starless. I think Aerostone's gonna be so strong, man, with the higher aspect scaling. This gets quite a buff, because the flat damage is higher, and the multiplier, both things are higher on both aspects, and you have them on the two-handed and on the neck. It's actually kind of big. Emeralds. I wonder if there's any way for us to make this setup work before Starless, guys. I tried it and it is possible, but you need to go all in on like the innovation ranks. You have to temper innovation ranks and stuff like that. And even then it didn't feel very good. I guess if you get like triple innovation and like maybe a juicy resource roll, you could do it. And then play Barrage instead of the flurry stuff. It depends on your Paragon levels, I guess. Because for the first, let's say, I don't know, 150 or so Paragons, you can probably get away with no witnesses. But then you want to get the no witnesses at some point, because there's just nothing else to take. No witnesses is a huge damage modally. And there's nothing else there that we can really benefit from. So you want to swap from the puncture and flurry stuff to the barrage as soon as possible, get the death trap in there. The pull is also nice on the death trap. You're way tankier with the second wind. So it's just generally better rounded, I think. Been your favorite build this season? Yeah, it was really fun to play Aerostorms. But yeah, realistically, since we now need to use 5 Paragon boards with 5 legendary nodes that help us, there is no 5th one. Or like rather 4th one to choose. We have to go no witnesses, and this means you need to have preparation and a death trap or something. All the stuff does nothing. Hello. Thank you. How are you doing?
Sleeping now.
Doggy is sleeping. And now you are relieved and chilling.
Sleep a lot. It's very hungry.
Feels bad to be restricted to 5 boards. I don't think it feels bad. I think it's actually... it's fine. The thing is that the Paragons They're always very time consuming to make, and now it's like very simple to make paragons, I feel. That's kind of like a big advantage here. As long as you understand, like, okay, where goes what and what are good choices and so on, once you have a bit of a feel for that, you can make these paragons, like, even on the fly, relatively close to what should be the final result. I mean, you can do this as well if you're an experienced blaster right now, but you also need to focus on less glyphs. You know, you kind of like know by heart, okay, I have this, 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 and this. That's it. You don't have to remember like 8 different glyphs that need to level and these kind of things. I kind of like the idea. The only downside of Aerostorms is that it's Aerostorms, not as sexy as Andy Rogue. I mean, it does look way better, I think. That's the, you know, the visual. Aerostorms is kind of fun to look at. Neirana's Instinct would be very good passive if we had a tempo like Inner Sight Duration. Oh, now that you mention it, man, that would be a really cool tempo to have, huh? 50% it does with 0 upgrades. Okay. Yeah, the problem is that Neirana's only buffs the core skill damage, no? Yeah, it only buffs core skill damage. Imagine Bone Necro, I don't get anything from 2 or 3 legendary notes. Actually, let's see. I guess Necros will definitely have the most trouble making Paragon boards. Okay, so Cult Leader is out if you don't have minions. This is out. So Flesh Eater is usable, but annoying. Let's say 1. Scent of Death works. 2. Bone Graft. 3. Blood is going to increase damage. Nope, nope. And the new one, Curse Enemies take increased damage. I mean, Frailty is universally insane. So there will be no build without Frailty, right? Yeah, it works, actually. So I go Bone Graft, of course. Frailty. Scent of Death. And then you have the choice between Flesh Eater or Blood Begets Blood. So either need to do Corpse stuff or you need to do Blood Orb stuff. I'm not sure how easy it is to get Blood Orbs in there. But with something like, for example, Rapid Ossification, you could probably get to the point where you can cast Blood Waves often enough. Also grants damage reduction for 10 seconds. Get some orbs. Might be a way to do this, but yeah, it's only 5 seconds. I don't think you can cast Blood Wave every 5 seconds. But yeah, there might be some tech like this. This is only for blood skills, right? Yeah. And only every 2 seconds. Okay, F. There's a fun build of Blood Wave, infinite cast. Yeah, okay, but it's probably like a more kind of like main Blood Wave build, right? We're not talking about Bone Spear anymore. $1,000-hour player, we need to rebuy the game on Steam. Oh yeah, someone was mentioning something about Steam earlier. I thought they were just playing on Battle.net before and then wanted to play on Steam. So maybe they have a bug right now or something. Maybe you just have to wait a little bit. Might be a bug with the patch or something. What's the bug, Nova Robot? A billion DPS. Oh, is that you mean like the infinite blood mist? Yeah, okay, so they're already checking this. Something bugged out on Steam, just wait a little bit, guys. Besides Necro, do you think the Paragon chains are good for every class? Yeah, I think we can go through like a few of the Necro builds. I'll be kind of curious about it actually. And see like how many of them actually can choose 4 different legendary nodes and 5 different glyphs. That actually makes sense, right? Just out of curiosity, I'm gonna open a few. So there's Lance, Bone Spirit, Sever, Spear, Infinimist. Yeah, I don't think I care about Infinimist. Okay, let's do Blight, Blood Surge, and Minion. So this is Lance. So it has Blood Buff, of course. Flesh Eater could be used if you consume corpses. How do you consume corpses the best, though? You can do Sacrilegious Soul. We can do the Bone Storm thing. But you need to cast Bone Storm very often then. Okay, every 10 seconds. I guess technically there's the Blood Surge unique glove. just cast a Blood Surge to consume corpses. Which is kind of KW. I'd rather go Sacrilegious, I guess. But it's like more instantaneous. If there's 5 corpses, you can do like 1 Blood Surge, boom, get the buff instantly. Instead of waiting for the Sacrilegious Soul to do its work. Yeah, I know, Bone Storm. So this is out, for example, Bonegraft. Blood begets blood. Okay, so blood, Sin of Death, 2. Flesh Eater, 3. Blood Bath, 4. That's already 4. And it doesn't even include a new one. So you don't even have to do this bullshit with Flesh Eater. You can just go Frailty. Just do this here. So on Bloodlands, easy club, I think. Okay. Bloodlands is fine. Now you can also check the glyphs, I guess. So I suppose there is Dominate, you want? There's Control, that kind of always works, I guess. I guess there's Undaunted, that kind of always works. I guess there's Eliminator. Wait, do you actually have 2 normal, like, what's this, normal buffing glyphs? No, only 1 Eliminator, it's a different one. But it's the same as the one on Rogue, just a different name. I think. Yo, Bronze Sage, thank you, man. This one was Headhunter and increases all damage. Okay. I don't know, I think that even Necros have like enough generally useful stuff. Like honestly, something like Gravekeeper is not bad. Oh, never mind, the Legendary bonus was terrible. But yeah, Undaunted is fine. Especially Necros don't have like a lot of defense. I would probably run Undaunted on like most builds actually. Eliminator works. Control works. You have at least 3 glyphs that kind of just fit in anything. If you really want to. Then you're gonna find 2 more somewhere, I think. Like Dominate. For overpower. Since Necros were generally just kind of like stack a lot of glyphs, I guess they were gonna be fine. Okay, what class would I start a PTR with? Let's see. Rogue, apparently. Druid was second. Huh, interesting. One bar vote by Bassett. Wasn't many votes, actually. Okay, what is this? Bone Spirit. So for Bone Spirit, I guess we also go for... Instead of Death works. Bonecraft. Bloodbath, since we go Banish Lords. Now you could do something with the Blood Orbs, I guess, if you try. Frailty. Actually, how many generic boards are there? Frailty, Send, they go everywhere. And then you could also fit in Flesh Eater, if you really have to. So I only need like one build specific one, and you are kind of covered. So even if you don't go for overpower Bone Spirit, you can still go Flesh Eater, for example. If you somehow get like the Flesh Eater in, it is a pretty good buff. And then, okay, minion builds have that. Golem builds, mage builds, whatever. They have like their stuff here. Honestly, I don't think there's any necro build that I can think of right now where you would run into trouble with choosing 4 boards and 5 glyphs. And you will have 4 boards and 5 glyphs to choose from. Is he going for Wither on this, by the way? No, okay. Bone Spear, we covered that. Here you have Wither. Oh yeah, I love the come in from 2 sides setup. So, okay, what about this one? Wither, Sand of Death, Flesh Eater, Frailty. Yeah, it's gonna be fine, I think. Even for the Necros. Did it buff Splintering Energy? I mean, it buffed all aspects for the PTR, pretty much. They have like a higher top end now. They did not nerf any barrage building. Imagine trying Spiritborn. I mean, you were able to at Gamescom. They had like the thing is that the Spiritborn is like its own client. They have like a special game version for the Spiritborn, basically. Where it's like, you know, very confined, only level 30, can't level, they can't go out of the Hantu and so on. So I guess that would be kind of difficult to combine together with the PTR. But I mean, the PTR has a lot of stuff. I want to be surprised at launch. Okay, let's try to work more on this Aerostorm stuff here. So... I wonder if I should just not run trick attacks and instead run the new helm, the mythic helm. Because it will just help us so much with the crit chance on bosses and just get to 100% crit chance like that. Which is cool. Call of the Names is better AoE. But yeah. It will depend on like how much do we fight bosses versus trash. And they said that no bosses are getting nerfed, so maybe it's fine. Maybe we just don't need that much boss damage and we just go cow. It's very easy to get, I guess, than the mythic helm. Thanks, Richard. 10 months, appreciate that. We wanted to do some calculation. I think this was Shroud Temper versus Dex Temper, right? My god. We have 3,000 Dex on the setup. Is it real? Armor. Wait a minute. How much ultimate is this? It should be enough, right, for 45% if you do this? Yes. It's 10% of our ultimate damage, that's 60%, so... I wonder if we should just go for... no emeralds. How much damage is this? Let's check. No witnesses with emeralds? Like, where do we put the runes is the question. Do we give up the 300 dex or do we give up 5% from no witnesses? But I think 300 dex is probably better. So this will be the same calculation with like minus 300 dex. So it's minus 8% damage. And then we gain... yeah, okay, it's like almost 5% less anyway. So the dex is still stronger, no matter what. Can't do this. Was worth a try. Ding. Thank you. Hey Nate, thanks for the donut, dude. Welcome back, by the way. You're gonna be a dad. Congratulations, man. Like when? I hope Ancestral Gear isn't that rare. I mean, it's probably gonna start out pretty rare, and then once you go to like higher tournaments, it should probably be much more common. It's like running a 750 weapons. Yeah, I guess so. I wonder how much the tournament mythic drop rates are going to be adjusted. How that is gonna work. No, Dizzily, the builds are already in Discord. It's good to nerfing dodge. Every rogue's taking 3-4k decks will be kind of OP having that inherent dodge. Yeah, I mean, they just like nerfed these like very weird, you know, full dodge setups, right? So I think I just do the poison trap stuff there. $1.5 per torment tier. That would be kind of wild though, if it's like scaling linearly. So you have 1.5% chance on torment 1, 3% on torment 2, 6% on torment 4. Without the need to farm Stygian stones and stuff, I wonder how much they're gonna readjust the cost of the bosses. Because like this, especially if you can carry people through the pit to unlock torment 4. It's gonna be some people that will just get carried to torment 4 with like one pit run, and then it's gonna join torment 4 boss rotations and leech. And then they're gonna start LFG for Dark Citadel. It's gonna be glorious. When do they plan on fixing the issue with stuff falling through the ground? Well, I mean, that only happens when there's too many items on the ground, so it's just people littering. If people stop littering, and they learn that items will eventually disappear, then yeah, then this is fixed. But yeah, realistically, I don't really see them changing this. So whenever Goblin event comes around, or when people do too long boss rotations or something, then this just happens. Yeah, I think unlocking the pit unlock should be solo only. That's the only thing that makes sense. Because realistically, something like a support meta doesn't really exist anyway, right? There is no, you know, support guy who runs with his team and only his team and does nothing else. Like, this is not really a thing, so not making it a solo run to unlock the pit level is a huge mistake, I think. But okay. And they don't have to make the entire pit solo only. They should only make the unlock torment difficulty run solo only, I think. You know? Like, I'm totally fine if you can even run tier 65 in a group, but it should not give you a torment 4 unlock if you don't do it solo. Just to make sure that people that LFG in that difficulty will be able to carry their own weight, right? Because you know, if you are in torment 4 and everyone has to solo torment 4, or like the equivalent of it, to get there, you know that you can just invite anyone to your party and it will be fine because they have already proven, you know, there's no need to like vet the people you're inviting. You just invite them. Easy. Because they need to reach a certain milestone in order to get there. But if you don't have a solo only unlock, then yeah, it's just like 1,000 times, you know, harder to find people. You have to look at their profiles. You know, you have to understand, are they just leechers? Like, I don't know. It's gonna be pretty toxic, I think, to not make it solo only. Yeah, exactly. Same thing with World Boss guy. Like, you know, people just like not competing on the World Boss. You know, you look for people for Dark Citadel. They're gonna invite some people that have, you know, a shitty build that can't do Torment 4 or something. If, 'F, 'G, and LFGs and water soloing pit 65. Oof. Was there anything important in patch notes? No. But yeah, anyway, I guess you'll see how it plays out. I'm kind of happy with these setups here. And then there's actually 45 points left to spend. I can like pick armor there. What can we actually pick? Not this. There's armor, armor. There's like 3 armor clusters above res. And that's basically it, right? There's nothing else to take. Like this is useless. Something like this here, perhaps. How much attack speed does this have? 47. Dimensional, high velocity, distribution, conceded. They now go higher, by the way, to 30 with conceded. That's kind of cool. Oh, elements now also goes a bit higher. For some reason, cold clip does not. Shared misery goes to 55. Okay. And so does this here, plus 5. Well, I guess he's gonna take this. There's no undial transition anymore. I can't really do like a combo between like a poison and a physical build anymore. I did it before. So this. I don't think I'm gonna go for the Shroud of Conduras. Just do the same skill tree here on both. The poison. Poison. Maybe we would actually put like Dark Shot on the bar. But it depends on when you get Umbers. Like for example, when I go like high road here very early, I actually put like Dark Shot on the bar. But then I imprinted Pestilent points, but both of them are drop only aspects. So you kind of have to decide, okay, which one do you find? You can do either. Or you just like, I don't know, drop Dash or Shadow Step, I guess, if you really want to. That's Juggernaut, Concussive. Concussive has the days. I guess that's okay. But Shared Misery is just so much fun. think it would actually do Shared Misery anyway. It also gives you the cheap shot multiplier. And stuff like that. Control. So let's do that. Pestilent points, Moonrest. We won't need Pestilent points. So what do we have there? Inner Calm. If you have the Poison Trap there, it's fine. I should try to make a Victimized build. I wonder how much a Victimized build would actually differ from Andariel's build. And I don't think it would really differ at all. But just out of curiosity, I should try to make something like that. Oofball. Am I going all out and hardcore in Season 6, or what is my plan? Yeah, of course, we're gonna go hardcore. My plan is to do Dark Citadel World first on hardcore on Torment 4, I guess. So. Kinda disappointed Rogue didn't get a new ultimate. What do you mean? They got Death Trap and Vein of Eros. These are actual builds now. Maybe it's a fixed Shadow Clone. Yeah. I think about all classes having access to all Paragon boards and glyphs. What makes no sense. Like the Paragon stuff is like very class specific what you get from it. I mean, okay, there's like similar glyphs on all classes, you know, like everyone has like a control glyph or something like that, or anyone who is like at least somewhat like CC oriented, right? Like Sorks have that, Necros have that. Everyone has like the crit damage glyphs. I mean, most of the glyphs are already very similar. And then there's like some that's like class specific, like Tracker for poison for rogues and druids, or you know, there's a companion glyph on Druid. I mean, this would not help anyone else. And okay, the runes stuff exists, and you can like use some of the other class skills. And realistically, that's going to add more runes, so there's going to be more stuff to use from other classes. But I don't think this is anywhere close to like enough to make you use one of those runes. Like even if I had access to a rune of another class, sorry, a glyph of another class, you would not use that glyph just to buff, you know, that rune effect. Like let's say the lightning bolt rune that you can get from Druid. Like you would not use the glyph that buffs the lightning bolts. There's no world I could play Andariel on Necro. Yeah, I mean, it's just not a Necro item, I suppose. I mean, there is a world, actually. It's just that it's not going to be as powerful as on Rogue. So yeah, I see. You want to make Andariel, Necro, and then use like the Tracker Glyph and Bane Glyph and so on. But I mean, you can maybe try to find other generically useful glyphs, and they're just going to be a bit weaker than, for example, Tracker, right? Tracker also has the downside that, okay, it's 40% extra damage, but only if the target actually lives long enough. You know, the target needs to live at least 7 seconds for that full 40% bonus to unfold. So it's basically only on bosses. And since bosses are getting nerfed, it's not such a bad downside to not have to track a glyph on an Necro. The bigger problem is how do you actually proc Andariel enough to be consistent and to do enough damage, and how do you buff it. And then the lack of glyphs or Paragon boards is not really the reason why it would be weak. It's just like the Rogue has an insanely good toolkit to work with Andariels. You know, you have like passives here, you have lots of lucky hit across the skill tree, and you know, some skills just have insane amounts of lucky hit, the double cast stuff and so on. I'm not even sure what's the best way to trigger lots of lucky hit on Necro these days. Maybe it's still Blighted Corpse Explosion, and I don't know, maybe you can make a Blighted Corpse Explosion and Andariel setup, and it's actually not bad because they buffed like a lot of lucky hit stuff lately on Necro. Maybe you can do that. Yeah, Bone Spear is not what I would expect anyway. Bone Spear has tons of lucky hit and AoE. It didn't fix Shadow Clone even with alt changes. It's never happening. Yeah. The game crashed to update. Yeah, if you don't update, after a while it kicks you out. So hey, that's happened. I wonder how the rest is gonna be on this actually. $17,000 life. Ugh. I guess I have to do more like this. A little dodge. How's the res? I mean, on mythic version, sure. And here? I'm missing a lot of res. Something like that. Poison, shadow, cold. Lightning. Lightning, lightning. Oops. There's like 2 all-res rolls and 2 res tempers. And then, okay, we don't have the big gems here, so we can do the big gems, but it will take a while to actually get those big gems, I feel, as well. So, okay, we don't actually need this. Let's just do like life. Close. Like. And I think here we also have some close, 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 and so on, instead of the shroud stuff. And yeah, for pit push, I guess you would probably go with the caltrops. $117, how much would that be? $149, that's quite big. Sky restoration, elemental search. Don't even do that anymore, so no caltrop stuff here. Now I think early game it might actually be a bad idea to go for a few shroud tempers anyway, instead of all the close stuff. Just because the glyphs are not really that high anymore. Or just yet, basically. There's a rapid, conflict, vengeful, inner calm, moonrise. Nah. What will the requirement are they gonna be? It says the requirement 30. Wait a minute, is that true? The requirement 10, 10, 50. Wait, crew doesn't exist anymore, right? This is not existing, I think. 15, 20, 25, 30. I wonder if like 30 is actually true. That'd be interesting. Yo, thanks for the subs, guys. OMG, it's blah. Bimblebee. Gifted a sub to sis. Ah, shit, wait a minute. We have our podcast, right? Oh, totally didn't pay attention. Fuck. I'm coming. Oh. I'm coming. Yeah, I was a bit absorbed, guys. Yeah, we had PoE podcast now. Just join them. People saved it, yeah. You're late, bruh. Oh no. Okay. I'm coming. Okay. Okay. Is it working? Yeah, it looks fine.
What I'm trying to say
on a
is...
one link.
Okay, hello.
Okay, fair enough. But I'm saying there's always like a way to
Hello.
find a safe farm more.
Hello.
Here we go.
Yeah, what up? As we're running late,
Dude.
do you...
Sorry, guys.
I was
not
starting to
looking at
wonder
phone.
if you were even live. That was crazy. I was like, is this live?
Yeah, I was like, you know, doing math and theorycrafting and stuff like that. So, you know, a bit distracted, and then I didn't look at the time for a little bit.
Yeah, that was funny.
Okay.
Right. So we're not live right now. I would go live immediately. To
Okay,
keep
guys.
the good vibes of the that was
just-
really funny.
Just so you know,
we're memeing
we are
hard
doing
in
a bit
chat.
of PoE2 Gamescom podcast. Catmas invited us.
Was a good
Sis, me,
Theorycraft
we were
at
there
least,
playing
right?
PoE2 and stuff. So
I
it's
think
gonna-
you also muted yourself, if you're not aware.
Yeah, I just talked to stream real quick to explain.
Okay,
you know.
okay, fair enough. All right. Good. So I will
It's gonna be like an hour or so.
do the thing.
Let me turn off the sound here. It's just okay. I should maybe move my cam here, right? So let's do that.
And it here, I'll start it here. I'll I usually start with no streamers on the screen. Then I'll start. I do just a quick intro segment
Oh,
to get
actually, that's
Valor
fine,
on,
no?
and then we get you guys on. And I think we'll start with Zizaran because Woody has never been on, so it that's a good argument for a little bit longer intro segment, so you can like explain where you're coming from and what you think about PoE and all that in general. All right, I'll just go and be the professional that I am.
Oh. Wait. What happened? What did he do? Wait, where is everyone? Banned. It says live. Okay, what do I do? Wait a minute. Just wait. Wait, what did he say? What is he doing? Is he gonna invite us one by one or something like that? I guess. Okay.
Welcome everyone to Faded ARPG Podcast, episode number 103. It's been a little while, and we're back from Gamescom. Well, at least some of us are. Sadly, Balor couldn't go, but we're gonna be here to destroy his FOMO by telling him all about it. And if you've supported the podcast recently, you will be on the end screen. And if you support it during this episode, you'll make it on the next end screen as usual. And now, how are you doing, Balor?
Well, hello. Great. Very early in the morning, but I'm awake now. So we're good.
Awesome, you made it. Yeah, as we're running late, should we jump directly into the episode?
Let's jump in.
Did you know that 143, our episode number, is not a prime number? It's disappointing, really. You look at it and you think it's a prime number, but it's actually not only divisible by 1 in itself, but also by 11 and 13. But to make up for that, we got 2 prime guests today with us. And welcome to Zizaran and wudijo.
Hi.
Hello, guys.
Thanks for
That was
having
a
me.
horrible joke.
I ran into these guys at Gamescom, or during Gamescom, and I figure it would be nice to have an episode together while the memories are still fresh, to talk a little bit about what we discovered, and yeah. So, well, as usual, it's customary that we give the guests a little bit of a moment to introduce themselves. So how have you been, Zizra, and how have you recovered from Gamescom?
Yeah, I mean, I survived Gamescom, didn't get sick, then went to a wedding, got sick right after, so that was annoying. I mean, I can't be doing too good because I'm playing Ruthless right now, so that was the choice. But no, it's better than I expected, to be honest. So
Ruthless,
surprisingly
or
enjoying it.
oh, right. I thought Gamescom,
Yeah.
maybe.
No, that was also better than I expected. I was not expecting to be that business focused. I thought it would be more like Twitch cons, where it's more about streamers partying and drinking, but it was like super business oriented, so I really like that.
Oh, I love that.
Maybe that's just you, sis. Just like you're just in that business zone.
True. I did prefer that.
All right.
Yeah.
It was very nice.
I think I would have liked a little bit more socializing, but I'll take inspiration from your approach next time. I think I thought that was very impressive. But yeah, Woody, as a first-time guest here on Faded, thanks for coming. And would you like to introduce yourself a little bit to the audience, or at least the little bit of the audience that may not know you already?
Yeah, thank you. My pleasure. So yeah, I'm Woody, or wudijo. I play a lot of, especially Diablo these days, but in general, like all the ARPGs. And I have also played a lot of Path of Exile in the past. I have like 4,000 hours as well from like, yeah, basically years ago. I'm not really playing it too much these days. I'm more hyped for like PoE2. PoE1 is kind of like, yeah, I'm just in the waiting room kind of at this point, I gotta say. But I do enjoy it here and there on the league launches a bit. So I'm still kind of keep up with what's going on. And I know a lot of the guys as well, so I'm quite glad to be here.
Yeah.
Awesome. Just one question before we dive into the PoE2 stuff. Was this your first time playing PoE2, or were you at any of the events prior to this?
For me,
Yes.
I was invited to like the events, so they invited me on 2 events, I think, one in LA and maybe both, I'm not sure. But I didn't go because it's just so far. And also the timing was pretty off for me, so I decided not to do it and just wait. But yeah, on Gamescom now, I was actually going there multiple times, and they kind of like allowed me to kind of sneak in a little bit when there was downtime, and like in the PoE like business area there where it was a bit secluded and I didn't have to queue. It was nice. So I blasted quite a bit of PoE2 now. I'm quite happy about it.
Oh, awesome. I would have loved that. I didn't know that was an option. Should have lurked around there more.
Well, maybe I just got lucky. I don't know. You know, like I had an appointment with them at one point, and I just asked him, yeah, can I come back maybe at some point? And so this is how that developed.
So you played the full 45-minute demo version multiple times, is what you're saying? Because from what I know, there was like only the 45 minutes in the customer area on day 1. Maybe they even cut it short later already when it went public. And then other than that, there was only the 45 minutes in the B2B.
Yeah, basically.
Because afterwards it was 30.
I played like, I think 4 or 5 different classes for 45 minutes. So that was pretty cool.
That is amazing. Right.
Yeah. Like, well, I just want to say real quick, like, I feel like PoE or like ARPGs in general translate like really badly into 45 minutes demos. Like, if you enjoyed the 45-minute demo, like once you actually get to play like your own character properly, it does feel a lot better.
Yeah, they had like some preset characters, so I used those. I didn't start from level 1 and didn't do the starting area all the time. So there was like one at level 10, one at 15, one at 20. So I actually saw different stuff. And since I already knew like most of the skills and so on from the other previews, I have watched them from the other guys. So yeah, some stuff was different, but you know, you kind of got the hang of it pretty fast. There was also not really many options, let's say, with changing a build very much in like such a demo.
Yeah,
so.
exactly.
It was
Like,
definitely
that
a lot
was the
different.
nice thing about the LA event.
Yeah, LA was a lot better than the other times I've played, just because make a character at level 1, play for. I mean, I probably only got like 5.5 hours of playtime total or something, but
Yeah.
that's still pretty good. I'm not even going to enjoy PoE1 that much if I've got a 45-minute play at a random start through the campaign.
Yeah.
But yeah, then now all I can think about is PoE2. I just want to play it now and all the time.
Yeah, same. That's maybe a good thing to go quickly over. How much did you play Ziz at Gamescom?
Oh, I just did like, I was pretty unlucky. Like we were there like so early, and it kept crashing and stuff. Like they had some issues because it was like the first batch. I did end up getting like 45 minutes basically, kind of like an hour and 20 minutes because the crashes, I guess. And yeah, I mean, I'm not a big fan of this for the 45-minute demos. I think like PoE without getting like upgrades and progressing through your character from level 1 like doesn't really feel like PoE. So I enjoyed it a lot less at Gamescom and ExileCon than I did in LA. Like it's like worlds apart.
Yeah, I think just sitting there for like 5 hours with the one character would be very fun as well. But I did like just getting a kind of like a snapshot from each of the different characters and just getting a bit of a feel for like having the 3-4 different skills as a combo already, and you know how you can weave them together. That was kind of fun.
Yeah. No, as much as I agree with you, Ziz, I also think like, yeah, you can't judge what was shown on its own merits, right? I mean, sure, it's not what PoE2 is going to be, and probably not what we mostly enjoy about it, but I did feel like the gameplay was really cool to get in, and the bosses are so well designed, and I mean,
Yeah,
we're
I
gonna
love
get
the
into it.
bosses.
This sounds weird. I like the campaign bosses in PoE2 that we've played so far more than I like any of the endgame bosses we have right now.
Yeah, I mean,
Like
they're all
they're better.
designed very similar to Uber, so
Yeah, they're all like Ubers, but they don't one-shot you. That's how it feels. It feels like a real mechanical fight. But I'm not getting one-tapped. I will die still.
Some of
But
them
that's
do have a really steep learning
good.
curve.
Oh yeah, no, I'll still die. I'll get hit 2 or 3 times and then die instead of getting one-tapped. That feels better.
If we ever get to play at a co-op couch event again, remind me to not restart in the middle, because there was an embargo on one of the characters we played, so we wanted to get some other footage as well, some footage we could use faster, and then we cut our session off.
I should have just
Unfortunately,
started with that one and just been
because
like,
we could have
just
made it
don't
through
release.
Act 2. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, quickly speaking for myself about PoE2 at Gamescom, I played the 45-minute demo, but I had my appointment on Thursday in the B2B, so on Wednesday I already played when we were crashing, right, what you described, Ziz, when there was some server down, whatever. But I think I talked to Octavian, and they upped like the RAM or the something that was allocated for the server, I think more space, and then it went fluently. And then afterwards I queued again and played Merc as prep for my B2B footage. And I think I played Ranger, I don't know exactly when. And then I did like 2 Warrior playthroughs as well on the 30-minute demo version on the last day of Gamescom, because I really wanted to get some more in. And that's the thing I wanted to say real quick. They let me keep the gamepad. I was there last, and they said you can take the gamepad, which is, I mean,
Yo.
it has a big old QR
oh,
code
that's
on
so
it.
cool.
Yeah,
And
looks
it's still
pretty
a nice
cool.
little exclusive thing.
That's
Yeah,
nice.
that's
I
very
saw this
cool.
one, yeah. Wish list now, guys.
But yeah,
That's so
I
cool.
want one.
let's get right into it. Way too much foreplay. Features that stand out. As longtime fans of the ARPG genre, what stood out most about the PoE2 gameplay demo to you? Who wants to go first? I think it's interesting to hear Woody first here.
Well, what
Seeing
stood
that you're
what
not,
stood
like,
out the
the
most
most
is like
PoE
it's like very long boss fights. I feel like once you know a little bit what you are doing, you can get through the zones pretty quickly, but you cannot really do the bosses very fast, I noticed. Unless you have maybe some crazy combo or it's like a bit overtuned. I felt like with all of the characters I played, I had like multiple minutes boss fights, some faster than shorter and some others shorter, but others longer. And yeah, it would just be like a very long campaign, mostly due to the bosses. I think if you do like a full campaign playthrough, as an experienced player, as someone who kind of knows the zones, where to go, how to, you know, group up monsters and blast down an entire screen or something, you will actually just do like 50% boss fights of the entire like time allocation. And then there's like, I don't know, maybe 5% fiddling with your build, 30% running, and then like 10% talking to NPCs or so. This is kind of what I expect right now. And that's kind of interesting because usually boss fights, especially early game boss fights, are always extremely trivial, I feel. They are in PoE, they are in D4, in D3, like, you know, boss fights are just kind of like whatever. And in PoE2, it seems like, yeah, there's actually going to be just a chain of bosses. So this is my impression, which is kind of cool. I like that. I like the slower boss fights and the slower pace in general. So I think that's gonna go pretty well, especially with people that want a bit more of like a hardcore ARPG.
That is fair. Sis, do you have any thoughts on
Yeah, I
what
mean,
stood out
I'm
more?
on the same note. I'm almost a little bit worried that they'll make it a little bit too hard because obviously at like the LA event and stuff, we saw some game journalists like literally quit playing because they were just getting stumped by like the Devourer and the first bosses, and I'm like, oh, how are the reviews gonna be for this if like the people can't even like? It reminded me of like Cuphead, where like so many game journalists were like, oh, this game is like way too hard. But obviously there is a big audience for that, so it'll just be curious to see. Like I personally loved it. I thought the bosses were like a lot more engaging. The only like main concerns I have for PoE2 now, especially after the LA event where I like really got to like enjoy it a lot more, is the people that want my one button builds might have a really rough time. I'm actually quite okay with using multi-button abilities. Like I don't mind playing like Desecrate, DD, or Blade Blast, Blade Fall, stuff like that. So it'll be fine. And also like phasing, like those are the two things that stood out to me the most. Like no phasing is crazy, and it might just have to be like an adjustment period. But like as a PoE1 player, that is like rough.
Wait, is it confirmed that there's no phasing in the game at all?
There's very little phasing. They said it would be summon unique items and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a way to get it, I think that's okay.
Well,
like later on.
So unique items, like so that your dodge roll turns into a phasing thing. So
yeah,
that you can
so
dodge
that's the thing.
more.
I wish that the dodge roll had phasing because, like, I mean, maybe it might just be something I need to get used to. But for me, like getting like quickly enveloped by a bunch of like fast dogs and then just being like bursted down and there's nothing I could do, like I don't know. Like to be fair, I am also approaching it as a PoE1 player, right? So I'm like, maybe I should just be like doing one or two monsters at a time and waiting for them to come closer to me. But that might not be enjoyable for me. So I don't know. Those are the only things I'm skeptical about. But I'm quite enjoying it.
Is it a PoE1 player thing though? Because the only game I can think of that I have, the only kind of game I can think of that I've ever played where getting blocked by mobs seems like a good mechanic is like MOBAs.
For Dark Souls.
Or Dark Souls. Something like Dark Souls makes sense. Any other game I've ever played where you can get like blocked by a mob or by your friend playing co-op has always felt bad. I've always wanted phasing all the time in every other game. So yeah, that's also my one single concern is they're like, we don't think phasing is good. And I'm like, I think phasing's the best, please. Excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully they're right. But either way, they've always proved to be pretty open to feedback. So we'll see, I guess.
I gotta say, personally, I didn't really feel that was a problem at all. The getting surrounded or something like that. Even when I like just kind of like understood, for example, I played the warrior for a bit, and you had like this infernal cry. So you know when you start like killing small stuff, there's like a chain reaction, like pop 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 pop, they all explode when you do the cry. So I tried to like use that to my advantage and just make like a pull of an entire screen or two at the time, and then the cooldown came back and I did the next pull and boom. And it worked pretty well. Maybe it was just like the monsters in certain areas that surrounded you more often or so where this happened to you. But I felt like I was doing some combos like that on all of the classes, and I did not feel like the lack of phasing was a huge issue. So it might be just, you know,
good.
maybe my general sense of, okay, how do I have to move through the map in order to not get surrounded or something that helped me there. And I guess once people maybe understand this a little better, then this might not be a huge deal, especially later when you're like also faster, you have more movement speed or something.
Yeah, for me, it happened on like the Ranger when I was playing basically Toxic Rain, so I ended up pulling like 60, 70 monsters at a time. So definitely partly self-inflicted.
Yeah, which I think they actively don't want us to do. But, so maybe.
I'm a little bit confused because to me, it felt like I could roll through monsters, but the problem is when they're like the surrounding wall of monsters is too thick for the endpoint of your roll to be outside of the monsters, right?
So, no, it's like a pushing system or something. I forget exactly what they called it, but like we have a weight and mobs have a weight.
Yeah.
And if we're heavier than them, we can roll straight through them and knock them out of the way.
So small monsters you can go through or so.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Oh.
And they showed, when I was talking about it, they showed like how small your like roll thing is, and you're quite small when you're rolling, but you do still have like a size, so you do like so you can't phase through things.
Right, but I felt like in like 7 out of 10 or 8 out of 10 cases when I did get the feeling I get surrounded, I could roll through the wall of monsters because there was an opening then somewhere. But like, yeah, some cases you just can't.
Yeah, it's only if you're completely surrounded.
I think one thing that kind of stood out to me as well, now that I think about this more, is melee seems to be way harder than ranged. So that was just my impression. I played the Mongol a bit and the Warrior. And I mean, Warrior was kind of OP with the Infernal Cry. But when it comes to, like, for example, the boss fights, you have to be way more careful with your health potion or your flasks. And it's kind of like this attrition where you just run out of flasks at some point. If you don't have any like heal built in or something like that, and at least all of the characters, there wasn't really any like life regen or life per hit that was any like noteworthy number. In fact, at some point I leveled up and I managed to pick up like a, regenerate 1% life per second note or so, and suddenly I felt OP in those boss fights.
Yeah, I was gonna say regen feels so good.
Yeah, it was.
Dude, I dropped blue gloves with 2 life gain on hit on my recorded Merc run.
Oh my god, man, insane!
I would have died so much earlier.
Yeah, it's
with
actually
the rapid
true,
fire bolts. That was really good. I don't know what the total life of the character was. I didn't look it up, but it felt like it can't have more than like 200-300, and then so 2 get life gain on hit felt really good.
Yeah, so that was actually huge, and I imagine that right now when you have this early game stuff where everything is slow and you don't have healing outside of your flasks and you have to play all the boss mechanics, yeah, it does feel really nice. And there's like this as I said, attrition, and you have to dodge X. Or you can get hit X many times until you run out of life, basically, which is way better than just uber boss fights where you just get one-tapped or something. But on the other hand, if they introduce stuff like, okay, there's like easy access to life regen or easy access to life per hit, then it's going to go back to something similar to PoE1 where your life is either full or empty and nothing in between. So that's kind of what I fear here, where we're going with like the late game stuff.
Yeah, I feel like I want to... Yeah, please go for it.
I don't know if they mentioned it anywhere at any point, whether we were still going to have just like a logout macro or a TCP logout macro or anything like that.
So
we were still going to be
said about logout macro. Well, they've talked about logout macro quite a lot. So they want the approach to be that when you log out or when you crash or when you game closes for any reason, it just pauses you in that exact location, so that you they want a new approach there from PoE1, so that you're like you can't log out, but you'll just stay there. Now, we asked them, I was like, well, what happens if we just wait 15 minutes until the instance time's out? And they were like, oh, so they haven't thought of that. And obviously they can't keep the instance open forever, right? But even I think that's a lot better approach. I think it'll be really good.
I think 15 minutes is
to design boss fights differently. So it'll be interesting.
I think 15 minutes is a large enough penalty. If you want to save
Yeah.
your hardcore character or something like that, I think that is fine. You know, like if you're like in a race and it's like really sweaty and you're like, oh man, I really want to
It's
try
pretty
this
big.
boss now and I don't know if I can do it, and you realize, yeah, probably not. And you wait 15 minutes. I mean, that's already punishing enough, I think.
That's an exceptionally worse punishment if you're a streamer too, because now you just sit there.
Well, you can
with
play on
so
another
much
character.
shame, waiting for 15 minutes.
You would just play on another character. But I do think having a downside to logging out is really good.
The reason that I asked that I was interested in is because that's kind of that disconnect macro that they basically designed PoE1 around using originally. That was a long time ago. But
that
that's
was a
what
very
led
different
to,
time when we had desync.
Yeah, but that's also what led to the trend of full or empty. Because for something to be dangerous, it has to kill you so quick you can't react.
Yep.
And
So hopefully it'll be a lot more like
that
dying slowly over time.
So yeah, I'd much rather die over the course of 3 to 5 seconds screwing up than just. Oh.
Yeah, I agree.
There seems to be a good point to bring up, because it's slightly related to what's being said. Boss fights, flasking, health sustain, and all that. That there's a big difference between the demo that we played at Gamescom and the demo that Balor and I played in LA, where back then the idea was still you can port out instantly out of normal like zones with monsters, and in boss fights your portal will take a little bit longer. There's an animation to it. But now they changed it so you can't portal out of boss fights at all anymore. You're going to have to do boss fights from 100 to 0 all the time in order to pass the boss. What do you think about that, Valor?
That I thought was a little weird. I didn't like that. I don't know. I think it would be better if you can at least like have like a natural escape if you've ever committed to the boss. Definitely does sound a little weird for hardcore.
I mean, your escape is just escape. Your escape is just pausing the game for 15 minutes. No, that's your escape.
I guess, but like I would rather just never log out ever.
That sounds weird, because I feel like I'd want, like I still want to be able to. I want to be able to be like, nope, I don't belong here. I don't belong here. Leave.
Yeah,
and find a way out. I'm ecstatically happy with them resetting the boss when you leave. So you have to go from 100 to 0, and you can't just corpse rush it. That's fantastic. But I definitely want a way out. A way where the first few seconds of the fight, I go, I definitely shouldn't have been here. I'm absolutely not prepared for this. Let me out.
That obviously it remains to be seen, and we'll find out in early access. But it might be that PoE2 is more of a game where you have to have fully mastery the game before playing hardcore, whereas PoE1 is very easy to start playing hardcore on your first character, right? Which is what I did.
That's what I did as well.
But it's that might just not be a viable thing in PoE2, and I don't think that's like the end of the world. Like you do still have softcore.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think also, like, sorry, but I just want to chime in on this. So it's like, I think it's good that the boss is reset. I think like when you first mentioned this, like, we want to portal out, I was like, oh man, do they want like flask resets now? Like before, like when it was just like, you know, in the Katawa phases, TP the town, get your flask back, and so on. But if you
I think the boss should reset if you portal out.
If you reset after TP, I think it would be fine. You know, the penalty is like is to go in and you just realize, okay, I've kind of cleared the area for no reason because I can't do the boss yet, and I have to go back and come back and do a new zone, and I have to go there again and so on. And then it's fine, I think. If you can actually manage to do the 3 seconds portal or whatever it takes and get out and safely, I think that should be allowed.
No, I honestly think if they make it so that portaling out is the way out of the fight, then they should bring it back to instant portal. I don't see a reason for it to do.
No, I think the 3 seconds portal is fine. You don't need to find the time for it. Yeah,
it feels alright.
Well, I haven't seen all the bosses yet. It might not feel alright in all the bosses, where I might want to go out.
Yeah. I don't want. It doesn't have to be super easy to get out. There just should be like an in-game non-cheese feeling way to be like, oh, I don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah.
Fair.
Like I've made a horrible mistake. I'm not ready for this. Let me out.
Yeah. Oh, obviously, it will be interesting. Like the early access PoE has, like, in the past generally been a really bad idea to play on hardcore anyway, because a lot of the balancing in the past has been like insane, as in like not overtuned, but like 10 numbers extra of damage. So there's been like the monsters before the resto in the Act 4 beta would literally just one shot you. They did like 1,000,000 damage. So it's like
The boat chicken?
definitely
Yeah.
like the 3 XLs. So it's definitely like
Oh,
some
those.
things that are like crazy where you just you can't play hardcore.
You can get things like the Bloodlines packs when they first came out. I don't know if you remember them.
Yeah.
One shot everybody.
Yeah, there's like definitely a few things that I'm expecting to be like very screwy in early access. So it's a no-brainer to try and softcore anyway, and then you'll get to like see like, is the game hardcore friendly?
Yeah, so just quick, because you mentioned hardcore again, I just quickly wanted to ask, when you brought it up earlier, would you recommend people to start in hardcore nowadays? Because I think back then when we all
PoE1, yeah,
started
absolutely.
hardcore, I thought the game
If-
changed quite a bit.
Well, I mean, it's infinitely easier now than it is back in the day. Like, you have a lot less things to worry about, like desync and stuff like that. Like, when I started
Yeah,
playing
that's a good
hardcore,
point.
every bow character would just expect to die roughly every 2 or 3 days on hardcore because of ally reflect packs.
Yep.
Fair.
So you had like a very like limited time where you would actually be alive. So if you're the type of player that enjoys that and you have enough time to play, yeah, absolutely, it's fun to like start. Just most people don't have enough time to play that. It's just very time intensive.
And the only thing that feels harder now than like back in the day would be Uber bosses, but new players aren't doing Uber bosses. That's not a concern, right? That's not a thing that you have to worry about.
I actually have some viewers of mine as well that started PoE somewhat recently, like, you know, past few leagues. And there were actually like 1 or 2 of them that I remember that started directly on hardcore. And they actually did apparently really successful runs. So that's quite encouraging to hear. But I think in general, PoE1 still has like so many little things that you need to know about hardcore. You know, like you need to understand, okay, what are all these monsters doing? What are all these affixes doing? Like, what are the typical things that kill you? Reflect will kill you at some point. Ziz knows what, and these kind of things. So there's like so many little things that you always have to kind of keep, at the back of your head. And I think that can be quite overwhelming. I'm not sure if I would recommend a new player to come to PoE1 and play hardcore. If anything, I would tell them play
I think
Ruthless
that's going to
for
be
your first.
crazier in PoE2 though.
Yeah, if anything, I would say play Ruthless for your first character and not hardcore, because Ruthless at least kind of like, makes you pay attention to what the monsters do a little bit. It doesn't have this, like inventory management, item management, and all these kind of things like that much. Maybe like for like the first, let's say 10 hours or so, just play Ruthless and then make a real character or something. That is maybe something I would recommend. But hardcore, I gotta say, in PoE1 is still somewhat rough. Maybe not so much lately with like power creep patches and everything, but yeah.
Yeah.
Just
I don't know. I'm not sure I would, after like I'm playing Ruthless right now in PoE, and I'm not sure I would recommend a new player to play it because it's rough. Like, you might not see your first alchemy until like Act 4. I still like, I'm in Act 10 and I haven't found a singular essence. It's hard out here.
Yeah, I played only a bit of
Right.
Ruthless once, like when it first came out. I played it like through the campaign or something. I kind of had a good time though.
Is that one any better now? Because we got imbuement ability.
I think I've never stayed in Ruthless past like getting to maps. That's like always been the end of the journey for me. It's like, okay, yeah, I'm fine.
I feel like I'd go back to hardcore far before I went to Ruthless.
Yeah, playing softcore trade to Ruthless would be a rough journey for you.
Yeah. Back to hardcore, way more viable. way more likely to be doing that.
Right. Do you guys find in the PoE2 gameplay demo, do you find any currency or any noteworthy items?
Found a quill rain.
Ooh, also that exists still.
Did it do the same thing?
Pretty much. I can't remember exactly now.
I found
have
a
it
unique
recorded?
pair of gloves.
No, because it was in like the when I played in like the just normal non-record boots.
Okay. I didn't find a
no,
single
I
unique
don't.
item, I think. I don't think so. So I don't think I got anything. Just a few yellows. I got like 1 or 2 transmutes. And that was it. So this is like my gear that I found in like 4 hours.
Yeah.
It's
The one
basically
thing that was really
refresh-
fascinating to me was the ancestral, like the totem node, is you have infinite totems, and it's 50 spirit per totem. So depending on how much spirit you can get, like it's a bit different. Like it's not technically any limit except spirit.
Yeah, there's a
That's
bunch of
fascinating.
changes like that, like on the passive tree, I guess, if you want to talk about the passive tree. Like it's still largely the
Yeah.
same. I was actually very surprised to see that they didn't really like do something massive, like a change with the passive tree. Like it's still like, kind of the same nodes in the same place. Okay, masteries are gone, and now I can choose the attributes on the small nodes, and some stuff is gone, like certain like chance to poison, chance to ignite, and these kind of things. You have to get them from other sources now. But outside of that, I felt like okay, it seems like same old. I was like a bit surprised to say that a little bit. I'm not sure what's your impression, maybe.
I was surprised masteries are gone. They're like one of my favorite things in PoE1.
I was also
they're
surprised.
So great.
I really like the last series, and I think that was like one of the great innovations they've done with the passive tree at some point. And now it's just like
Weird thing not to keep.
I still want to make a unique that is a unique jewel that lets you take a mastery, and it would just like roll masteries. Like if this is an energy shield mastery jewel, you put a jewel in, you can select 1 mastery. I want it to be
That's an
quite
interesting
rare, like
idea.
a watcher's eye chase item style thing. You're like looking for the one mastery you can't have access to. I
Yeah,
want it.
not a bad idea.
Well, to be fair about the passive tree, like every time we do get a look at it, like whether it be in LA or now at Gamescom, they do make an effort to stress that it's like you don't get used to the positions of anything here. It's still heavily under construction.
That's
right? Like, it's
true,
nowhere near
but
final.
masteries I feel like would be in
They'd
if they
be
were going
there.
to be in.
They
yeah.
were.
Okay, I mean, they might change some stuff, but how much are they gonna revamp the entire tree now at this point? I feel like the tree is already has taken several passes, like I'm sure, just looking at it, the nodes are different, they have added like a few little things everywhere, some of the keystones are different, yeah, sure, but it still reminds me of like the same old passive tree. That's the whole concept of it, right? And I don't think this is going anywhere. It's like the same like 1000 cluster tree. And are they changing that, make it smaller or anything like that? And I don't think that is happening.
I get it.
Yep.
You're saying there's no like revolutionary new twist
Yeah,
on
exactly.
the passive tree that you'd expect from a sequel.
And I actually discussed this a
Suddenly
bunch with...
3-dimensional.
Yeah, make it 3-dimensional. That would be badass. No, but to be real, I discussed this actually with like some other of my friends, like also like someone who's played PoE2, and yeah, we both had kind of the same conclusion. Like, why did they do that? I feel like if there's one thing that like GG should fix, it's the passive tree in the sense of new player experience. Like, I feel like this is going to be such a huge turnoff for a lot of people, just like it was in PoE1. It's like the one thing I always hear from my chat is like, oh man, I played PoE1 until level 3, then I pressed P and I uninstalled, This is literally what I hear. This is like the reason why, 80% of people leave, at least from my perspective, let's say, right? And yeah, personally, I don't have an issue with that. I know the tree and I know the nodes and so I have whatsoever. And I think actually the passive tree is one of the simplest systems in the entire game. But most people don't understand that, right? That people look at this and they're like, oof, and they're out. Yep. And so this surprised me. And I was like, okay, what can I do? Like, I think the passive tree would literally be upgraded if they just added fog of war to it. Like, you just like unlock, and you kind of like, path your way through and then see like only a few nodes in your area or something like that. And until maybe later there's like some certain breakpoint or some quest unlock or whatever. But just to kind of keep the new player experience, from people uninstalling at level 3. So that's just...
Did we have that conversation on the table when I joined you guys?
Maybe we also talked about it. I'm not sure if we also said that. But...
Because I feel oddly reminded, like the
maybe I brought it up as well.
Maybe first couple levels, or or fog of war, like you said. honestly think that wouldn't be the worst idea to not scare people away, because the people who are really interested are going to look at screenshots or like other resources anyway to find out more about the passive tree, right? And the people who don't care enough, they just would stay in the
It
game.
is very
and explore.
overwhelming.
Yeah, I don't think it's
Because
even
like, I
overwhelming.
know that.
Yeah, keep going. No, I was just
Well, I was
gonna
gonna
say,
say, like, even in games like Last Epoch, right, where it's not that crazy. Like, as a new player, whenever I see it, I'm like, oh, do I really have to like look at everything before I start? So PoE has that to like 10x, right? Like, it's so extreme in PoE.
yeah, I don't think so actually. It's just that people don't know what they need to look for, and then they start looking around, and they're like, "Oh man, okay, what is this? What is that?" and so on, right? But at least in PoE, you go to kind of skill tree by skill tree, and it takes like maybe 1 or 2 minutes to kind of like understand, okay, this is this is that,
Yeah.
and so on. And in PoE, there's like, if you have no idea about anything, then he's gonna start looking around and he gets stuck, and then people are gonna like get nervous and quit or something. So I think this is really the problem here. If you know what you're looking for, like if you tell someone who's never played PoE and he says, okay, you don't know what this passive tree looks like, but let me tell you this. You're playing a ranger, you go for bow nodes, you go for crit nodes, and you go for life nodes. Enjoy, and just tell them that, use the search bar on the top right. Just type these 3 things. Yeah, and they will probably be somewhat successful and not have that problem. So maybe it's just also like a bit of a problem of like, okay, maybe there could be better highlighting, or there could be, something like that to kind of like guide players, through the system better, instead of like having them look around to find the nodes somewhere on the tree. I don't know. So
Yeah, I have to make it better for sure.
So one tiny option that is something Torchlight does, which is that it has like a little. It's not even that good of a build. It's just a functioning build that's just like lightly suggested to you at the beginning by slightly highlighting nodes.
yeah,
That you can
is
blatantly ignore, but it lets a brand new first time player who's never looked at anything just be like, oh yeah, so this is like the suggested path, and if you take that, it will all function.
I'm a big fan of that.
I didn't dislike that. That was pretty good.
Yeah, I think that's maybe too much for PoE standards. So
Yeah, I don't see them doing it, but I like it. But I don't see PoE doing it though.
maybe there could be something like you can select like multiple things at once, that like like clusters or like tags or something, like say what I just said, right? Bow, crit, life or something for a ranger, and you just like permanently highlight them or something like that, like you check mark them or something, and you're like,
Like
oh,
an
okay,
item filter for the passive
this is
tree.
kind of where I want to go, and then you're also gonna understand, you're gonna start making the connection. Oh yeah, I'm like mostly here in the bottom right of the tree, and then I go maybe a bit up there to the shadow, or I go a bit down to the duelist or something like that. And then you're also gonna get an idea, like when you make the next character, and then you're gonna play like a witch, and you're like, okay, I go for fire and dot and life and mana. And then, oh, okay, this is more on the top side here. And, then you're going to start making these connections without necessarily making a perfect path through those nodes, right? It doesn't have to be the perfect or something, or suggested, okay, go here, go there. I don't know. This could be a way, maybe.
Yeah.
Just to like reduce the complexity for new players, basically.
I agree. It would be great to have like some sort of way to get people into it earlier and quicker, because I remember when I started playing, that was one of the things that took the longest, was like knowing where and which on the passive tree to pick, like which things to prioritize, which things are bad, and also to learn, hey, you don't skip life, you want to give life, which is in PoE2, there's not going to be life on the passive tree, they said, right? There's no more increased or flat life, there's just strength, which gives flat life at 6 times the value that it gave before, like 3 life per strength. That's going to be weird.
I like that idea, though.
Let's go.
I think in general, limiting the defenses that it can build and also the recovery is going to be incredibly important in order to preserve this gameplay that we liked so much from like the early preview, right? We like, I guess most people that here that played it really enjoy the boss fights, and this back and forth, and it's actually like meaningful, like dodging each attack as much as you can, and that's just really fun. And if you let people just build into basically invincibility or infinite recovery, then he's gonna completely destroy that. And we go back to PoE1, I guess. So I think it's kind of a good choice.
Yeah, I mean the boss fights feel really good.
Which bosses did you fight? You fought the 4th boss in the Merc demo, right? That I didn't get to, but
I thought I thought every boss in Act 1 and Act 2 now. And some 1 Act 3 boss. Like I started fighting the Sun boss. But yeah, like the coolest one was like the Iron Count. It was really cool.
yeah, I died to that one.
It was hard.
It was really rough. That was the run where I had the 2 life gain on hit gloves. That's why I stuck in there for so long. But then he like did the fog phase, and at the same time the ability where like he does the marks from top that detonate after a short moment. And I had no idea that could happen at the same time. I thought like fog phase is guaranteed just fog phase. I still have no idea whether it was a bug or. But what I wanted to ask is, yeah, like, do you want to talk a little bit about the WASD and the boss fights, or in relation to the boss fights?
Yeah.
Did you play exclusively WASD or also traditional mouse
I
and keyboard?
tried playing with the mouse, and I was like, wow, this is awful compared to WASD. Part of that is just like moving while shooting. Felt really weird with the mouse. Like you kind of need the mouse to aim for most things. Like I said, I played most of my time on Ranger, so like Ranger without WASD would feel really weird, I think. I was very skeptical with WSD, and it's just like moving while attacking just feels so damn good. Like it's actually life changing. I loved it. So yeah, I mean, I definitely will be exclusively WSD. I think in PoE2. Like it just felt amazing, really, really enjoyable.
I'm hoping it stays that good for controller as well, because I really enjoyed the controller that we did in LA.
Huh.
That's probably because my hands are screwed though.
Yeah, I don't care much about controller, but I see that I definitely want to make it controller viable, I guess, right? There's also like where that will probably shine the most. For me personally, I tried WSD. I mean, I've already kind of used to WSD a bit from Diablo 4, which already has it for a long time now. And I tried it there, here and there. I use it very often for like inventory, skill tree management, and so on, not necessarily for the gameplay itself. So it was kind of new to me. It felt very clunky at first, especially on the melee characters. On the range, it feels better, I'd say. And on the melee, it's like, yeah, like I didn't really warm up to it too much. And it's also like so many buttons to press because you have to WSD, acrobatics, and then also go to the flasks, and then also press your skills. And it's all like with the same hand, basically. So I felt that was a bit much. I would actually enjoy this WSD stuff more, maybe, if, for example, we had less flasks or something. I guess eventually you're going to go back to like, you know, more flasks that you use proactively and so on. But yeah, it was
I don't think
okay.
so. I think they're trying to move really hard away from that.
Yeah,
because
maybe.
I was feeling the same way. Like if this had PoE1 flasks, WSD would be miserable. So I definitely agree with that. But I didn't get that feeling from what I've played so far. So
yeah, you only had like the life flask and mana flask, right? But I'm not sure what else you're gonna get. And you know, maybe you're gonna not have any proactive flasks, only reactive flasks, and then it's probably okay. That's just like extra skills basically, and that you press them sometimes. But I also imagine that when the game gets much faster at some point, that is gonna be a problem for WSD. I think WSD feels good when it's very slow, and it will not feel very good when it's very fast. Like imagine running at like triple the speed that you were doing, or something like that, or even more, right? It's, let's say, you know, like crazy high-end setup or something. And I think then it's gonna feel pretty horrible to play WSD, if you ask me. So
maybe
it's more like go-kart, like a Mario Kart racing then, or something, you know? I don't know. I cannot imagine it to feel very good with WSD when you have like 300, 400, 500% movement speed. Or maybe that's gonna limit it very hard, you know, like similar to D4, for example. You cannot go over 200% speed. So if it's like that, or movement speed is just so incredibly rare and premium, then it might be fine.
I don't think you're getting anywhere near 200. I'd be surprised if you get 70.
Whoa. Even with Headhunter and stuff.
I mean, yeah, I mean, if there is a Headhunter, I guess, have they said if there is? I don't even know.
They said, yeah. I thought they
I think they said
said
the
most
iconic uniques will all come over, and Headhunter was mentioned.
Right. Well, the problem with Headhunter is strong because of the pace of the game. Like, look at Headhunter after Beyond, right? Like, it's a completely different item.
Yep.
Like, since Beyond got nerfed so hard, it's just like a fraction of where it used to be. So I don't know. And yeah, it depends how things will stack and how many rares you're killing. Like, if Headhunter is just like a tiny speed boost for like 10 seconds, 20 seconds, like, yeah, it might not be the end of the world.
I'll be real surprised if we don't end up. I think there's a lot of the game's going to be slower. It's going to be 70% movement speed. It's going to be. I don't think any of it's a real worry. I think we're still going to end up at not as fast as we are now, but I think we're still going to end up with speedy builds that have 1 or 2 buttons max by the time we get into the end game. I'm making my personal mission to make that happen because I like 1 and 2 button builds.
I mean, if you manage to create that build, man, everyone will sub to you. Yeah. You know?
I'm so sure about it that it'll be fine. I'm like so sure it'll be fine. I don't know if that's me coping. I don't know if that's me coping, but I think I'm gonna make 1 to 2 button builds. That's all I want. Preferably 0. I like 0 button builds the best.
Good luck with
What
that.
build is really a 0 button build, dude? Like
Right,
even in
fire.
PoE1, like I mean, you could play
Yeah,
Death
RF.
Self, but then you deal 0 damage while you
Minions.
press 0 buttons.
Yeah, minions where you just shield charge through. Those are really good.
Yeah.
All the Spectre
Shield charge
builds
is a
where you
button
like,
build.
yeah, like, but when we say 1 button build, there's
Okay.
always going to be a movement. Those don't count, right? Movement
Yeah,
skills don't
fair.
count.
Everything is at least 4 buttons because of the movement.
Yeah, yeah, I don't count those. Castball stun chieftains right now.
Sure.
So those are super common. They got no active ability they can use at all. I just walk around.
Yeah, I played that last thing. It was fun.
Yeah.
How is that fun?
Well, it was. So what I was doing was fun. It was very interesting. It was very scary because I was doing like super, super deadly tier 17s. And I was like borderline immortal. It took a really fucked map to kill me. And you were just standing there like, am I gonna die? And your health bar is like, and I was like, oh, I'm like so fucked. I actually took a tier like, so like for the content I was doing, I didn't die at all, but then like I rolled a really messed up tier 17 fortress and died to it. But that was like, I was like saying like, all right, see you next league, and then boom, resurrected standard.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
But like it took a lot to kill it. It was very cool to play.
All right.
Terrifying though.
I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to steer the topic back to PoE2 because there's one big change from the version that Balor and I played in LA to this version that we haven't covered at all yet, and that's the way that skill gems level up. As there's no more gem experience, but you'll now have to use your uncut skill gems to level up skills. So how did you feel about that when playing this?
So I mean, I didn't really get to experience that. I didn't actually level up any of my own skill gems that way. And I do want to like add as well that you're not going to have to find 20 skill gems to hit level 20 on a skill, because you will be finding like a level 17 uncut skill gem, a level 20 uncut skill gem, etc. So instead of like having a gem at level 1 and leveling it up each time, at some point in the end game, you'll just find a level 20 uncut gem and be like, oh, I want a level 20 frostbolt. So that actually sounds really nice. Like when I first got it explained to me, I was like, that sounds awful. But then, yeah, it's the fact that you can actually drop level 20 gems. That does sound nice. So it'll be, yeah, I think it'll be a lot better, to be honest.
But if I understand it correctly, you have to drop like a higher level gem to level a gem. Like I can't use a level 1 uncut skill gem to level up a level 2 uncut skill gem to 3. Like I need to find a level 3 at least. No, that,
I think you can like pound in like 5 level 1s into your existing gem and level it up from 1 to 6.
I'm pretty sure I
early on.
specifically tried that, like, and I couldn't, like, I could only make a new skill gem from the uncut skill gem that I
Right.
found because the skill gems I had were already higher level, and they didn't offer to level up with it. But yeah, I mean,
But
I guess we
I
both.
feel
haven't
like they
played-
mentioned that isn't in the version we played yet, but it is going to be. But now I'm a little unsure.
I didn't know about this actually at all, so I have not tried to level up my gems. I just found the uncut skill gem system pretty good. I didn't know that this is how you level them, and I didn't actually notice that you don't get skill XP. But now that you say it, I never leveled up anything. So
Yeah,
I
they
but
never
I
did.
really like the idea of the system actually, and especially if this doesn't
Yeah.
become like, I don't know, inventory management hell, where you find like level 5, then you find level 6, and then I don't know, I guess you can drop them out of the inventory at some point or whatever of your stash, right? But otherwise, if you can use lower level ones to like slowly increase, the levels of the gems, I think that's pretty cool. You can just like throw them all into
Yeah.
your setup at some point, and then eventually you're gonna find yourself with 20 gems. I think like the whole like re-leveling skill gems, once you are like already in mapping and so on, doesn't really serve much of a purpose anymore. You just want to use the skill and that's it, or you want to use that support and that's it. You don't want to like level again. Like in PoE1, I always find this very annoying, to be honest, to re-level the skills if I have to do that at some point, or
Yeah.
like the flipping and so on. So yeah, I kind of like
Yeah, I
the
think
idea.
it'll be really good.
Yeah, I think what's interesting is that like in the end it's the same. We'll have all skill gems at level 20 or whatever the max level is then, but like on the way there you get to make a choice between which skill you do prioritize, as opposed to them all just leveling simultaneously as they all get the same 10% of your unpenalized character experience. But before we go into the next topic, Ziz, I am very aware that you are on limited time today. Is there anything that you want to quickly still talk about, or like I don't know, is there anything that you wanted to bring up that you wished we would have covered before you leave? Without
Well,
wanting to
I mean,
hold
I
you
think
here.
one big concern people have is that PoE2 will be ruthless. And I've been playing ruthless now for the last few days, and my experience in LA was not like ruthless. Like you do get like more items and stuff when you're playing, even early on. Definitely not like PoE1 levels, but it's somewhere in between. I'd say it's like not like, yeah, maybe like 30 to 50% of the way towards ruthless. It's definitely like very different though. So that's like, now that I'm trying ruthless, like yeah, it is not this, because this is pretty rough. It's very ruthless. Like I've found 2 chaos orbs so far, and I'm level 74. So it's like I already had
Sounds
more
like
stuff in
PoE2 to
PoE2.
me, man. I mean,
I got way more stuff in PoE2, but like that was in like a 5-6 hour playtime, right? Like I had more stuff in 6 hours played. Like this is 19 hours played, by the way, not with 2 chaos orbs. So like it is rough in Ruthless. It is definitely nowhere near this punishing.
Right. Okay, last question before I let you go is this week's League Gauntlet is coming when? When is the announcement? What can we expect? It's going to be rough, right?
So normally we alternate like an easy gauntlet and a hard gauntlet, and the last one's hard. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna make the last one easy by comparison by how hard this next one is. So even though the last one was really hard, the next one's just gonna be that much harder that it makes the last one seem easy. So that's
So
a
you
new
still
approach.
get the alternation, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be really hard. I tweeted out the day. Is it when did I let me find that real quick? I think it's the 26th of September, 27th. 26th or 27th. Let me see. Yeah, 26th PDT, Friday, September 27th NZT. So yeah, we'll have an actual like countdown and announcement in not like too long, but either way, like around there. So I'm very excited for it.
Same. I haven't decided yet how much of a run I can give it, but I'm definitely excited to see what the best racers make of it, as always.
It'll be crazy. It'll be a crazy one. We have some new stuff cooking up.
Yeah, I heard. Well, that said, it is 1 hour in. Thanks for being here, Ziz. Thanks for
Awesome.
making time.
Thanks for having me.
And as always, glad to have you and talk to you soon. Have a good one.
See you soon. Bye.
Yeah, so that was an early departure, but I'd still like to hear from you guys because we've prioritized this in these last couple minutes because I knew he was on limited time, but I think you haven't said anything to the skill gems yet, Balor.
Well, I didn't get to see them. Like I don't know if it matters to me right now. Skill gems in PoE, the way I level them in PoE1, it's just a passive income thing. It doesn't like add anything of interest. It's just if you can be bothered to buy all of the gems and fill up all your off weapons with them, and constantly
right,
flip
that's-
them and re-level them over and over again and sell them, then it's passive income at the cost
Okay,
of
so
being
that's the first
annoying.
thing you think about when we talk skill gems are
Yeah.
not going to be leveled the traditional way. Is like,
the first thing
my
I think of
income
is my
gone.
passive income goes away. But then I think to myself for a minute and I feel like that's a good thing because that passive income is absolutely annoying. That doesn't add anything to my gaming experience. That's just if I'm willing to annoy myself for 10 minutes here twice a day, then I make more passive income than everyone else. But if you take that away, you've just stopped me from having a boring, annoying section twice a day. So that's fine, I guess.
Yeah, I agree with that, I gotta say.
Yeah.
It's actually with a lot of changes that they make where you're like, oh shit, they took this away from me. But then you realize, oh yeah, they took away the feeling that I need to do it from me.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing.
I think it might be good. I always hated doing that anyway. It was annoying. So let's go. And now I don't have to do it anymore. I mean, I'll still have to do it because there's no way I'm not playing PoE1 just because PoE2's out. Like, I'm obviously going to be playing both of them. But
I wonder how it's gonna feel to go back to PoE1 after blasting PoE2 for a while, and then, you know, vice versa. At least, like, you know, looking at Diablo 4 versus Diablo 3, like, I don't really see myself going back to Diablo 3 much anymore. So, okay, I could play like a weekend on the season start, maybe, you know, try to race for rank 1 or something. But outside of that, yeah, I even skipped like last season entirely because last epoch came up. And I don't know how it feel about PoE2 versus PoE1. I mean, I already talked about it earlier, right? I'm not really playing that much PoE1 anyway these days. I'm kind of like in PoE2 waiting room. But from like the perspective of like the existing, you know, PoE blasters, I guess, you guys and, you know, others, I wonder how much they will actually go back on PoE1, depending on how much they will get patched, I guess.
I hope it'll be different enough that I'll still want to. Because like right now I play most seasons, I play a week or two of Torchlight. Most seasons I play a week or two at least of Diablo 4. And like I'm still while it's PoE main all the time, like I still jump into every other ARPG I can whenever I can for whatever launch is like available.
Yeah,
And
exactly. And I think a lot of people do
hopefully
exactly
it's
something like
still good
that.
enough for that.
Yeah.
Like and I think it will be. I think it'll be fine for me to be like, all right, I'm going to spend 2 or 3 weeks playing this. And
Do we
then
have information about
and
what
then-
they're planning to do with PoE1 after the launch?
roughly, we just know that they plan on continuing to do it and that they plan on staggering league starts.
Yeah, okay, that's the most obvious, I guess. The two questions like more like the updates, like the patches. Are we gonna get like 4.0 at some point or whatever? I guess not, right? So it's just gonna be like 3 points, you know, whatever.
They full on want to continue developing it as its own game. Again,
that's
what they've said so far.
Okay, that seems ambitious, but let's see. Maybe they're gonna have like, you know, the main PoE1 and the main PoE2 player base, and there's actually not that much overlap to be expected. Who knows?
I mean, that seems ambitious. Feels like it could be GDG's tagline. So I'm not surprised.
It's GDG flavor text.
But I will be interested to see more, not like this year or next year, but like what about 3 years from now? Are we still supporting PoE1 then? That I don't know about. I guess it depends on how popular it remains.
Yeah,
like if suddenly 80% of the people play PoE2 and only 20% of those people are going back to play PoE1 and then like 90% of those are done in 2 weeks and leave to go play other games, and it wouldn't be worth it anymore, right? So we'll see. I don't know. It just depends on how good it stays.
I don't know. From what we have, the current stand of information, or with the current stand of information, I have a lot of people in my chat who are just saying like PoE2 will probably not be their thing. They'll play it when it comes out, when it comes into early access, and then they'll go back to PoE1 because they enjoy that more. Because
but they don't know.
We don't know exactly. But GGG splitting the two games basically allowed for PoE2 to be as hardcore as it wants to be, or as they want it to be, while PoE1 can be as blasty as the people want it to be. Right? It frees both games the obligation to satisfy the other game's needs or the other population's needs. So like they can diverge, and I hope that they're really going to embrace that. And really, once PoE2 comes out, and it is that hardcore back to the roots ARPG that draws in the people who fell in love back in the day when PoE was early access, right, when it had the same repressive mood and scarcity, and you felt like this is rough, but this time it's gonna feel smooth rough, as in like, because the game has playability and it's not clunky and you're not desyncing all the time and there's not like 1,000 things that you need to learn from third party, but it's actually in the game that you have the resources to get better at the game. Right? And then PoE1 can just be that insane blasty game with like 300,000 monsters per screen and 20 exalts dropping at once and divines.
I think
and all that.
9 out of 10 of those people who are like, I'll probably just try it. It won't be my thing, but I'll just play it for like a week here and there. They'll play it and they'll be hooked. They'll be in. They're doomsaying for nothing. And the reason I say this is because before I got my hands on it, I was also doomsaying a little bit. And I was trying to keep it as positive as I could, but I genuinely was worried about it because I like speedy, one button, obliterate several screens at once. Like, that's my thing, right? Like, I do that all the time. That's my thing. And so I was one of the people that were worried about it. And then you sit down, you play for 5 hours, and you're like, yeah, no, my bad. I was stupid. This is great. And I think that's what's going to happen to everybody.
Yeah, I guess one thing to like remember here is like Elden Ring won Game of the Year, and it is a pretty difficult game. And a lot of people were also very frustrated playing that game, but everyone loved it anyway. And I think it might be kind of the same case here with like, PoE2 seems to be like a well executed game, it looks great, it has great progression and so on. And you're just gonna get hooked somewhere, even though you are frustrated and it's hard and you die 10 times to the boss or something like that. And you just kind of like, like if the game is good enough, then there will be a lot of people that will still fight through that and, get to the end and then enjoy, everything about it. And this is obviously not for everyone, I also know people that just, said, okay, I'm not going to play Elden Ring, no matter what everyone else says, and that's fair, right? That's how it is. But I think this whole, like, okay, the game is slow and difficult, yeah, compared to existing RPGs, in particular PoE1, that's certainly like a huge, diversion from where we are, but it doesn't mean it's bad. And I think people that may think that they don't like it may actually enjoy it in the end, just because of how well designed everything is and how well it all, flows together with the character progression and so on. So I think it can actually turn out much better than people think.
I also think it's not nearly as slow as people think it's going to be. Like, it's definitely going to be slower than PoE1, but like, look at anybody who's not a racer playing Act 2 of PoE1, and it's not that fast. like when we do it, sure, maybe we're fast. Watch somebody playing it for their like third campaign run they've ever done in their life, so they're like comfortable enough with the game to know what's going on, but absolutely not fast. They're still real slow.
That's a fair point.
We haven't seen any of the end game things, and when we talk to Jonathan and we talk to the other developers and we go, what's like, am I still going to have blasting? The thing that we keep getting told is there's still going to be quite fast blasting in the end game. You're still going to be able to get to places where you can obliterate the whole screen at a time. What we don't want, or what they don't want, is for you to start that way. You should have to earn it. And I'm like, well, that's great. Like, that's a good idea. We should have to earn it. It doesn't make sense that you're that powerful on day one right at the beginning with no gear. But they just haven't shown us any of that. That's all.
I feel like not showing it is part of the, feeling that you earned it, because you exceeded what they've showed us beforehand. You've exceeded, what your image was of the game. I think that's really important, that they don't trivialize the game in their footage beforehand, right? That they build it up as this big, challenging thing that needs to be overcome, and they let the players solve the puzzle instead of showing the players how the puzzle looks when it's solved.
Well,
and I know you mean like half the way, not 100%. But
if there was like a 15-second clip in the middle of one of their trailers that went from 3 different builds for like 5 seconds each in whatever the end game map was in whatever really good gear. You give me no explanation, hide the entire UI, I don't care. Just like 3 little 5-second clips in a row of like blasting builds through some end game map with no explanation would settle so many of those people's problems. If you could just be like, yeah, see that 15-second clip in that one trailer? There's some end game blasting right there. That means it exists. Now we can calm down. Right? Like that would be enough. I'm telling you, that would be enough. Just like 15 seconds, 3 different builds, 5 seconds a piece. Absolutely no explanation about it. Just put it there, and everybody worried about it would go, ooh, okay, maybe I can.
I'd be highly surprised if on the like release trailer they don't have a little bit of a sneak peek at the power fantasy, similar to how back in the day when they made the Xbox version, they showed how you can like link skills, right? Where they like showed you this is rolling magma, this is rolling magma plus LMP, this is rolling magma plus LMP plus chain, and so on, right? Where you can see that builds actually like grow and become bigger because it's such a big aspect of the game. But yeah, as Ziz already said, or we all kind of recognize with these short gameplay demos, they don't get to show off every single aspect of the game.
Yeah, I think the gameplay demos are always intentionally very slow, very like kind of weak characters, so you can actually like show the animations and so on. I think like they always do that in every single trailer where they show off a new expansion or something. So I wouldn't really hold my breath on this. But it is a funny idea. Does it exist? Yeah, who knows? So it would be interesting. But I guess they're just gonna keep everything under wraps. And then, the thing is that whenever there is new patches, it will usually concern the end game and not so much the early game. The early game is polished. I've been working on this for like half a decade, even longer, right? And this is exactly how that also went in Diablo 4, right? The game started very slow, kind of difficult, and long progression, long leveling, and now 1 year later, the game is completely different, and everything is like way easier, way faster, way more blasting. And this kind of thing that people want from, like, for example, PoE1 as well. And I think that something similar is probably going to happen with PoE2 as well, where the game will come out despite the early access lasting for a while, and they're probably going to do many patches during that early access that first of all changes the face of the game completely. But then also once the actual new leaks roll in and the new patches roll in after launch, I think in the first year up to like, let's say 2.0, like PoE2 2.0, or whatever, the equivalent of like, the expansion, for example, now in D4. Yeah, I think that the game is also gonna see exactly the same kind of transformation. Stuff is gonna get faster, easier, more blasty, more endgame stuff that might just not be fully fleshed out now on launch. I mean, I do expect GG is gonna do a lot more than Diablo 4 did at the start. That's not very hard, but on the other hand, yeah, it's true. But on the other hand, just the transformation that they can do in such a short time, we have seen that. How D4 has, like, all these, like, okay, I'm not sure how it is in the PoE community, but at least from the Diablo community, and, what I see, all these, like, D4 bad memes have mostly disappeared. Like, no one really says that anymore. Because the game just keeps going in a good direction. Yeah, they say, okay. Like,
I have it from trustworthy sources who I asked IRL, is it still bad? Like, people are stopping to say D4 bad. Gazzy said D4 good. And that person told me verbatim, straight to my face, well, many people have wrong opinions. And said, yeah, it's still kind of bad.
Yeah, I think it's mostly like the case of, like, people just, like, perpetuating the same opinion, and they have like their first impression from like last year. But if you look at what actually happened, and if people are gonna jump in again now, it's a completely different game. And I think the same is going to happen with PoE2. Like 1 year later, maybe not as transformative as it was in D4, because they actually changed the entire item system or something and these kind of things. So I guess this is probably like more settled in PoE2 and more thought out from the start and so on. But yeah, I would not be surprised for, very large changes. Especially once they also understand, okay, what do the people actually want? Once they start reacting to what the people want. And, depending on how PoE1 also goes, I guess they might, decide to wait for the feedback a little bit that rolls in as PoE2 develops.
To be honest about the D4 thing, what I've been saying to people is D4 finally playable or finally ready for launch.
Yeah, we're finally out of beta, exactly.
Like last season or whatever, I was like, I only played for like 2 weeks, but I was like, this game's actually ready to launch now. Like whatever we were playing before still felt like a beta that wasn't ready to be played, that didn't have enough in it. And now it feels ready to be played. It took them a year, but we're like here now. So I've been telling people if they like tried it right at the beginning and they were like, this ain't it, what's going on here, that like you can go back now. Like it's got stuff now.
Exactly.
So
that's exactly also like, I don't expect like people gonna do these PoE2 bad memes or something, but who knows? Maybe it is bad. No one knows. So it could happen that it's just gonna be a disaster on launch, or at least in your early access. Stuff might be buggy, stuff might be broken. Someone's gonna have some invincible one-shot everything, 3 screens away kind of build that surpasses everything
I'm
else.
gonna try.
Yeah, I mean, this is very likely to happen, I think, in early access at least, right? And then even when the game comes out, then maybe a lot of people will just not really like it because of the vision and because of how they, build it up, and everyone finds it too difficult and whatever, right? And then they're gonna be like, what are you gonna do? I'm pretty sure there's gonna be, pretty transformative patches early on in the lifespan.
Yeah. And
Well,
something GGG.
Okay, go for it.
There's something GGG is not scared of these days. Is just completely reversing their opinion on something if it turns out to not work. If there's something that they like really, really liked and they were like, nah, you'll really like this, and then they throw it out and everybody hates it, they're pretty open now to being like, well, I guess we were wrong. Let's get rid of that. Change it.
Well, specifically with the they didn't do that, but
yeah. I mean, this is exactly what I mean, right?
Complain about that a lot.
Yeah. I remember like when I had my interview with Jonathan, actually, like I had one of these interviews like, I don't know, a year ago or something like that about PoE2. And this was like the time with
2-hour thing.
Yeah. So this was with the time when they were talking about respecs and the gold and being introduced to the game, and it was supposed to be like very difficult to respec your character, similar to a PoE1, a high cost, and something you can kind of afford only later. And then I think it was actually like, I think Scissorin in the interview before me asked about this, and this is what they said. Like, it's gonna be difficult, and we don't want people to respec. And then in my interview, like 2 weeks later, I asked him again about this question. I almost didn't ask that question, actually. There's one chat who told me, okay, please ask about this. And I was like, fine, okay. At the end, the last 2 minutes, I asked about the respec. And then Jonathan said, yeah, we changed it. It's going to cost gold now. It's going to be, very simple. It costs almost nothing at the start. You can respec as you like. And, did like a full 180 there. And I could imagine more stuff like that to happen as well, where they're just like, our opinion maybe didn't really match what people want, so they're changing it.
Have you, by the way, seen that feature is now in PoE1, that respecking with gold currently?
Yeah, I've seen that. Yes. I played a bit the current league.
And it's incredibly cheap early, and oppressively expensive if you're level 95. Go back to Houston regrets.
Yeah, I mean, you have 2 ways now, right?
The intent.
Yeah, I think that's fine though, and I think there's gonna be a lot more things like that where they're like, yeah, okay, we had this thing in mind, and maybe sometimes they also just try to design a certain thing for PoE2, already knowing, okay, this is something where we have to monitor very closely how people enjoy that or not, and even when early access ends or when the game is ready or something like that, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of stuff like that in the end game where they're like, okay. Yeah, we know this could be weird, or this could be something that people don't like, and maybe have a plan B already, like in the closet, kind of like just ready to pull out the drawer and go and something.
I do wonder when they're on those topics of like how those specific things work, how many people are in that room on each side. And how those like discussions / arguments go. Like, I've always just wanted to like listen in to one of those meetings, and in my mind, which is probably absolutely not the case, but in my mind, there's at least one person on each side of that argument who's so passionate about it, they're struggling not to yell and scream.
And start boxing.
Yeah. It was like, just no, I'm right. Just, I'm sure it's nothing like that, but it just, in my head, I'm just like, there's gonna be one like really, really upset person.
Probably. I wanted to ask one very specific question because earlier I forgot to bring it up, but you said you played all 5 classes, right? There was 5 different ones. And you played the Ranger, right?
Yes.
Did you manage to beat that boss, that like weird boss that does the damage over time thing? Because that was awfully overtuned in my opinion, but I might have overseen something.
I have no idea which boss you're talking about.
It was in Act 2 where you went through that Faradun fortress, and there's like a boss that was like, I think the Perennial King was his name.
No, I don't think I went to that boss, so I'm not sure, like, if I, which path I was taking and stuff like that. I only know, okay,
maybe there was a path past him or something like that.
Yeah, I remember I died once, which I think was to a bug. There was on a ranger. I died like once on, I think, the monk or something. I think I got bugged one shot from the boss, because otherwise the boss was only hitting me for like 10 or 20%, and then once I just died from something I didn't even see. So I found that was probably a bug. But yeah, like, I don't know, the entire time I found it actually not to be that difficult. But maybe that's just like, me with a lot of experience talking here. I thought that, I would actually struggle a lot more against those bosses, but generally, okay, they have very telegraphed abilities, they're kind of slow, you can dodge roll, and so on. So I felt like it was fine if you paid attention to the game and you kind of like knew your arsenal that you were carrying, basically, like with the flasks, when to use them, the skills, how we combo them, then it was a fine, like, high difficulty, but not to the point where I felt like it was like, unfair or so.
I like specifically because I asked for that boss, because that boss I felt had such a huge health bar. It took me so long to get him down to 60% or 50%, and then he did like a phase transition, and then he spawned like things that you needed to destroy, and after you destroy them, they left like damaging ground on the floor. So even if you played the first phase perfectly, in the second phase, getting him from 50 to 0, which took a long time, I was not able to not take damage, like dodging around. It was a very tiny arena, and there was very few safe spots. And so I was not able to avoid taking damage. I always ran out of flasks. I was like, I have no idea how I should beat this. Then on the other hand, on the warrior, you said you had an easier time on the warrior than on the monk. Did you use the raise shield skill at all?
I tried it a bit, but I found it very clunky. So I was just kind of relying on the passive block, and then otherwise just attacking and whacking away. And
I find that interesting, because the moment that I started using the raised shield was the moment that I all of a sudden got 3 bosses in one 30-minute run in the customer area. Because when you raise the shield, it's like a very short delay, or it's almost instant, and it avoids all frontal damage, like projectiles or melee. It's like a guaranteed 0% damage taken from that hit.
Yeah,
and so it's like
I found it also
skill.
pretty strong. Like if you actually manage to time this, okay, there's like this boss ability and this boss ability. Yeah, I used it on like 1 or 2 bosses here and there and these kind of things. But in like regular combat, I basically didn't use it because I was just running, and then I did my combo, blew up the entire screen, and that was it. And then for the bosses, it was kind of fine, but the problem is if you raise your shield too long, you get staggered and you get like stunned, basically. And I didn't really see any indication of when that happens. So if you get hit like 2 or 3 times in a row with the shield up, then you just kind of get knocked out of that stance, and you take a bit of damage and stuff like that. So I didn't like it.
To me.
Yeah, like if you do like 1 block here and there, it's fine. But if you take like like multiple hits, there's probably like some invisible stagger bar or something. And I didn't like that I didn't know when that would happen, so I kind of
shouldn't be invisible.
Yeah, at the very least, I would like to know when it happens. Yes. Because this is the main reason why I barely used it, actually, because I never knew when I would get stunned, and I found that to be a bigger problem than just trying to dodge stuff myself.
Yeah.
Just just asked because for me on the warrior, I played the demo twice, and the first time I didn't even down the first boss, and then I was like, okay, I'm doing something wrong. I gotta adjust this. I asked Octavian about it a little bit, and Octavian said actually a lot of skills are kind of not as good as auto attack, like default attack. In a lot of cases, if you have a high uptime, is the best DPS on these characters. And then I was like, okay, I gotta reevaluate my approach. And then I beat the bosses just by using the combination of dodge roll and blocking whenever I couldn't dodge roll in time. But I always would like only block one hit and then dodge behind the enemy. And then I used Earthquake whenever it was off cooldown, like for the Aftershock. And then while the Aftershock was ticking, so it was on cooldown, you can only have one Aftershock active, I would auto attack. And that way I beat 3 bosses, no problem.
Yeah, that's exactly what I did as well. Like I also realized pretty quickly that the default attack was actually very strong when you only have like 1 lynx or 2 lynx and the lynx barely do anything. Honestly, I don't even mind that system very much. I think this is fine. You know, this is kind of like, it doesn't cost any mana. You just whack away in between your other abilities. And I found this to be actually like, it was just kind of like working. You know, it was just something to do, something to press. And I actually enjoyed having this default attack, honestly. So I wouldn't even mind if you could just even like beef it up somehow and actually make this like part of your rotation.
I think it was also necessarily a part of the rotation because I don't remember exactly what the skill setup was. I think there was still Bone Shatter, which is a strike, but if you weren't using Bone Shatter, all the other attacks you had were slams. And Infernal Cry specifically only triggered the extra damage on strike, I believe, on single target.
Yes, yeah, someone says you can actually add links to default attack. I wasn't sure right now if
Yeah,
I did
exactly.
that or not, but yeah, in that case, you know, I think this is fine. This is totally fine. You know, like you have like some random arrow shot with a bow, or you have like you know, you whack away with your mace, and this is just something that is like a filler thing, and it still does something. You know, like very often you have these cases where you have your main ability that does everything, and then everything else is just kind of supporting, because even just buffing your main ability by like 10% is way better than, you know, having a second ability that could do something, right? And it seemed like, at least in the early game in PoE2, that was actually, you know, you can use multiple abilities and they have a different flow and a different, you know, effect on the enemy, and that felt really nice. So I hope that this is actually going to continue until later.
I didn't realize you could support auto attack.
I'm not sure whether that was in the game when we were there, but I think Octavian actually mentioned it to us when we were asking about me not being able to put down the bell because I wasn't building up the whatever stacks it was, like rage or some sort of stacks that you need in order to put down the bell that the monk has. He said you need to use a strike skill in order to do that, and I was only using slams, right? And so he said we found out my only strike skill at that level was my default attack. And then he went on and told us about how in PoE2 there's actually going to be default attack supportable, but I don't know whether it was in there when we played
I think it was.
But it was there. It was there when we played at Gamescom, for sure.
Yeah, in Gamescom, yeah, it was there. I did that as well. I actually, like, I found, like, all the other stuff that I could support, like, in 1 or 2 of my builds, actually. Like, all the other stuff where I could add a support gem, I found, like, very useless, and I actually just supported my default attack on some of them.
Did you also do that on the Necromancer, on the Witch? Like, the minion
actually, the Witch, I only... Yeah, no, wait, the Witch I actually didn't do. It's the only character I didn't play. I didn't play the Witch, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
So I
played it after I had my interview with Jonathan, because I asked Jonathan, if I only have the time to queue once more, which one would you like me to play after having played the Merc? Right, kind of want to know what are you most proud to have in the demo? And I feel like every time I watch the interview now, like I watch the footage again, I feel like he's so close to saying, that's such a stupid question. Because if I didn't like it, it wouldn't be in the demo now. But he was polite, he didn't say that. And then he recommended the Witch. I should do the minion stuff. And I was surprised that the Witch didn't actually do a whole lot of minion stuff while clearing, or at least initially, because you needed corpses in order to summon the minions, right? There was like a sort of skill that used corpses to summon temporary minions, but you don't have any corpse creating skill. And so what you needed to do in order to clear was you used Contagion and your basic attack, which for some reason I still didn't figure out, but the basic attack applied a debuff that dealt chaos damage over time. I have no idea whether it had like 100% chance to poison from the character somewhere, or
yeah, some
I don't know
weapons have built-in attacks, so maybe we're actually using that instead of just like, default attack.
A
Literally.
basic attack. Or
Yeah,
maybe
so-
it replaces the basic attack that the weapon would
Yeah, that
normally
could be
have,
like,
actually.
some of the weapon types actually have their own attack that comes with it.
Because it did have a specific name, like a Chaos
Yeah.
Slurp or something like that. Chaos Slip. I don't know.
Yeah, so it was probably
So,
that, exactly.
Yeah, that could be. Because now Contagion doesn't only proliferate the chaos damage over time from Essence Drain, but it proliferates any chaos damage over time. So you can use Contagion for any poison prolif or any secondary chaos damage over time prolif as well, which I found extremely interesting. But yeah, so my Witch playthrough, which only started at level 5, so this may be completely different once you're actually in the middle of the acts or in endgame, right? But it was actually sort of a hybrid between attacking myself and using spells and summoning minions to help out with damage.
Yeah, I guess realistically, you're probably gonna get to the point where you can do like a real minion setup. I guess you have to always see that, most of the early game stuff that we see in like the demos and in like the Gamescom up to like level 20 or something, you can't really specialize your setup, but you will be able to later when you have like, I don't know, 120 passive points and you have gear that, gives you this damage and that damage. Instead of, at the start, you don't have any support for anything. So if stuff is supposed to be somewhat balanced, then you can combine the wackiest things, right? But I don't think it's gonna stay that way.
I'm still my biggest problem right now is when it launches, I have no idea what I'm going to play. Because on one hand, minions, but on the other hand, guns. Sorry,
But
crossbows.
really?
I've never wanted to bring a stick to a gunfight. There's no world.
Yeah. Yeah, for me it's also kind of tough, but I'm definitely drawn towards the mercenary and the hunters. And I guess also monk and ranger. Like generally, I like these like kind of like more agile classes. This is rogue main and these kind of things. So like this is what I do, and I'm very excited to see them. But yeah, I think it's also gonna be very fun to play something like warrior or like big slams or something with marauder. I think it can be really cool stuff for melee and PoE2, especially with it being a slower paced game. I'm definitely excited to also try more melee stuff. It felt pretty good.
I would love to be wrong, but I still don't think that we can. I still think melee is going to be bad. I think it's impossible to balance melee in either version of Path of Exile because you can play it as any class. Because we're not locked to anything, you can't balance anything for melee specifically like that. I don't understand how you're ever going to get a melee build that's good when you could do the same things from range. Like Diablo gets away with it because the melee class is melee. So you can balance the entire class. You can't do that. You can make a melee witch, you can make a melee ranger, you can make a melee anything, right? Like,
yeah, you can do that, but realistically, you won't. I think in most cases, like I think this PoE1 also has largely the same, kind of like specialization into a certain thing when you play a certain class, right? If you play a witch, okay, there is a lot of like freedom and so on. You can do like wacky combos, but especially over the patches, over the cycles, we have ascendancies. You kind of get drawn towards certain synergies more directly when you play a witch than when you are a duelist, right? Making a duelist spellcaster is not as natural as it is like making a witch spellcaster. And I think it's going to be even more so in PoE2, where, you can do it, but you don't really want to if you want to make an effective build.
But it's still pretty common over the last few leagues to have an attack-based witch.
Yeah.
Or a
just looks super
caster
badass how
fighter.
the witch holds the two-handed sword. The
I
animation.
do agree with that.
She
I like that wackiness as well, and I've also done like melee witches and these kind of things, but I don't really see it happening that much. You just kind of like, okay, maybe for experienced players, maybe if there's like certain combos that unlock only when you have this thing from that ascendancy, and this is like some unique effect that works really well with that item that you can get, from that uber boss, something like that. I could imagine, yeah, sure. But I think in general, you're gonna play a monk and you're gonna be like, some melee guy with a quarterstaff, and you're gonna be a witch with minions or some spells, and you're gonna be a ranger with a bow. I think this is how most people will play those classes. It's going to be a stronger class fantasy, I think.
Definitely. But because we have the opportunity to pick anything, I think that's what stops PoE. from being able to balance melee to be really good. Because you can just pick anything. And that means I can't make the warrior or guardian or whatever melee or monk, I can't make it inherently so tanky and fast that it becomes a competitor for a ranged build when I could just take if I can just take that set of defense and speed and then just put range on it instead. Right?
I think you can.
Like,
you can still force
maybe
people. You can force people into like actually using melee abilities on that melee ascendancy or something like that. You know, you can literally like put the names of the skills on them, or like I don't know, melee tag of the skill or whatever, right? So there are ways to do that. I think to force people to, you know, either in or out of certain combos. And I think that's possible. And especially, I think the main reason why PoE 1 melee is so bad is just because of the pace of the game, and because we are expected to screen clear everything at once, which a melee build cannot do unless you make them like, you know, lightning zapping around and like, you know, one-shotting everything basically. And yeah, of course, this is never really going to work out. So melee in PoE 1 has to hit the entire screen, just like how range hits the entire screen or chains to the entire screen or something like that. And in PoE 2, with the game just being slower, I think that will inherently make melee at least way closer to range. And then it's just like maybe like tiny adjustments they have to make from there.
I think ranged will also just not hit the whole screen and clear the whole screen. Like it will just come down and approach melee from the other side also.
Yes.
I very, very much hope that you guys are right and that I'm wrong, because I've played melee in other games and enjoyed it, but I've never wanted to play melee in PoE. It's always felt like the guy trying to bring a stick to a gunfight and you're just going to lose. So I hope, I'd love to be wrong. I'd love to be like, yo, what's going on? These melee builds look great. So I mean, hopefully.
I actually played a lot of melee in PoE 1 and I really liked it every time I did it. So
I'm playing Glacial Hammer Slayer right now.
Yeah. Actually, like my first character ever was a tornado shot raider very, very long time ago. And I did like 40-40 of that in that league as well with that character. Like I went all the way. This was like my goal. I wanted to, like, you know, just do everything that the game had to offer, which was in the Abyss League. So that was 3.1. And then my second character was an Ice Crash Slayer, I think. Yeah, that was really fun as well. I just loved like going around and hammering stuff with Ice Crash. That was just really cool. And then I played like other
again.
3.1 in Abyss League.
3.1. Yeah. At that time, also like with Alt Multi-Strike and like, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know, back then I didn't understand the game that well, you know, but I just kind of like tried to cook up some random stuff, something I enjoyed, you know. And yeah, it turned out to be pretty decent in the end. Tornado Shot was pretty meta back then, actually, I learned. So that was kind of cool. And yeah, like stuff like that. And then I also made like many other melee builds after that. And I think even like that, even in PoE 1, it was okay for, you know, if you're not like super sweaty, try hard about, you know, how efficient it is or something. I think you can have a lot of fun with melee. At least I had. And in PoE 2, I think it's going to be way easier to have fun with melee. I don't think it's going to be a huge concern.
Yeah, Bella, I'll give you this. Like, the class I'm most excited about is Mercenary, because it's just a super novelty thing, especially the combos between the, you know, having one skill to fire and then having several ammunition skills that you use to change what the firing skill does. It's just completely different, and it works so well with WASD as well, because you're still using your main mouse button for your main shooting every time, no matter which ability you use, right? And if you want to change the ammunition and you have to use your left mouse, well, your left hand, then you only have to take your fingers away from WASD for a very short moment, switch the ammunition, and continue playing, right? Dodge roll is on spacebar.
Yeah, anyway. WASD is definitely made for Mercenary.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I mean, this is where it came from, right? I think when they did the first preview of it, this is where they started. And yeah, it works so well with Mercenary, for sure.
Yeah, but right after that, you saw what terrible choice the Monk was for LA, Balor, when we leveled together. Like, the Monk didn't have any sidestepping, didn't have anything, felt like very staccato and locked in place all the time. Yep. And maybe I just did it wrong, benefit of the doubt here, right? Like maybe there is a right way to play it and it's actually super powerful and I just didn't find it out. But the second class that I'm most hyped about after Mercenary right away is currently, from what I've seen, Warrior. It was so fun when I had that aha moment between the 2 playthroughs, and I really managed to like all of a sudden be 3 times as powerful as before just because I adjust the way that I played the character, like virtually all the same. Oh, by the way, I also didn't play WSD on the Warrior. I changed back to traditional mouse and keyboard and was way better all of a sudden with move only on left click and like just, you know, which may also just be years of muscle memory, you know. Mercenary is a novelty. I don't have to, you know, I'm equally bad with WASD and mouse and keyboard with Mercenary, but with Warrior, I have so much experience playing with mouse and keyboard traditionally.
It's kind of interesting because I felt the monk was actually very powerful, but you had to do the combo right. I think the monk was most reliant on doing the combo right, where like mostly with power charges. If you manage to get power charges from executing enemies, you had to get them low HP, and then you had to like a palm, I don't know what it was called, to get a power charge on like you would execute the guy. And even like just one single power charge, if you manage to get like one little monster down, you would do then your melee slime, like the main slime ability, and would like spread out in like a cone in front of you, and that was just annihilating everything. At least when I played it on the Gamescom client. So that was
which level did the mercenary start? The monk start at?
I think it was like start of Act 2, so I don't know, like 14, 12
yeah,
or
see,
something.
I only played it in Act 1. In LA, Balor and I did the console playtest, so we played couch co-op with controllers, and we had to start at level 1. So I got it to like level what?
I definitely had the most struggle with the monk at the start until I understood what I have to do. And once I did that, it was probably the strongest actually, because I was just walking around. I was doing the combo with the like get a power charge from like a small monster, and then boom, like annihilate everything on the screen. Like it was crazy actually. I found it pretty OP.
I think Catmaster struggled more with using a controller than anything else. That's a lot of his, like, I don't know, 2/3 or more of his dying was caused by having a controller in his hand. He had no idea what to do with it.
Yeah, but the other thing, and you'll agree to that once I bring it up, but the other thing was we had the couch co-op UI where you have a shared like life and mana ball on left side and one on right side for each of the players. So my peripheral vision always tricked me because I always looked at Balor's life globe because that was on the bottom left of the screen, right? And mine was on the bottom right, so my brain just didn't link it, and that, even though it was a couple of hours.
He'd be standing in things and be like, "Oh, that doesn't hurt very much," and then, "Oh, I'm dead. Hang on, wait, I was full," and he wasn't. He was just slowly dying on the other side of the screen.
Balor revived me like 10 times throughout the 5 hours of gameplay. Right, yeah, I think we've mostly covered all the things that I had on my little document, and we've been going a little bit longer than originally intended. But was there anything that you feel we didn't touch on that you'd like to talk about or bring up?
Did you play it at Gamescom or not?
Balor didn't play at Gamescom.
I didn't get to go.
Yeah, okay, so you didn't play. Did you also get, or did you see anyone get the prize? There was a prize in the Gamescom client that you could find. It was like a really rare drop that could happen from a boss, and they would actually get a physical prize. I can maybe show that off real quick. I think I have it here somewhere because I found that thing, and they told me, "Oh my god, you are so lucky!" And it's literally an item that drops in the game, and
like a raw feather or what?
No, when you pick it up, it's like a present. It looks like a little gift box, and then it says, "Okay, you won the prize. Talk to an assistant immediately to claim it."
That's streamer privilege.
Yeah, it was a streamer client for sure. Wait 1 second. I think I have it here. Wait, where is it? Yes. Okay. All right, I'll show it. So it's this. It's a Scroll of Wisdom pin.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So a friend of mine got some of those as well, but like he got them for finding bugs in the game, right? Like he found a bug and reported it to Octavian. Octavian was like, "Hey, you're good. Here.
Ah, that's
There's
nice.
a pin for you."
Okay.
Yeah, maybe this is like trying to.
Definitely.
But it told me it is really rare.
LA event.
Yes.
Because what we got from the LA event was these cool controllers with Path of Exile 2 on it, and like one of the like elite ones with like the back pedals and everything, and there's like a whole case with all the tools and hot swappable buttons and everything all over it. Which got these. They're
that we're
amazing.
bragging.
I gotta say, they look really cool, but the only game I've ever played with a controller is Vampire Survivors, and that's basically it.
Yep.
So I'm not much of a controller enjoyer, I gotta say, but it looks cool.
You
never
should
used
check
to
out
be.
Hades.
I never used to be, and I'm still gonna tell everyone like you've got so much better control with keyboard and mouse. I'm now a controller enthusiast because my hands are screwed, and playing games for a long time on a keyboard and mouse hurt my hands. These are compression gloves, but playing on a controller, I can do that for like 12 hours and nothing happens. So now I'm a huge, if I can play with a controller, I will, because it hurts less.
So last year, I didn't get one this year, but last year I got a shitty square map.
Nice.
So that's like the one map name that I quote more than any other map names because of the city shitty somewhat
Nice.
similarity. Anyway, there was something else I wanted to say. Oh, yeah, you should really play Hades. Did you hear that? If you haven't
I
played
heard
Hades,
that, yes.
play Hades.
I haven't played it yet, and yeah, it's definitely something that I have on
got
my
gifted
list.
both of them, and I played only the first one. It's so good. Like, I'm so blown away.
Yeah, at some point I will try to like fit in. I mean, this might be a good time now, actually. Maybe I'll do a bit of variety during September before the D4 expansion and stuff like that. So I'll keep it on the radar.
What is there between the D4 expansion and the early access in November? What should I be aware of?
No, I mean for now, for me, like I'm kind of like in the expansion
yeah.
prep mode, and we're doing a lot of guides for max roll and these kind of things. There's a lot of testing to do. Like there's actually the tester I'm starting tomorrow for a week and these kind of things. So there's a lot of work to be done here.
Fair. Yeah. There's a lot of things that you do outside of gaming. I get that.
Yeah.
Like with the writing guides but I was just asking because you sounded like you were very aware of like what is ahead, like what the plan for the next coming weeks. So that I was just curious whether there's any big.
No, my
RPG
plan
things that I should
specifically,
be aware of.
like I'm like D4 mode now. Then early access. I have to kind of like get a lot of stuff done in D4 in like the first 5-6 weeks until early access in PoE2, and then gonna blast that, of course. I mean, I'm not part of the PoE team in max roll, since I'm like on the D4 team and doing that stuff. But yeah, I guess all the guys will have to do a lot of work once that comes out. So actually, Sis is in the Maxwell team as well, so he's not here anymore now. But would be nice to hear like if they're already like prepping or whatever. But I guess not really too much to do outside of like thinking about the general direction, I guess.
Yeah, and then just blasting away once early access is out to be among the first players to hit the end game and to recommend the tactics and stuff. Do you think early access will be open for everyone? Will it be free?
I expect so, at least. I mean, I'm not sure if they've said anything, but I don't see why a free game wouldn't have free early access. Like, what's the point of that? So, I don't know. I would expect that everyone can just play it.
All I know is what they did for the beta last time. There was like a 3.0 launch or whatever it was. When we got all the extra acts. The only thing I know is what we did last time, which was last time it was any account that was like over X amount of years old was in automatically. Any account that had ever over the top cost of their entire career spent $500 total was in, and anybody who bought any supporter pack of an X tier was in. Like I forget what tier it was. It was like if you'd ever bought a high enough supporter pack at once. And then there was also a cheap supporter pack that was only like $20 that also came with keys. And then over the course of like a week, they sent out like thousands and thousands of invites randomly. And by the time it was like 2 weeks in, like everyone was there. I don't know if they're doing the same thing or not, but like it was super available last time. Like it was basically if you'd ever played PoE in the past.
Yeah, I think
you probably already had enough.
Yeah, I think that might be something similar again. I don't know. I'm not sure if I would actually be eligible for the 3.0 beta that you just described, because all of the supporter packs, like, you know, like my wife has them and not me. I actually never really bought anything, so besides some stash stuff. So, and sometimes I got a dono from someone from chat who says, "Okay, you go buy this cosmetic now because I want you to buy it," and then they donated me like the amount. And I was like, "Okay."
I need to see you wearing this helmet. Here's the money.
Yeah, I've done that like a handful of times or something, but yeah.
Yeah.
All the supporter packs are not on my account, unfortunately, so unlucky.
Damn. Well, yeah, no, I was just curious because technically there is precedent, right? Like we had early access, but they were all expansions. They were not a new game, so we don't know. But then on the banners where they advertise early access, like one of the big banners in the entrance hall of Gamescom, Path of Exile 2 early access, November 15th. Didn't say free to play. I mean, they said they confirmed PoE2 is going to be a free to play. It's always going to be a free to play. But whether the early access will be free to play for everyone who wants to get in immediately, I don't know. It seems like a good idea or like a good way to make it.
I guess it could be an argument to putting it behind some kind of paywall or some other thing, you know, like, okay, like old accounts, whatever. If they are, for example, not actually ready with the shop or like the microtransactions, like if they say, okay, we cannot actually earn anything, you know, from our usual business model, and they say, yeah, okay, you know, it's early access, you know, like, maybe they don't want to sell anything through MTX during the early access because of, you know, it's the beta and so on, right? Maybe they will say, okay, we're only going to send out some invites, or we're going to do this or that, or maybe there is like, okay, you can buy yourself in. I think that will be okay as well, depending on how exactly they frame it and like, what's the reason behind it. But, you know, if they should get something out of it, that's what I'm saying. Either through the MTX, through the shop, I think, you know, this is fine. But if for whatever reason they don't want to do that shop or can't do that shop, then I think it would be fine to do something else.
Go.
I definitely kind of just expect it to be free for everyone, to be honest.
Yeah, I expect it too, but who knows?
I won't be shocked. I won't be shocked if it's not and there's like a tiny paywall, but I would be very shocked if it was like a harsh paywall of any kind. If it was even like $60 to get in or something, that would shock me.
No, they can't.
Like that would be.
Nah,
like,
no
I don't
20,
imagine it would
bucks.
be anything like that. Oh, yeah, if it's going to be paid, it'll be very cheap.
I think so too.
All right. Well, then this seems like a nice point to wrap it up before we hit the 2-hour mark. You already said what do you have going. You're going to play the Diablo 4 PTR, and then you're going to create a lot of content for the new season that's coming up. Balor, what are you up to? You playing the new Last Epoch patch that's coming out next month?
It's like 2 weeks from now, I think.
Last Epoch, actually.
is
yeah,
this?
I'm
Definitely going to do that. Yeah. Definitely going to do that.
Yes. They do like a cycle reset or something, right? I totally forgot to mention that, yeah.
It's like a halfway cycle or something where they've got like some updates, but it's mostly still the same league, but reset economy.
Yeah, it's gonna be very fun as well to just kind of blast one character, you know, do like another race. I hope that some guys, you know, if there's like, you know, a lot of PoE viewers and blasters here, and, you know, if they're coming back, it was really fun to do the race for Aberoth on hardcore. And I hope that there's gonna be like more people actually reaching that point this time. So hopefully some of the blasters come back from PoE. I'm definitely gonna blast it for a little bit as well.
I'm gonna give it a full character run for sure. I mean, I've only played, what was it, Acolyte and Falconer since launch. So there's still classes to be explored. I should make a mage, something. Maybe play the what was the triple element guy? That guy that I played at the Gamescom last year.
Yeah.
Rune Master, yeah, right. Rune Master OP. Yeah.
The only other thing I was considering between now and PoE2's launch is just I haven't played an MMO in about 8 years, and I've never played Final Fantasy. So I was thinking about giving that a go, but I don't know how to go on stream. So if I play it for like 3 days and no one shows up, I'll abandon it real quick, even if I'm having fun. But I kind of want to try it. It looks like a good MMO. I haven't played an MMO in like 6 or 8 years or something, and I miss it.
I have never played GTA 5, and my stream kind of deserves that I play it because I promised it ages ago, and now I'm like not sure whether I'll be able to squeeze it in between now and PoE2. And then after PoE2, I don't think I'll ever play GTA 5. Not before GTA 6, probably. But it's like legit the only GTA out of all the 3D GTAs that I've never finished. I haven't even started it, but yeah. Anyway. We did everything. Thanks for coming. It was such a blast. Felt so natural. Didn't even know you were the first time here. It's like almost like a regular.
I mean, we were hanging out a little bit already, right? And that's one evening and stuff. But yeah, it was a pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting me. And
Thanks.
yeah, good luck with your GTA and Final Fantasy and everything. And at the very latest, we're gonna see each other in the early access, I guess. So if you get in, yeah.
Well, are we all gonna play hardcore in early access? Probably not, right? Just blast softcore.
I mean, first character, I think it would be unwise to do hardcore. I mean, it would be fun to try. Maybe I'll try. I love playing hardcore, and like, basically, like for the last years, I've been only doing hardcore. Even PoE, I've been doing a lot of hardcore lately as well. And when I played it, but yeah, I love that. And for example, like, I was talking about last epoch, right? We had the Arbor race, the cycle, and stuff like that. And also, like, no one knew it, right? And I just went in on hardcore anyway, and that was a ton of fun. But compared to PoE2, I guess last epoch is a much easier game, and we have no idea about really anything that they put in there.
Yeah.
And I think the GG is also like much more like devilish, I guess, in the development.
Yeah, they love killing players.
Exactly.
I'd be highly surprised if anyone survives their first hardcore run through the
like
act.
honestly, even after the early access, after people blasted for like half a year and like know the bosses, and I've done them like 20 times, all of them or something like that, then even then when the actual hardcore race starts and when the game launches, I think the winner is just going to be literally last man standing. Like, it doesn't matter how fast you are.
That is how it used to be a long time ago in PoE1 too, because I have some demis from winning races in hardcore, in PoE, but I was never quick. Never. I was never quick. I have some demis from winning hardcore races, 3 of them, never quick. What I was quick enough to stay on the slash ladder and safe enough to not die over several days. And the wins that I have is from just pottering along on like positions like 6 to 10 and then just waiting for the people faster than me to die and then just casually overtaking them. That's always how I run.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is how it's gonna be in PoE2 as well. Something like that, Like there's gonna be like some like probably really tough bosses, like somewhere, like the act end bosses and whatever, right? That probably like take a few, every time, like, the first act boss, just like, takes away like 10%, and then the second act boss takes away 10%, and then at the end there's like 5% of the people from the start that even reach maps.
Yep.
And then you find the same bosses in the maps again at some point, and then you find the uber bosses and whatever, right? So it's it's gonna be like that. It's gonna be great. But I'm very much looking forward to I think the hardcore race on launch on PoE2 is gonna be incredible, especially like this history of racers that we have in PoE. And everyone playing that game, it's gonna be glorious, I think. So it's probably gonna last for a long time, even just to fill the, I don't know, like top 100 or something, right? And it's gonna be great.
Man, I've been trying to wrap this up. I just came up with
I'm
another
just so
silly
excited,
question.
about racing.
Yeah, I know, absolutely. But are we gonna race in the PoE1 directory, or is there gonna be a new Twitch directory for PoE2?
There's already a PoE2 Twitch directory.
Okay, yeah.
I'm actually streaming on the PoE2 directory. I just chose that.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, no, I know that on YouTube you can already mark gaming videos as PoE2 content, but on Twitch I haven't seen it. But yeah, fair enough. Good. That's yeah. You're gonna continue with your Theorycraft after this. Can I rate the crowd over to you?
Sure, yeah, I'm gonna be here for a little bit more. Yes.
All right, because I think Balor is going for breakfast.
Oh
And
yeah.
I have to head to bed to get up early and carpet the DM.
Wait,
All
wait,
right.
wait, breakfast. Where are you?
Australia. It's 7 a.m. now.
Ah, okay. All right. Enjoy.
Yeah, we're always very international. It can get really tough to consolidate the schedules of 4 people from
Also, why I
opposite
couldn't
parts
come
of
to
the globe.
Gamescom is because unless somebody's paying for me to fly there, that's too far. That's the furthest away you can get.
We're gonna figure it out. We got an entire year. We got to get you there.
I'd pick up and leave for any event. I'd go to any event anywhere in the world if it was paid for. If someone's paying for me to fly there, I would get up and get on a plane tomorrow with no warning.
All right,
If
guys.
someone's paying.
Chat, you heard it. We just need someone paying, and Bella will come to Gamescom. We'll make it happen. We can do a live podcast, which we managed to not do in LA. But it was also a really short stay. But yeah, that will be great. All right, thanks once again, both of you, for being there. We're going to rate the crowd over to Woody. Everyone in chat, thanks for being cool, and thanks for saying nice things. And I hope you enjoyed the podcast. If you want to re-listen to this, it will be uploaded in full to Spotify. Woody has also said he is going to upload it to his channel. And of course, you can always rewind it. It will remain available on my YouTube. And yeah, that said, have a wonderful time. Next week, we'll announce a next episode. And until then, have a wonderful time gaming. Bye-bye. Oh, wait, I have an outro. I forgot. I almost ended the stream, dudes.
I know a lot of people want to send blankets or water. Just send your cash.
Okay. Well, hope you enjoyed it, guys. That was a nice podcast. Right. Let's do this. Bing. And here comes the raid.
All right, that's it. Thanks.
Oh, I'm leaving. Bye, guys.
Yo, have a good stream. Thanks for being here once again.
Alright. Here we go. I think I'm out. Hello, guys. Welcome to the stream. Who just came over from Catmaster. Appreciate the raid. That was a fun podcast. With deception of it. We're fine, right? Okay. I think I set everything up again how it was. Give me a shout out. So this was Catmaster OP who organized this. I met him at Gamescom and he just asked me, hey, do you want to do some PoE2 podcast since you just played PoE2 and we were with Sis as well. We were just hanging out, chilling in a bar. And I was like, yeah, okay, why not? So this is kind of how we got here. And since I was away now this weekend, we get it kind of close to the PTR and stuff, but you know, well, it was fun. D4 mid login. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed it. I was trying to keep up on the chat a little bit, but I couldn't obviously like reply very much. So if you have anything, you know, from earlier, then just like ask me again or something. What is me? Bela Mage. I never really had anything to do with Bela Mage. I knew Bela Mage before, but I never really did anything with him or something, or saw him much. But it seems like also pretty nice. Catmaster OP, I think it's like a pretty like, you know, like more smaller streamer, like a later edition, I guess. Right? But let's see, maybe he's gonna pop off in PoE2. Playing Hades now, log in. Not tonight. I mean, I'm gonna prep for PTR, and then tomorrow, the entire week, we're gonna blast and stuff. So, Baylor is a lovely home. Yeah, it looks pretty cozy actually. Cat looks like his Iron L name would be Greg. Okay. I need to get some water, guys. Give me a minute, and then we'll keep going here. So for those who joined from Catmaster, I was preparing for Diablo 4 PTR, which starts tomorrow, the expansion patch basically we get to test. So I've been like doing Theorycrafting and builds and stuff like that. So this is what I'm gonna be doing for a little bit more. But short break. Hello.
Hello, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Here's our puppy. That's our little wizard Merlin. Merlin, say hi to chat. Mwah.
Hi, chat. Oh my dog.
Oh, my dog. Mwah. Yeah, Woody and I became parrots.
You became a dad.
Became a dad.
You wanna share one?
No, he's not trained yet to pick up our loot. I already had one.
We have one.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I'll save
Will you
one.
pick our loot and our mass? Hmm? Yeah. Okay, what are you up to?
Personally, I'm just waiting for the loot filter update.
Are we cooking something?
Yeah, I was going to cook some builds, so yeah, for tomorrow. Well, actually, not really gonna do much tomorrow because I'm mostly leveling. Yeah. Yeah, I showed off
Darling
my.
is such a Chad. He also auto salvages.
Yeah, soon. Yeah, with the next update. I showed off my Scroll of Wisdom pin here.
He gives me kisses.
Yeah, for those that haven't seen it earlier, I won this Scroll of Wisdom from Half Exa. That's really cool.
Give me that. Yoink.
Yoink. Yeah. I knew it.
Okay,
Are we
wait.
gonna do a Nini plus Merlin stream at some point?
I'm gonna do what?
A Nini plus Merlin stream?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't. Oh, I'm melting. Oh, where the cutest little puppy? Aren't you?
What is this creature? It's a Maltese. You only get them on the Ultra Deluxe edition, though.
And the little doggy. Yeah, we don't have the bunnies here, but we will have them. Yeah? Yeah, we're gonna have brother and sister.
Mm-hmm.
Is all the Nuther. Okay. Let's leave daddy here cook. Enjoying his stuff.
As usual.
Nice to see you, chat. Mwah.
Nice to see you too, Nini.
Bye bye. Whoop whoop.
Okay. Merlin in the mode when? Yeah, we can probably try to make something. He just arrived today, guys. Oh wait, I still got Nini's water here. Let me bring it over. Okay. Let's go. Autoloot pet is pay to win. He's cuter than you. True. Someone says false. Oh, thank you. It's fine. I don't feel bad about that comment. All good. Alright. So, we did a lot of stuff today already. We also want to check out more of the data mines, actually. So maybe I'm gonna do that. Was I done with the Aerostorms rogue? I remember I was like in the middle of calculating some random shit. And then people came to my chat and sub-gifted to Zizaran. And then I was like reminded that I had to be on a podcast. And I have no idea what I was working on earlier. How old is a puppy? He's like 10 weeks. We just got him today. I was talking about Victimize and Darius. I actually remember, man. You're right. Victimize and Darius. Okay, but I was also like still working on this here, but I'm not sure what it was at this point. I think I was like mostly like thinking about close damage versus shroud damage and stuff like that. But I guess it is mostly figured out. And then, okay, we can do like more fine-tuning later anyway. So for now, I'm just gonna go for this. I'm just gonna rename this. Too bad we don't have the runes yet in the planner. Need to ask Griff where they are. They should be in the data and everything, so we should be able to put them together already. But okay. Should we try to make a victimized build? It would be interesting to try. I mean, it's... Victimized damage increased by 120% of your vulnerable bonus. Why is it so much? 1191. Where's all that vulnerable coming from? And how's that number? How does that number make sense? How's that calculated? I have 631 here. I just want to see like what is the math behind this actually. What? I have no idea. Does that include maybe something like damage to vulnerable from like a glyph or something? Does it increase damage? This is to elites. Here. This has 16.8 to vulnerable. I guess it's because of this glyph. It's like impacted by it. How many vulnerable glyphs are there actually? I think there's a few. There's chip. There's diminish. There's exploit. Okay, there's 3 of them. So I wonder if I'm gonna go for all 3 of those and then make a victimized build out of this. Because this actually seems kind of crazy. If you spec into this. But it is weapon damage, you have to remember that. It is weapon damage, it's not... Okay, let me try this. I'm gonna try this. Yo, Chess, you have a question about Lightning Spear build? When you get rid of Snowblade on the chest, Soteria's Might, how do you trigger Unstoppable? You can still do it from teleport. Yeah, here's a PTR planner, you can like swap on the top. Okay, I think I'm gonna try to make a victimized setup. Realistically though, I think I should probably make an Andarius build first, and then I think I'm gonna tweak it from there. So let's make an Andi Barrage build. Before anything, let's just... I think I started working on it actually, did I? Maybe I didn't, and I just talked about it yesterday. Saturday, I guess. So let's make a Season 6 version. That's all about attack speed, by the way. Okay. Alright. A few of the generic changes here. Let's go with that. Remove these. Grand. Scar. Basically playing an Andariel Barrage Rock from right, just like before, should be still pretty good and viable, I think. Is there anything important that changed here? We can't really do a kind of mixture. Because we do use poison imbuement, but it's only like the proc stuff, so it's fine. We do have bursting venoms there, high velocity, branching volley. Branching volley is getting buffed actually. 105% chance to split. So I think we're gonna just like straight up change this. How high does this go? 30% attack speed. That actually is even more now. High velocity. 45%, okay. That makes it very easy to hit the breakpoints as well. Keeping depth doesn't change. Okay. So do this. We have 13 points extra. We can do some in Death Trap, which makes it much easier. Or we do the Shadow Clone, but I think they are nerfing CC again, right? We don't need a Shadow Clone, it's fine. Let's take this out. Connect some points here in the second wind. Okay. I'm not sure if I really... Okay, no, this is fine. Do we need traps? Don't we have that many points to put here? That's kind of funny, actually. Like, all these new passes and stuff, they're all kind of like... not really that useful. For what we're trying to do here. Maybe we should just throw them into a dash. Just get more dashes. I mean, this is 10 seconds, and this is 8.2. Not terrible, to be honest. I'm not sure if I need damage over time reduction when you have the life per hit there. Then for pushing, you can go like Smoke Grenade instead of Dash or something, or instead of Shadow Step, I guess. Yeah, that's exactly what we have there. There's a bit of crit here, a bit of crit there. We don't need any extra crit for Umbrus. That's fine as well. Oh, Karage still says PoE2. Oh, whoops. Forgot to change back. Sorry, guys. Let's go back. Yeah, because I'm in AFK after the podcast, I forgot to change it. Let's go. Alright, update it. What hour starts the PTR? Would be in like 20 hours or so from now. I'm not sure if they give us exact time though. I think we need a lot of extra armor here if we do this. So let's just miss a bit. 570. Yeah, we'll see actually. I have no idea how much armor we'll have, so I'm just gonna like put a bunch of extra armor, because why not? I got a barrage cast twice, I got a shroud. Is this still a close quarters build? It is, and it's actually about to get a bit stronger, right? Victimize, position, yes. Let's do the close stuff. $81. I guess we need a turf if you play this build. You want cheap shot? You want no witness? We don't want tricks. We don't want double ambush. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope, 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 nope. Okay, easy club. So this is it. Trying to make some Paragons. There's like the healing received. And armor. We're gonna have like this ridiculous amount of healing on this. What do we do? This has a lot of int there, so I guess this would be like a canny angle. Have canny already somewhere. Like there. Also tracker. This is 41, canny is also 41, is the same actually, non-physical, poison. Okay, so it doesn't really matter. Okay. Would it be worth dropping armor cards to more bone and malice on amulets? Malice for okay. For a victimized build, Malice might actually help you with double dipping. I think it does. So you definitely want to go Malice. Malice is actually pretty strong passive these days. Because it gives you the 3% regular damage bonus basically of a passive. And another 3% against knockdown, which at least applies to staggered bosses. So that's kind of nice. And I think it also double dips with Victimize. Because it raises your sheet vulnerable damage, I think. I guess it doesn't in the planner, but I think in-game it does. Yeah, we'll see. But yeah, Malice is probably something. I wonder if we can get away without a chemical advantage. Nah, it's too good. But I can get away without unstable elixirs, for example, and put Malice there instead for like the victimized build. But at first I'm gonna do Andi Barrage, and then we're gonna take this and transform it into a victimized build, because I think that's probably the most natural progression there, basically. Oh. We do this, I guess. And then we cut all this. So what can I do here? Lots of strength. So it's the Bane or something here? Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's also just 4 there. One, 2, 3, 4. It's always like 4 only. Okay. Oh, there's like this one strength note there. Oh boy. This is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points to get it. Oof. Unless we kind of like path with this and we cut this or something to grab this cluster. Hard to do. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can cut this. Yeah, this is like 5. And then I can cut 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Doesn't really change anything, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll see. Okay. Thanks for the sub, by the way, Carnes. Appreciate it, females. For Victimize, I'd be curious if Armor Crux isn't worth it. I mean, it already has vulnerable on it, right? So it kind of gives you the fun thing you want to temper on it. Plus it gives you the extra totem and so on for the barrage stuff. So I don't think you would not run Umbra. Like, why would you not run Umbra? It does more on Victimize than it does on this build, so I think it's gonna be pretty good. I think Fluidity is not a glyph we were going for. What about Turf? We need actually, what is the biggest strength glyph here? This is 59. It's 49. This is 44. Okay, so there's like a turf angle. This looks oof. Is that actually how we do this? Can we move this? This looks fucking cursed, dude. Let's just stacks. We can do this, I suppose. Or we just do this anyway. I just wanted this. And this here we have the flexibility to make maybe make this smaller and stuff. Okay. Okay, which glyph do we have? What do we need? Tracker is something we need. That's 54 int here. It's actually wild that I am not fully rest capped on Torment 4 right now. I think. Wait a minute. Am I? I have 0% penalties. Yes. I'm actually not fully rest capped, even with a terrorist might. But that's crazy. I'm not default rest capped. Okay. You can also remove a bunch of points here. Like, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can get rid of this. And we do... Sheepshot is something for later board. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. And this. Okay, still have 50 points left over, but we also need to do something here, so... We can do Headhunter. Can't do Ambush. There is Devious. Increase damage to crowd controls. But I think I would probably let's just go this. Pick up everything. This might be Headhunter angle. Just pick up everything. Oh boy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we do this maybe? Oh. It's funny, you can like save so many points, but just not going for this one super far out node somewhere in the middle of nowhere. But yeah, we do this, I guess. 1, 2, 3. This looks so fucked, this pathing. Can this not be done better? I don't know, man. I don't like this. This looks so weird. Like here, those 2 points, but instead we go all around there. Here, we go there. I wonder if it just wouldn't be off better. Going something like this, yeah. Looks like this random dex node that we don't need. There's like 5 nodes. There's also 5. So it's like the same 5 kind of. Here we have 29 points. He has 25. I don't know. And I think actually there's like a dex node I can just remove here or something, right? No, no. Yeah, weird, I gotta say. But maybe this is what it is. Okay. Weird. So let's go with this. Headhunter, Bane, Tracker, Canny, Turf. So what's our multiplier now? 140% from close quarters. That actually seems pretty strong, man. I think close quarters is actually back. Like even for the melee builds. If you don't need like this energy regen and stuff like that. And it's also 30% damage reduction, to be honest. I guess it depends on which aspects you have available for your build. Stolen Vigor is a very strong aspect now. It goes to 50%, you can double it to 100%, that's very strong. And you get 50 by default, so together it's like 300% damage. And here we have 240% damage, but we get an extra aspect. And we also lose like better tempers, we have close tempers. For barrage, we don't have another option, but for melee builds, you do have the option to go momentum. Like close quarters is actually much more viable again. Is there any other stuff you want to change? Let's go and delete this, yeah. Nine, 25 points left. Okay. How much attack speed is this? Way too much. It's actually unnecessary. Can do this. It's gonna be insane healing. 58 attack speed is like 60, 85. Yeah, we're gonna be capped just from the gear. You don't even need like a hit elixir. You can actually run the 42 elixir if you really want. Because there's so much like a hit chance anyway. What's that like a hit bonus? 169%, nice. And then comes alchemical advantage, another 45 or so, and then this here is like 60% extra. So like 220%, 230% bonus, 330 total. So using like a hit elixir that doesn't even give us attack speed is like a 4.8% damage buff or something, instead of 20% HP buff. So you actually want to run 42 elixir. It's a much better trade. And that means you might just get away with Valtyr's Might and go with the new chest. But what does the new chest really give us? Okay, Exploit, Malice. It doesn't give us Weapon Mastery. It doesn't give us Trick Attacks. We don't even have like Balestra. It gives us this stuff here, but yeah, overall I think the new chest is probably not what we want, so Tyrius Might is probably the way. It's gonna be like Omega Tank, you just chill there, start blasting. Dude, Noxious Ice goes to... Noxious Ice, utility aspect. 40% damage on the boots. Okay, nice utility. Yo. How did momentum go from 3% to 300? That's just a decimal bug in the planner. It's actually 3% per stack. Any God Rogue updates? I was making this planner here that I want to try. But I mean, yeah, we have to see like how exactly everything works. We don't know some of the mechanics. For example, how will cold imbue work with Dance of Knives. Like right now, I'm like kind of optimistically expecting you can just like use one cold imbuement and start channeling forever, and the entire thing will be cold imbued. But if not, then you have to do some adjustments. Or likewise with like some other damage boosts that we have in the setup. But for now, I got like this Dance of Knives build, and let's see. I'm working on an Aria build right now. Is any merit in including Forceful Arrow on any builds? I learned recently that Forceful Arrow actually has the same attack speed as Heartseeker. I didn't know that. I thought Forceful Arrow was slower. But realistically, not really. There's not really a reason to run Forceful Arrow. I mean, like for vulnerable, it's not consistent enough. And if you need vulnerable, then there are always just way better ways to do it. The knockback is at the minimum not useful. You know, at worst, it's actually just hindering you. Every third arrow pierces. I mean, if you're trying to do damage with this, then Heartseeker just does the job better. Yeah. I mean, okay, if there's like really large packs, I guess technically you could play like the old Heartseeker build, but with Forceful Arrow. And it would be better AoE damage in like large packs where you hit like at least 3 targets every time or something. Okay, realistically, you cannot do that, right? Every third shot will pierce. So you need like a pack where you actually hit like, I don't know, let's say 10 targets every third shot. Because 2 shots will hit only 1. And then the third shot might hit 10, let's say, and then the average is like 4. And that would kind of outweigh the damage from Heartseeker if you want to do like a build around this. But realistically, yeah, you're gonna like the boss damage, and it's gonna be clunky, and you have to have big packs and so on. So Forceful Arrow definitely needs something. And I guess eventually it will get something. But not just yet. Finding ranks with Impetus, Malice, and Frigid Finesse for Amulet. Will that still be the case? Yeah, Impetus is like a very special passive. I mean, Malice and Frigid goes into every rogue build. Impetus is like... I put it into the Vein of Arrows rogue, for example. So there are setups where this can work. Or for like, for the basic attack damage as well. Like if you use like a Heartseeker build or Invigorating Strike build or something. I think also in the Shadow Step rogue. So there are some builds where this makes sense. When you have 25 sparks, so you tend to go non-season in 2.0. When the expansion comes out and everything is different, this is when you want to play Eternal. I'm not sure about that, man. Alright, let's save this here. I think you want to put more life here, actually, while we're at it. All these like Dex GAs, but you actually want like more life GAs, I think. Also, does this lucky hit chance actually really do much for us? Not really, right? We said we have 330% lucky hit total. So adding like 9% is like, I don't know, 2.5% DPS. That's actually nothing, man. Like so absolutely nothing. But there's also almost nothing else to take, yeah? So maybe the way is to not run Tyrius. Run it in chests. I need to get a poison max for us anyway. Something like this, maybe. Alright. Okay. So like one on the poison imbue, just to make it smoother or something. Okay, let's try to make a version of this. Victimize. And see what happens. What can we do with a victimize build? Let's remove this. We do this. Let's put Vuln everywhere. Let's put Malice. Maybe we're gonna keep Alchemical Advantage. One lucky hit, like a lot. Now it would probably make sense to just go Vuln. Double Vuln, actually. One. Temper is a bit stronger. We could even go for a crossbow. I think they buffed these. This will probably be played with a crossbow, right? Even though we have like less attack speed and stuff. Should check how much difference it makes. This needs to be like frostbitten, I guess. Okay, this is the same, this is the same. Now we remove Andariels. And technically we can still run Andariels. I guess practically, let's not do that. Because the main reason to run a Victimize build is that we don't have Andariels, I think. We could do Cow. Or Hair of Perdition. Which has crit and lucky hit. And a 60% damage. It is pretty juicy, to be fair. $34% lucky hit, dude. Holy. 94% crit, okay. Way too much crit chance. And I think in this case you probably also want to do something like an attack speed roll. We don't need Creeping Death either. Or Bursting Venoms, all this poison stuff. So what do we do? To be honest, that's not really that much, huh? Yeah, it's True Sight if you want to do this. 2% increase critical strike damage to enemies. Conceded. We don't have conceded anywhere. We can run that. That works. Is conceded our best aspect for us? A bit weird. But maybe? Conceded in a calm? I don't know. $2,000 weapon damage. It seems so little, man. I have so much wound. But we're about to get a lot more, so let's see. We can do a diminish. Does this do physical damage? I guess it's physical, right? So canny doesn't actually work. So you want exploit. You want diminish. This is strength. Strength. And what is the other one? chip, actually. Oh boy. But they are doing physical, so I guess that's fine. Something like that, maybe? I think this looks fine. Why Ani but won? It's not Ani. I just took the Ani build and now we're making a victimized build out of it because they're gonna be pretty similar. I just wanna see like how is it gonna be. Okay, so we've got Kenny. We diminish and exploit. We might keep Turf. We don't want Bane. I think we're gonna keep the Headhunter. So this is a strength glyph anyway, so in that case, let's do exploit here. We can keep everything the same. And Turf. We can't really do Ranger. I think this will not work, right? And versatility probably won't work either. So what will work for this actually? This is leads and wound damage. So wound damage makes some sense. We can actually do maybe even magic buffing glyph. How about we do devious? Crowd controlled. Or rare buffing glyph. We can do pride. This might not be such a bad idea, honestly. Because it buffs the wound damage to a lot more. We also want to pick up all the wound. There's also like a really shitty pathing there. If I do this. Although we kind of want to pick up this one here as well. Let's get it. Okay, maybe this is fine. And let's actually diminish. Wait a minute. We want diminish for exactly the same nodes. And okay, so we do this. And also buffs the wound there. That's actually fine. And then we have exploit. Chip. So these are all the 3 wound glyphs, right? This is wound, wound, wound. Headhunter. And we have only one more. So what do we do? There's combat. Which is not terrible to use. There's control, which is pretty good. I think I might just do control, honestly. It's 20% against frozen and then 20% again. I think control is still just like one of the top tier glyphs. He has 59 strength there. Int actually. Okay. Dude, this block of like 6 passives, look at this, man. This looks so weird. Gonna proc victimize just like any AoE, and it's gonna be like more direct damage than dot. Basically, yes. I mean, there is one thing we could change in this, is just that we can run Deadly Ambush if you want. So we can benefit from this. If you always crit, Deadly Ambush is not bad. So that's something you cannot use on Andariels. But then we have to give up Exploit Weakness, and Exploit Weakness buffs a lot of wound damage. Here we have this wound damage there. We have 3148 sheet wound damage with all the multipliers. That's a lot. So what is this looking like now? 5600. Is that enough? Not really, I think. I don't think this is really enough. I think this Victimizer is going to be pretty weak compared to Andariel's Rogue. And look at this. I mean, Andariel's does how much? 30k. And this procs 2.5 times as often. So it's like 14. But Andariel's has really strong synergies, right? You have Tracker Glyph, which is 40%. Bane Glyph is also pretty powerful. Like, we replace this stuff with like Chip. And, I don't know, Diminish. Like, these glyphs are just worse compared to what you offer to poison synergies. Almost everything here is the same otherwise. So just by the glyphs, Andariel's already gets more. And then, okay, how much do we get from crits? Besides the 50% normal damage bonus, not really anything, right? So let's just say, okay, times 1.5 because we always crit. So we had 21k. Okay, we're kind of getting closer. And then we have the Helm. Okay, maybe we're gonna get there. The Helm is at times 1.6. 33.7k. Okay, maybe we are getting there, actually. I think Victimize could actually be a thing, then. Can you talk to random players in E4? Yeah, there's like people walking around everywhere, especially in towns and stuff. For leveling, it might be good before I get Andy. Yeah, I guess the main problem that we have is that something like this barrage setup is kind of hard to do. So I guess you can do like the typical, like, you know, proc setup, like, you know, Puncture Flurry. Just like how I play Arrow Storms and how I play like Elemental Surge and whatever, right? You just always do the same thing. It's always like the lucky hit stuff. And then you can transition to barrage spam. And then you play Victimize, and then you just respec to Andariel's. Like, you have to change your glyphs, change the helm. But I mean, it seems like a viable build, honestly. Like, on the level of Andariel's, roughly. It also has like some side perks that I didn't really calculate in here. Like, it has some extra lucky hit. We also have too much crit chance right now. I'm not sure how to get rid of it. I have way too much crit. Helm, gloves, ring, stats. And the stats are actually lower than it should be because this glyph doesn't actually probably work right now in the planner. So we're like over 100% crit, I guess. Just here, so we can... I don't know, we can do this for healing, I suppose. And then this is just useless, unfortunately, I guess. Counters is certainly not going to be a thing. Now, we also have the poison imbuement that we don't need, actually. So we can change that. To, I guess... smoke. We could also keep the poison imbue, move the poison trap. It's not really a reason. Okay, I mean, I like the poison trap. But just activating poison imbuement and then shooting is kind of nice. It's not really a reason, I think, to not do that. Last 6 seconds. Which is not that long, but if it's poison imbuement. You could just sometimes activate it and shoot into a pack and instantly apply the poison to everything. I mean, why not? We get the alchemical advantage very easily, we get debilitating toxins. You know, these 2 points. Instead of the trap, we can just do this. Why not? And we even get Alchemist Fortune sometimes. And we activate Chip easily anyway. Because all the victimized explosions are physical anyway. I think they should be physical at least. So why not? Okay. Let's get some. We get the reset here anyway. So 1. Yeah, what's up? So we don't have the standard 800 item power yet, so yeah, I just do it manually. I guess, you know, just for like some PTR plan, it doesn't matter too much, but yeah, not everything is like fully ready. Yeah, we have poison imbuement here on the bar. I want to get something for poison imbuement, so I can either do smoke or we can do poison imbuement. I mean, what else do I put there? We can do caltrops. Honestly, we could do poison smoke and caltrops. So you have like less consistency, but you have like the big burst on the boss. And then maybe gonna go like here, 3 points. We don't have any cooldown. So when we throw the smoke grenade, we have a 10 seconds cooldown, and there's only a 5 seconds buff. It's good enough for this stuff, for most packs. The more convenient variant would be the poison imbue. But here we have like a big boss nuke. And can replace like one thing with like Card of Duration Temper maybe? And then we have a 12 seconds caltrops, which makes this pretty convenient, I'd say. I mean, it is a 45% damage buff on bosses. It's pretty good. Shadow Imbue is better than poison. For what reason? Did I cook any builds of platform passives armor? I have it like somewhere. Yeah, the Shadow Step Rogue got it. Dance of Knives. Yeah, some builds I go Tyrael, some builds I go the new chest. I'm not 100% sure yet how much I will like it. So yeah, you can solve different things with each of them. But if you have a Harlequin, then it's easier to include the Shroud of False Death. And if you don't have Harlequin, it's easier to just go with Tyraels. Like Call of the Nameless is still very powerful. The new helm is also really powerful. So yeah. Since I have so much crit here, I was gonna go and do like greater lucky I guess. 84%. Yeah, we have too much crit, so. You have so much crit, don't even need this, yeah. Cartop's not chills, I guess this is actually better CC. Yeah, this could actually be blasting really hard actually, the setup. Especially with like Blizzard Math, if that also multiplies here. I'm pretty sure it does. Does it? Let me check again. Let me check this in game. I think Blizzard Math for Malice is included here. Wait, does it say of the same type? Taking 8% damage of the same type. Oh, you're right, it's of the same type. Yeah, okay, in that case, you definitely don't want an imbuement. We just go physical. Because you have Chip Glyph. Chip Glyph gives us the vulnerable bonus. And I expect this will buff Victimize. Like here. So in that case, you go full physical here. Okay, so no poison imbuement shenanigans. We just proc the poison passives with smoke and that's it. You also want to get siphoning strikes in there, I think. Let's do this. And you also want to get trick attacks in there, I guess. Yeah, there's actually a bunch of stuff here that is certainly unlocking. Let's do this. And this could actually be stronger than Andariel's. Like, trick attacks is pretty busted. And yeah, there's like some other stuff here. You have like instant damage, you don't have to wait for the whole thing. I'm not sure how big is the AoE exactly on Victimize, but I think it's not tiny. It also procs much more consistently. The main downside it has, it cannot proc on the first hit, because you have to make the enemies vulnerable first. But we do have exploit glyph, so we shoot into a pack, and then if one guy gets made vulnerable, and then a follow-up arrow hits that guy and he explodes, the entire pack will be vulnerable, and then all the first hits against all other targets will have a chance to proc Victimize. So it should be fine. Basically, that's what I'm saying. Okay. Thanks, Ma, for the big sub, by the way. What builds will be good for next season for Rogue? Many. Many builds. The pile keeps growing. I think Weapon Mastery won't work, so I'm not gonna take it now. But it might be worth to test this again. I'd actually like to get like some subterfuge cooldown reduction just to have like a bit more consistency here with the smoke grenade and stuff. It's not really such a difference there. 5272. Oh, shit, wait, let's do this again. 5272 and then 5086. Yeah. It's like around 3% or something. Just for cooldown reduction. So there's like minus 22% on a 10.6 seconds cooldown. So go down to like 8 seconds. And this will go down to like 9 seconds. So I think I'll take this instead. Thank you, Agro, for the prime, by the way. There's 3 runes that buff vulnerable damage. Chip, Diminish, and Exploit. They all have legendary effect for Vuln. So right now I expect that this works for Victimized scaling. And if it does, then you definitely want to go for these glyphs. If not, I'd probably do it anyway. Because Exploit is just so important for the consistency of like actually, you know, proccing Victimize. Because everything just becomes vulnerable very easily. I guess Diminish would be optional. This could be a Pride glyph, which is actually relatively powerful. I like Pride glyph. And I guess Chip would probably stay even. You could do something like Combat instead, because we're critting all the time. Combat has more additive, has double the amount of additive scaling, but it's with int instead of dex, so a bit less. But it has a bigger legendary bonus. But yeah, Devious could be something. It's not that much otherwise. This cloning chat on YouTube is broken? What's broken here? Oh, I see. What the fuck? Wait, what happened there? Oh. Okay, I think I fixed it. Thank you. What's the highest split I've done on Rouge this season? He died on 140. Nice, 140 is pretty big. I have not really pushed yet. I was mostly playing a bunch of different builds and, you know, boosting my rogue and stuff. But I will go for some pit push soonish after PTR, I guess. I also want to try to go to like maybe 100. Maybe I want to try to hit 150, but that will be tough. 140 would be a nice target. Are there any socket areas that encompass 3 rare nodes now with the size increase? No. Not really. What about a new one? Nah, everything's kind of far away. I think 3 rare nodes. We're never gonna reach that. Stuff is pretty far away. Like, they really standardized these glyph sockets and stuff. Basically, every glyph socket now doesn't have any defensive stat anymore. It's only offensive stats. There's always, like, you know, one flavor of damage and another flavor of damage in every glyph socket now. So you don't get, like, you know, this crazy, okay, buff damage reduction by, you know, 400% or something. So... Alright, I think this is actually gonna be pretty good. And it, like, very similar to build to Andariel's, so I wonder what is gonna be better. You also get a Counters in there. I guess the main problem is we're not really gonna have economic advantage up very much on, like, typical blasting. You have to, like, really throw in the smoke and then start shooting and then, you know, get the economic advantage procs before everything dies. But yeah, okay, if you remember, sometimes you just throw the smoke first and then everything take, like, for like half a second, I guess you're gonna be fine. Gonna have your stacks there. How would I feel about adding a second stage, live bar to boss fights in Torment 4 that adds additional mechanics and increase intensity of the fight? Yeah, I think it wouldn't be so bad to have something like, you know, Ulduar hard mode style hard modes or something like that from WoW. But I don't think they would do that. I hope that Dark Side is gonna be exciting enough, at least, like, you know, the first times around we do it, that it's gonna be, like, you know, interesting and a challenge and stuff, and maybe it will remain a challenge even on the highest difficulty, even with, like, really good characters. That would be cool. But yeah, we'll see. They can definitely do some cool boss fights again. I think uniques are becoming too powerful. You just beat Lilith without effort while wearing just uniques. I mean, I don't think that Lilith is really supposed to be a massive challenge these days. But congratulations. I mean, uniques are too crazy, in particular mythics, I think. I think the game would be way more interesting if you were limited to maximum 1 mythic per build. And, you know, there's really, like, strong, cool mythic items, and you have to choose, okay, which one do you really want for that build? And then you could even, like, specialize those mythics a little bit more as well. Right now, they're, like, so generic, and it's kind of like, you know, you just include them all in every build kind of thing. And they could become a bit more specialized. Especially now that we have so many of them. Use Shaco Interior. Yeah, I mean, if you use Shaco Interior, then your armor is covered, your res is covered, and you're gonna be an immortal tank. And then, yeah, I mean, everything else, it's just like, yeah, you just start blasting with your builds, with your uniques, I guess, right? So as long as something is like a combo that does some damage, there you go. Let's put some stuff in the builds channel. So we made the Victimize Rogue. I think that was gonna be very powerful. Nice barrage. I'd like to actually play some pen shot again, man. I should try to make some pen shot setup. That'd be fun. How would pen shot be with, like, Eagle Horn and stuff? We could try to make that. Aerostorms is something we have here as well. So das. Commit. Where was the Andarius rogue? Oh, I think we just took that plan that we had earlier and then started working on the victimized, right? That's a lot of rogue planners. I want to check out some of the others. Oh man. I haven't really looked at the other classes too much. Pension of the new chest. I mean, depends. Like, does Pension get anything more than the other builds with the new chest? I use the new chest on some builds. Like, I notice on Rogue, the new chest makes mostly sense if you are playing a non-poison build. Because you get stuff like precision imbuement. You get stuff like, I don't know, target practice. I just realized we can do this here. Like you also need, like there's trigger attacks, so it needs to be a crit build, because stuff like trigger attacks and so on is really valuable with the +1 passive. Like in non-physical, or like a best case like poison crit build. Do I have it on Poison TB? Yeah, on Poison TB I did do this. Yeah, I have Shaco and Shroud of False Death. Because here I get a lot of stuff that's kind of valuable. Yeah. No Weapon Master though. Weapon Master is also pretty strong. Yeah, I guess especially non-poison melee builds would profit the most from this chest. Because you get all this stuff there. That's big. Yeah, Denso Knives has it. And my planner. Any dash builds? What do we do with dash? I think the problem is that the dash aspect is not really good. Yeah, dash spawns a shadow clone that also casts dash gain 700% of base damage. I'm not sure if it actually does that. Like without bugs and stuff. I've never tried that really. I mean 700% is a lot. The problem is that right now we can do all kinds of weird shenanigans because we have like vastly different difficulty levels in all areas of the game, right? There's like Helltide, there's Whispers, and the stuff is like super easy, you can do anything. But this will not be the case in the future anymore. In the future, your build has to be just good everywhere, you know. And stuff like Dash will never get anywhere close to, you know, what like Victimize or Andariels or what all these other builds basically do. So does it do 700 or the Shadow Clone 700? That's a good question, I don't know. I feel at some point the whole game will become snapping uniques on and terrorizing progression like sets that in the fray. Well, if you make a build that has only uniques, then it's mostly just a meme build. That, yeah, has like many good pieces, but it will be lacking something. Like so far, I've never seen a build that had not at least, let's say, 2 legendaries that are like really important for a build or something. So like a full unique build, I don't think we're gonna get there, because usually the way Blizzard works is they always make like some aspects for a skill first, and then eventually they're gonna make a unique for that build as well. Or something like that. And okay, there might be like anti-synergy between the aspects and the unique, to the point where the unique is just like standalone and better. This happened with, for example, Axial Conduit with Chain Lightning right now, right? But I think this was more of an accident. So realistically, I don't really see like full unique builds really coming as like a meta choice at least. And if anything, they're probably gonna like dial back on the uniques being that powerful, or they will dial back and actually implement something like a limit to how many mythics you can have. or they will just like do something else so you can use more legendary items in the future, because obviously people won't feel like just running uniques in half the slots or all of the slots. Is there a build for Rogue using Canduras and Rapid Fire for main damage? Yeah, I mean, there is a Rapid Fire Core Point build. We have that on Maxwell as well. It's one of the endgame Rogue guides. And Shroud of Canduras is a pretty good choice for that, I would say. You can just use that. Pen shot is a new chest for giga high hitting pen shots. I mean, with the stealth stuff. I mean, if you combine this with the new ring, you're going to stealth once every second. But would it be worth to do this? Instead of just... I guess if you do this like really well timed, you can do like... With like a very high attack speed, we might be able to do like 2 punctures. Wait for the stealth, shoot. 2 punctures, wait for the stealth, shoot. And then with Condemnation and high enough crit chance and puncture and higher attack speed, you could probably make that work. So that once every second when you go into stealth from the ring, it's a new ring here. This one. You gain stealth once per second. Would it be worth if we do this once every 2 seconds? Like if we don't have a lot of attack speed, you do like 1, 2, 3 puncture, get your core points, and so on. Or you just do like 1-1. No, you can't do 1-1 actually. With precision, you can't do 1-1. You have to do at least 2-1 cycle with precision. Unless you don't play precision. Yeah, but realistically, we have so much damage these days, like increased damage from... Okay, yeah, this is like a kind of nice value. We can masterwork it to get like 1,000, okay. Kind of same story here, get like around 1,000 or something like that. Probably more. It is not terrible. But is that worth it? It's also going to be very difficult to actually play this, I think. Stealth, Shred Druid with new stealth chest plate, easy peasy. I mean, Shred is getting quite an upgrade, but I'm not sure it's gonna be like really great. And even then, I mean, what's the point? You get like 1 hit after stealth. So unless like, you know, every hit kills something, which at that point, okay, if every hit kills something, then why do you care that much about how much damage you deal, right? They fixed Diablo on Steam. Oh, nice. That didn't take too long at least. Oh. I mean, I like the concept of like using a pen shot, going to stealth, doing like a big boom. It sounds very fun. Like the idea behind it is pretty cool. I wonder if I can like get enough synergies for it. We could also try to play like Lethal Dusk aspect, for example. Where we can evade through a target. We can like 1, 2, 3, get our combo points, evade through a target, go into stealth, and then kapow. Like this we have always the guaranteed stealth. As long as we do it, you know, through a boss or something like that. But I guess the realistic gameplay scenario is that we have to dodge shit and we're not really gonna do this very well. Could probably do rapid fire with the chest with the ring. Oh yeah, rapid fire, like any position build, the chest is gonna be pretty good for sure. Because you get a +1 to all passes, which includes trigger attacks, and trigger attacks is just cracked. So you go cow, chest. Problem is, you're gonna be very squishy with that setup. You need like armor and res everywhere, so it's gonna be very tough to actually like make this work. But you get this 1 extra rank, which is just kind of nice. But yeah, it might be too greedy to go for Shroud of False Death when you already have a Call of the Nameless equipped. And Call of the Nameless is way better at giving you passive ranks. Maybe it's not worth it. It's gonna be too squishy, I guess. Resource is also useless. All stats is not really crazy. You might not even go for stealth synergies. The 3 Goblet and the 4 would be insane. Yeah, I mean, I have something kind of like it, so I'm excited to try it. How impactful will the extra skill points be? They're mostly just pick up all the passes you previously didn't take. That's kind of what the new skill points do. It actually makes the decision making a bit worse, I think. Like, I enjoyed it more when we had fewer points. I think they should have removed the renown points. So that we have, I guess, 63 instead of 70. Oh, what is it? 71, I think. Yeah, we have 71. I think 61 would be like 3 more points. They added like a few passive points to like every class. And then you can kind of choose like some of the new stuff, or maybe just, you know, get some of the old and max it out or something. But I feel like with the 71 points, I just pick up everything. That kind of works. That's it. It seems a bit boring. It was way more interesting when we had fewer points. Yo. Arcturix, hello. It should be in like 19 hours. PTR. Ah, shit. Big raid from Rax. Hello, guys. How's it going, guys? Yeah, welcome. We're doing some cooking here. Appreciate it. Yeah, I made a lot of rogue builds in the last days for Season 6. I've been working on some stuff. And I was actually going to check out some more of the like other classes as well, but I just kind of got carried away. So we're doing a lot of stuff here. I'm very excited, actually. There's going to be so much stuff to try. It's going to be fun. What are we cooking? Well, we have cooked already. Like a handful of completely new builds, basically. So Invigorating Strike is new. Dance of Knives is a new skill. Rain of Arrows, I've kind of revived from an old planner. Death Trap, new build, like full Death Trap. Like carry. Shadow Step, I mean, we kind of had these concepts, but they were never really played. So we made that. And new key passive, Poison TB. New Arrow Storms. We made a Victimize build. Very similar to the Barrage Andarius Rogue, basically. I basically took the Andarius Rogue and made Victimize out of it. So they're very similar in playstyle, but very different in the setup. Grenade Rogue is new. Yeah, lots of stuff here to try. Gonna be fun. Yeah, Rain of Arrows, gonna be cool. I think it's gonna actually pump. Like both of these ultimate skill builds, I think they're gonna be destroying. Gonna be fun. I mean, I have very high expectations for this. I'm not sure about Shadow Step. But yeah, also those. I'm not sure about Dance of Knives. And I guess Invigorating Strike is probably gonna be pretty good too. So yeah, lots of good stuff, yeah. What I'm looking forward to test first on the PTR. I mean, we're not gonna have boosting and runes until I think Friday or Saturday. So I'm just gonna dedicate the first 2 days to like trying the leveling, basically. You know, it's gonna be very important to actually understand, you know, what is the progression like, how's the difficulty flow, you know, and this is gonna be important to then make the max roll guides for us and so on as well. So right now we're actually discussing a lot, okay, like what are we going to put in leveling guides in the future? What are we going to put in the endgame guides in the future? Specialized template is probably going to like phase out in the expansion. We're gonna go back to just 2 different types and have leveling endgame. And then now we're thinking, okay, we're probably extending the leveling guides a bit to actually reach, you know, all the way to the 60 and then maybe even a bit beyond that. You know, and then have endgame guides like maybe start at a bit of a higher point. At least for certain guides where you need certain things to really play the build. For example, right now we have a Meteor Sork, and that Meteor Sork has a starting point that's like without Starfall Coronet. And playing Meteor, even with the helm, is kind of a meme. But at least it's a build. But playing Meteor without the helm is not a thing, right? So this is like probably like one of those cases where we're just gonna like set the starting point way higher for the endgame guide. And where, you know, leveling guides that lead further into the endgame will help us. But we need to understand, okay, how does that actually go? Like how is the progression from like start to torment and so on? So I'm gonna be doing a bunch of leveling basically tomorrow and for Thursday and so on. I mean, I'm gonna try a new skill and so on, but yeah. Now we're cooking a stealth pen build. Yeah, I like the idea. I'm not sure if we're gonna cook it right now though. Maybe it's just something I'm gonna play at some point. I was gonna like log in and make a stealth rogue and see what happens. That could be fun. Denso Knives needs a penetrating aspect. It actually does have that. But it's not like very consistent, right? I think it's only 20% chance or something. Where is it? No, 50% chance to shatter into 6 shards, dealing. I mean, very little. And it does physical as well. I'm not sure if that aspect is really that great. Or maybe you want to play a physical version of this build, or I don't know. There's also like 20% chance to pierce, I guess. Yeah, 20% chance is not very much. We'll see. I guess if I want to do this as an AoE speed farming build, it's gonna go Shadow Imbue. And if the imbuement lasts for the entire channel, like if you can literally channel for like 15 seconds with 1 imbuement charge, then I mean you're gonna press the Shadow Imbuement and you start blasting through the packs and everything just explodes around you. I think that's gonna feel pretty good. What's the like hit on this thing? Not great. We'll see. Will Shred Druid be viable? It definitely gets some pretty juicy buffs. And shapeshifting in general is going to be in a much better spot on Druids. But yeah, I'm not sure exactly. So, I don't think Shred is going to be like a top tier build, but it might be solid enough at least. Flurry build. I have one that has Flurry. Actually, I have 2 that have Flurry. But not like a main Flurry setups. It's like I have the Death Trap Rogue that has Flurry, but the Flurry is mostly just kind of like a support tool here to proc preparation and second wind and these kind of things. And in fact, I even might convert it into Twisting Blades. We could also even consider something like Close Quarters. Wait a minute, actually. Maybe I should do that, now that I think about it. There should probably be like a range, like a barrage build again or something. With Close Quarters, now that I think about it. This build here and the Death Trap Rogue. Because Close Quarters actually goes to a pretty high multiplier now. And we need Beastlaw Boots for this. We don't really need Harlequin, I think. On this build at least, you wouldn't need it. Already kind of momentum on this one. Because this is OP. Yeah, here we went for momentum. Nice DR. But maybe there should be a Close Quarters build actually when I think about it. We lose the 30 DR, but everything else is kind of like, okay, movement speed is not really required, I'd say. For some reason, these boots have like insane amounts of movement speed here. 77.8. I wonder if that's true. Yeah, this might be like another case of you're playing Barrage, honestly. Or maybe something else even. You could even do pen shot. Get 10% crit. It's not terrible. 50 damage at least 3 enemies. Again, 10% crit chance of 5 seconds. And then cast a full energy burning shot will always slow. Knock down. That's not terrible because you unlock like Malice synergy, for example. It's not a bad idea. You go pen shot instead. Or we do the rapid fire attack as well with the energy recovery there. You just have to make sure that we use dash. Wait a minute. Damaging a close enemy with marksman cutthroat grants. Okay. Yeah, he's kind of have to place a melee range, but he would do that anyway with Death Trap, so it's fine. Maybe I'll convert it to close quarters. Already sleeping. Last time I checked, I wasn't actually. But thanks for the suggestion. Will the rogue clone ult be any good of Dance of Knives? No. It won't. Praying Dance of Knives are gonna blast reminds me of the Shadow Impact gold build from D3. Yeah, it gets pretty close to that, I guess, just from like the whole fantasy of it, right? The Shadow Impact was also with melee weapons and you threw the knives and stuff. But yeah, it's not gonna be as OP as that build was, because in the Ethereal season, the Impale Strafe build was pretty nutty. Plus it actually pierces everything and these kind of things that this build doesn't do. So they definitely kept it a bit more conservative here with Dance of Knives. But we'll see. Maybe it's gonna be good. Maybe this would actually be a build where you play this with Shadow Imbuement, like kind of permanently. Or maybe 2 different Imbuments. Like for example here, we don't really need Shadow Step. If you like mostly just like channel and go very fast, then maybe don't do Shadow Step. We actually have like Shadow Imbuement, like we don't really juiced up. And we use that to kind of pop packs. And then on the boss you just switch to Cold Imbuement, for example. This could be kind of cool as well. Or even Poison. Maybe we're going to Shadow and Poison, for example. And in that case, it would be very fun to play this with kind of like that mixture. Man, that would be cool, actually. I might try that. Like having like, you know, one huge Shadow Pop version. Dude, I really hope this is how it works. Like, I think that when you use Dance of Knives and just hold down the button to channel, the entire attack will be imbued until you stop channeling. If that is true, then you can actually do this. You go a Camelot mixture, you juice up both of these imbuments, and you have the Shadow Imbuement to pop stuff in AoE packs. It's gonna feel really good. Everything's gonna explode. And then you have the Poison Imbuement and just like melt down the boss and dance around the boss in like a Bursting Venoms pool or something. You don't even need Bursting Venoms actually. You can just ignore Bursting Venoms. That would be really fun. Hi, Herge. Shadow Step still helps you when you need Unstoppable. Dude, Rax single-handedly got them to nerf monster crowd control for 5 seasons in a row. We're gonna be fine without Shadow Step, guys. They're nerfing it again. There's not gonna be any crowd control left at this point. It's fine. Yeah. Looks like there won't be an infinite spinning Dance and Ice build. Yeah, I mean, if you have to stop for like a second every 20 seconds, I'm okay with that. That's basically very similar to God the Age, right? Where you have to stack the momentum. Let's get Rax to nerf the rest of the ones to see. He's on it, I'm sure. There are no rune triggers that work on reflecting damage over time. Kinda missed opportunity. I'm sure they're gonna add more runes all the time anyway, so don't worry. They're gonna start with like, you know, whatever, what is it, 20 something runes or so, and you know, probably every season they're gonna add like maybe one new trigger rune, one new effect rune, or whatever, maybe more. How is the base damage of this build? It seems like the base damage is really low. I wonder how fast it throws these knives. Channel to launch knives at surrounding enemies, consuming 1 charge per second, each knife dealing 109% weapon damage. It is fairly low weapon damage looking at the skill. But if it happens like, I don't know, 2 times per second or 3 times per second, that would be pretty decent, I guess. Well, actually, it has to happen faster than that. Because you can also attack like 3 or 4 times per second with TB, for example, quite easily. So it needs to be, depending on the attack speed, like way faster. I don't know. It looked kind of shit in a video from the campfire. I mean, everything looked shit in a video from the campfire, so that's just the nature of previews. You hope that Dance Nice only takes up 1 imbuement shine. Yeah, exactly. That's also what I'm saying. But as I said, like, I think the AoE part of this is not going to be good. That's the thing. Like, I think the AoE will be very lackluster if you don't go Shadow Imbuement. And this is why I want to do this like a double element build. I want to do a Shadow Imbuement, just kind of like, you know, blast through the map. And then whenever there's maybe tanky elites, I would swap to Poison. Or whenever there's the boss, I'm going to swap to Poison. But if it actually works this way, that they can like channel for like 10 seconds and only use 1 imbuement charge, it's going to be perfect. Then they can actually do like such a combo build. Where you play one or the other depending on the situation. That would be really cool. There's always star shards and splintering shards. I mean, there's this. And then, what is the splintering shards again? Is that just ice thing? Yeah. Yeah. 100% chance on hitting or killing a frozen enemy to create ice splinters. Ice away. Boof. You get 88% chance to cast twice. Okay. I guess one problem that the setup will have with alchemical admixture is like, how do we get the 3 different elements without swapping to the different imbuments? So if you don't have a Shear's Kanjar, which we wouldn't have if we go for this route, you'll probably have Doombringer, or just Elemental Surge Temper. Doombringer is Shadow, so that's 1. But yeah, this is gonna be a struggle. I guess we could just not run Fist of Fate, it's kind of optional. We go Frostburn and we get Cold and Fire. And then we would always have 3 elements. If you go Poison or if you go Shadow. And this is kind of like solve all of our issues here. This would also allow us to run something like Painting Greaves and buff both the Shadow and the Poison instead of going Noxious Ice or Frostbitten. So Painting Greaves as the boots option instead of, for example, Rakanov. Dude, it sounds very fun actually. I should try that. Frostburn Pork, man. Like, unironically. Like, we don't really need autos like it here. I mean, it's mostly just for a bit of stagger. And a stagger just... Maybe the stagger times are just kind of over. We don't really need them, at least for like typical farming stuff. I don't really expect this to be like a top tier, like high-end push setup anyway. You can do a lot more single target damage on other builds, I'm sure. But if it kind of does the job, fine, for like whatever you're farming, then this will be okay. And we can actually do frostburn. Yeah, it's fire, cold. It also has fire and cold damage, which buffs... at least the cold buffs the alchemical mixture. There's attack speed and there's chance to freeze, so we still get some stagger value there. We don't really care about the crits. And we lose the 300% damage thing. Yeah, but it would solve some issues pretty well that this setup would have. I think it would actually be a Frostburn angle. And then instead of like this random tricks or the trade stuff that I was doing here, we can do this with Eldritch. Yeah, I guess one thing you have to test is like, is Dawn's Macabre consumed by pressing your imbuement? That would kind of suck. But I guess you can play around it. You can do like press imbuement, throw smoke, and then dance. But maybe cold imbuement just doesn't consume it. That would be nice. Then we move tricks out of trade. We don't have to do this Heartseeker stuff. We just put like some other CC here. We have Heartseeker duration. But if Frostburn, we would have chance to freeze. And then we can do like chance to stun. And then we can do, you know, chance to immobilize or some shit. Or daze. And be good. He's back into this poison stuff. Yeah, I can see this work out, actually. How do you do the poison TB? You have to change a bunch of the glyphs, I suppose. I mean, like all the non-physical glyphs. We also had to change this stuff here. There needs to be like a corruption, and a creeping death. And I guess you might actually play this with close quarters. Maybe. Oh, never mind. He wanted to do a new passive. So forget about that. We remove Heartseeker. Imbue. I like the idea. Dude, it's gonna be so much fun if that works. I'm actually looking forward to that. I mean, else, depending on how fast the imbuement charges are consumed by this, for example, it consumes 1 imbuement charge per second, we could just try to put like shadow imbue count, poison imbue count, and the bursting venoms or something like that. So maybe with that, we would kind of get reliable bursting venoms procs on the bosses. And otherwise just kind of like perma shadow imbue anyway. So that might be an option. Especially if we have cooldown reduction here. We have confirmation on DOK recharging while being used. I think there's 0 chance that it recharges while being used, because it has a base cooldown of 1 second and uses 1 charge per second. So if you had 0% cooldown reduction, it would just channel infinitely. So why does it even have charges in that case? I'm pretty sure it will not get charges while channeling. It also has this enhancement effect that says that every 30 meters you gain 4 charges. 30 meters is very far, by the way. That's very far. So even with cap movement speed, that will probably take like... okay, you're gonna get close to perma channel, I guess. Because it will recharge while you are going. And if you're going at 200% movement speed, you can channel quite long at least before you run out. That's like 30 meters is probably like 2.5 screens to the top left or top right corner. It's pretty far. Or like, I don't know, maybe around 1.5 screens on like left border to right border. Maybe 2 screens from left border to right border. It's quite far. Yeah, I'm not sure if a dash is exactly 7.5, but something like that, yeah, 4 dashes. It's pretty far. But yeah, if you go at 200% speed, which I mean you will be very easily with this, since you already get 20% by default, and then, you know, if you really have to, you can spec into stutter step and haste. So just passives, this is 15, 30, 55, 75. So just on the skill tree, you get 75% movement speed all the time if you want, if you have to. So easy. Yeah, you just need 25% movement speed. So it's gonna be very easy to get to 200% movement speed. You don't go movement speed on amulet. Not on a rogue. How many training ground rooms do you get Impetus to proc? Yeah, it's like... I did it earlier actually, I tried Impetus a bit. And I went to the bottom left wall next to the entrance of the training hall, the training dummy room, before the actual room, basically in the little hallway. And then I just went to the top right towards the dummy. Yeah, I'm roughly like halfway proc Impetus, so something like from the wall to the dummy is probably like around, I don't know, 25 meters or 30. Frostburn and Darius and Shadow Imbue. Nah, this is not a thing. This is like a hit chance that's very low. Unless this actually shoots out knives like 10 times per second or something. I mean, I don't know. I guess you have to see how the attack speed works with this and how the movement speed. I wonder how they actually did the animation. Like, does the animation like scale both with movement speed and with attack speed? Like, you run faster, so it has like, you know, like faster steps, but also you throw the knives faster, so and it dances around and like spins the character. Like, I wonder how this looks actually. But either way, I mean, Andaris is not going to be in this. That's relatively certain. What's the new 920, 9230 of max armor? You need 1000 armor, but you also get up to a 1000 penalty, so you need up to 2000 armor. Does it scale with attack speed? I mean, it should. They recently made pretty much all channeling skills work with attack speed. I think the only exception is Lightning Storm. But then Storm Slide does like hyper scale with attack speed, so I don't know. Yeah, so Dance on Ice, I guess it should work with attack speed. I mean, the skill is already pretty weak looking at the tooltip. If it doesn't work with attack speed, then it's probably just dead on unwritable, to be honest. But yeah, Whirlwind also scales with attack speed and actually like spins faster and stuff, so I guess I do something similar there. Okay, let's see if we can kind of make this work here. Frostburn, man. Alright then. Chance to freeze enemies. What the hell, man? Why is there so much fucking move speed on this? Look at that. Wait, this is an old one. Pen and Grace. Okay. Choose a potency, crit chance. So this doesn't really help us. Actually, the entire Starless Skies doesn't help us. So delete this. Got Creeping Death. Blade Dancer, this needs to be Corruption. We can probably keep Doomy. And you want to keep this, and you want to do Dance of Knives. Dance of Knives. And then don't need innovation. We do what do we do actually? Let's just say Copium. This actually works the way we want it. So we have Bursting Venoms. Corruption is there. I guess we don't care about the Dance of Knives aspect, right? Nice, and Dance of Knives have a 15% chance to shatter into 6 shards. So I doubt they actually have like a hit or anything. So I'm just gonna ignore that. There's also Icy Alchemist and Toxic Alchemist. It could be fun to just play like this, but you're gonna have like no boss damage, I feel, if you don't go the poison route. So I think it's not a great idea. I could do Elements, potentially, for big double dip action. Let's see what else. Yeah, we can't do Stolen Vigor anyway, with no momentum. Yeah, probably not really that much, yeah. Okay. So let's go for this. And then, okay, what are the rings? Dude, we're already missing... something here, so... Subterfuge, Dark Shroud cooldown, Resource Generation doesn't really help us. We can just do Agility cooldown, I guess. I wonder if they're gonna add like a Dance of Nice cooldown temper or some shit. But I suppose not. Just Agility cooldown. I kind of want a lot of crit chance, I think. Let's do Shroud. Shroud. Anyway, just take like non-physical damage or something? Not really, right? This could be higher. Efficacy, canny. Versatility. Infusion. They also like reset each other's cooldown a bit. So if enough imbuement cooldown reduction, this could be kind of nice too. Yeah, I'm not sure what aspect to put in now. We can't do Starless Skies, which kind of sucks. The Death Trap also kind of useless. Okay, Inner Sight. I also have to change this No Witnesses to I guess that Dance Macabre. So I have to do quite some changes there. This then, it doesn't work. So in this case we do this. Poison Trap, of course, why not? We could do mixed Shadow Imbuement, but it's only 12% extra. I want 3 more there. We want to trick attacks, let's say. Nah, it's too many things. I know what other aspect to put here, honestly. Inner Calm. Inner Calm, and that's a nice build, guys. 30% damage. I guess for Devotion. If we actually stun stuff a little bit. Let's do it. We have Frostburn anyway. Let's do stun. And fired a few blades per second. Yeah, I think the animation is actually pretty fast. And it has to be, like, if this doesn't already like throw a few knives per second by default, I mean, with the pierce being only 20% chance, and like the AoE capacity of this build just generally being pretty weak, and the damage of each knife being relatively weak, I'm pretty sure it's gonna throw them out like crazy. But yeah, I guess we'll see. We can't do this, and we don't need this. Shadow damage has a 1.2% chance to stun. Let's do 1 point, so I have like a chance to stun. At least a little bit. Anything else that we want to go for here? I wonder if I can drop a poison trap while channeling this. Okay, no witnesses, it won't work. What was a glyph there? That I just removed efficacy, I guess. Yeah, we need that. This has how much int here? 49. And has... Oh, actually I just realized. This thing has mobility, skill, cooldown reduction, and subterfuge cooldown reduction. And both of these are actually not just like additive damage nodes, they're actually kind of special. Is it the same on other classes? Where if you put like a rare buffing glyph, there's actually something special? I did not actually consider this yet. That's fine, Scooty. I mean, you're gonna see it tomorrow anyway. I'm gonna try this skill tomorrow. It's okay. I'm just gonna see what happens, I think. How do I connect this stuff now? So something like that. It's not like super min max. So how much does it do actually? 31% mobility cooldown reduction. Holy dude. That is actually a lot. 31%, 31%. Huh. Okay. I mean, you can actually get to like easy peasy 75% CDR for dash. You can like dash every 2 seconds. In fact, you can like dash infinitely if I just put like the, what is that called? Dash? Quickening fog. As long as you hit sometimes someone, you just reset. You have 3 charges. You don't need to hit something all the time. You can like charge. It's just like perma dash basically. Could actually do some pretty crazy stuff with that. Okay. That is a lot. Okay, my crit chance is 42. Okay, we'll see. We made something like kind of like what I want to do here. I'm not sure how it's gonna work out. How the bursting minions will feel as well with this. Because they like dance around in the bursting minion pools sometimes. Or maybe we don't need it. Maybe bursting minions is actually completely optional. It might be. But then I really don't know what to put here. I already have a Doombringer. We might actually not need all this cooldown reduction. Let me just say fuck it. We go with the Perdition Helm. We have Doombringer anyway and we're tanky. So that's kind of cool. But yeah, I don't know what to put there. Can't really do Ashiras. What can be? Probably not very useful. Is there like any good ring? Nah. Just bursting venoms. I don't really like the idea of bursting venoms on the build that barely even plays poison imbuement. So scuffed. We could do synergy if that works. Using subterfuge. Against the next agility skill. So if that's snapshots and it actually works for the poison imbuement carried by it. Maybe. Minus that it's full, you deal 30% increased damage. Could do something like that. There's a clandestine aspect. Agility and subterfuge skills. More defense, a bit more damage. Yeah, something like that, I think. I don't know. It's interesting how well I hit my resistance goals, by the way, because I didn't really check this last time because everything was buggy as fuck. Right now I'm hitting exactly 100 over cap. That's funny. I think on the other build as well I was like at 100.1 or something. But it's also with intelligence still giving the old value. I guess you're gonna have less in the future. Well, maybe not. Maybe the all res is gonna be unchanged. I guess strength might change though. The res, with the armor. But we'll see. $541. Can we get like more non-physical damage out of this? Do we have another glyph on non-physical? No, we have them all, I think. Efficacy, infusion. Okay, we have all the non-physical. Which means you could also, for example, put the rare buffing here instead of infusion. You can buff the non-physical then get a lot more out of it. Which is probably the way. We put this here. Nothing changed. Oh, because I also removed... Which one? No, not Kenny. What did he remove? Infusion. Now it's a lot more, okay. It might be better to do this. Okay. Those are life notes I didn't take for no reason. I think in the case of the... Prep Rogue, which, what is that? TB Rogue, we should probably do that as well. Yeah, this life cluster. Okay. Harlequin buffs the ultimates now too. Yeah, for ultimate builds, Harlequin is pretty nutty. Gives you so much cooldown. You also get the guaranteed greater affix now from just being ancestral. So it's not even that unlikely to hit a cooldown greater affix Shaco. It's gonna be pretty wild. Hello, we. Accelerating could be an angle if attack speed is an issue. You mean like here on this Dance of Knife build? Yeah, we can do accelerating. We'll see. So we rename this to Cold. And then this Dance of Knife stuff, he's gonna put it here as well. Not sure which one of the two we're gonna do. I think enough, guys. I think it's enough. For Rogue, I think I have plenty to do for now. Oh man. And there's so much other stuff to do as well. And this doesn't even have runes. Oh my god. No, it's gonna be fun, guys. Tomorrow is neither the expansion or a new season. Tomorrow is the test room. The new season and the expansion is in 1 month from now. That's at the same time, actually. Okay, guys, tomorrow we blast. I think now we bench. Why Shattered Wow wasn't added to the PTR planner? Which one was that? There's no Spirit Bond tomorrow. You can play anything that changes, that already exists, but you cannot play the expansion stuff that is new, basically. So no Spiritborn, no Citadel, no Winter Hunter, and so on. I'm gonna raid Boiler. Let's go. Send some love, guys. He's our, well, one of our big Druid riders, so Max Rom. I guess he's doing the same that I just did, just from Druid's perspective. And see you tomorrow.